who can remember what happened last week? Or 3 weeks ago?
Oh, where would you like me to start?
I have not
Sorry,
forgotten.
who's down here?
Alright, so last week we had a little bit of a emotional time. Y'all finally left the Underdark. Through some tribulations with a certain drow pursuer. But, what?
Just like, what?
Oh. After that, you were able to finally breach the surface. But unfortunately, found that it was not all sunshine and rainbows, as you found yourselves in the midst of a massive, monstrous army of chaotic entities. And you bore witness to a fateful and frankly deadly battle between... Okay, that's like bottoming out.
Hmm?
I think he's still having music problem.
There we go. That's much better.
You'd be like, it sounds perfect.
It was sounded like it was bottoming out on my end, so I all right. And after witnessing such a turn of events, you all seemed to have stopped as you basically rejoiced in Mark's being triumphant.
And not dying.
And not dying.
Someone was really stoked about that. I mean, aside from Mark's player, obviously.
It was really great.
Bugsby.
Yeah?
Nothing?
I have no card anymore.
Oh, no, you still have the
Yeah.
card. It's just blank.
Oh, well, yeah.
It's just blank.
That's good to know.
We kicked that
As a
card's
player.
ass.
So,
You are currently at present piled in a group, given group hug and crying. In the fading sunlight is where we left off.
You know, it's pretty
fading
apropos.
sunlight on the surface.
On
And
the
we were
surface.
teleported here, right?
Mark's tried
No.
to teleport you to the safest place on Earth. The location that the card deemed that was basically halfway in between planes of existence, a couple 100 feet away from him. Once Sergius was dead, you were returned to the ground and your normal material plane.
But aren't we still surrounded by the army?
No,
No,
once
they ran away.
Once Sergius died, they all turned tail and fled. Because they're all
Okay.
the kind of races that as soon as Boss Man's dead, why the fuck am I here? Bye. If you can kill Boss Man, yeah, no, bye. Bunches
so
of
much.
races of people whose self-preservation outweighs the cause of anything, unless it's food. And you're not food.
Okay, understood.
Ah! Holy shit! Oh man.
I think it's pretty apropos that
Are
like,
we-
I'm in pain. Because it mirrors.
You just decided to get really into character.
I
Yeah.
guess. No. I was just working out and I hurt myself.
Are we like, so like, because we're outside now, I assume we're surrounded, like, we're sitting on grass?
Yes.
Well, what for?
There is...
did-
Let me actually pull up my map where I know you guys are.
While you do that, you know how cats roll on the, like dogs do? They roll
Yes.
in the ground? I'm gonna do that.
With the shoulder blades and everything, yeah.
Yeah.
So I'm just gonna
Rubens.
lay back in the grass. Just like, oh my god, it's grass.
What's
Are
Ruben
there
doing?
looking for any kind of landmarks just to get a sense of direction. I think the high moor might have been where we were told that we would emerge, but I'm not 100% sure.
Oh, that's right.
And even so,
I apologize, Susie. You
uh,
were correct. Yes, the deep gnomes
The
did
digger
say you would come out somewhere in the high moor.
Yeah, because I asked.
So you are currently surrounded by plains. Very lush. No real trees around. There's a couple groves of trees here and there, but nothing like big or massive. Like maybe like 5 or 6 trees here and there. You can see some large hills in the distance. And then there's the large hill at your back.
What was it called?
The
High
High
Moor.
Moor.
Okay, then I'm looking at the right thing.
It's a real big, like pale green, almost dead center in the map.
Yeah.
It's a plains land. At least that's what it
Mhm.
looks like from the map. If it's a swamp, it's a plain now.
Um,
I'm glad it's
So-
not a swamp.
so I was like just thinking of it and like could just like kind of like try to figure out exactly where we are, but I'm like I'm not even going to bother rolling because Sabra doesn't fucking know.
Eldeth is actually you actually see Eldeth is making circles around your campsite and is examining things. Or not your campsite, where she's basically giving you guys space, but she's also seems to be trying to get the lay of the land.
I kind of forgot that she was still with us.
She's the only one still with you.
I knew she was. I remember she was with us. I was just like she. I'm pretty sure she was. She managed to.
So what happened? Like out of curiosity, what happened with her
She
during
was with you.
the whole? Oh,
Yeah, she
I
was
just
with
imagine
you.
we're all freaking out, crying, and she's behind us in the same bubble, whatever we were in, and just blank face.
Well,
Like, well,
she was affected by it, like worried for the situation, but she doesn't have
know.
the same kind of connections as you do to Mark, so she was really worried, but she was like gut wrenched. But the idea of her
I
being
know.
completely straight faced is hilarious.
just blank stare in the background. It's like, what the fuck is with this group of people?
The fuck are they crying about? Jesus, what the fuck?
So there's trees nearby. You said, right?
Cheese?
Trees.
Oh,
Jeez.
it's like,
wow!
you fucking
wow,
mouse.
going there, huh?
Mice can't even eat cheese.
I
Doesn't mean they won't.
So yes, trees are nearby.
No, there's some, but it's not like a forest. It's like
Is it? But there's a tree close by.
yeah, there's a few trees over here and there, yeah, within a few
Okay,
hundred feet.
Meeps is gonna try to scramble up one of the trees.
Give me an act. It'll take you probably about a minute to run to the nearest tree.
I
That's
just
fine.
continue seeing to lay in the grass because I'm just like,
Okay,
oh my god.
because it's a couple hundred feet away.
That's fine.
All right, so Meeps gets up and scampers away as fast as she can towards a tree. Go ahead and give me an acrobatics chest.
she's getting
chest
away.
check. She's getting away.
Goodbye. Later.
Marx
we're
is
out of this cave, and Meep just leaves us.
Marx is like still on the ground, like a la Gohan beaten post cell fight. It's like he ain't
Acrobatics,
going
you said?
anywhere.
Acrobatics, yes.
21.
You scamper up there pretty quick. You do a little corkscrew around the tree, like a squirrel does.
Cool.
You're
there-
about 10 feet off the ground.
Are there any nuts or acorns up here?
There are not. This is a pine tree.
You can eat the seeds out
There's
of
a
pine
Pine
cone.
cones, right?
Go ahead and give me a survival check.
Just don't chomp on the whole thing. Crunch.
Delicious. 19.
This is really strange. You're actually looking for pine cones, and you're kind of weirded out by what you find. You see some pine cones hanging off the tree. Very green, very still growing. But on another branch, there are none. And you look down at the ground, and there are pine cones that are fully bloomed and drying. And then you keep looking around at the tree, and you notice there are pine cones at various stages of growth all over the tree.
That's weird.
I'm gonna take.
Go ahead.
I'm gonna take a green one, and then I'm gonna hop down, and then I'm gonna pick up one of the dry ones, and then I'm gonna go back to the group.
Okay. It's at about this time where sundown has fully happened, and the temperature is quickly dropping.
So we can all feel that temperature dropping. I'm gonna poke Ziara as she's writhing around in the grass and be like, "Could you light us a fire?" Because she has that ability, doesn't she? She still has that thing, right?
Not anymore.
Never mind. I do not. Never mind. I do not ask that.
No, still. Please ask that. I want to see this play out.
I'll try to make it, but I'm like, I forgot how to make a fire.
I mean,
You know what?
I have a tinderbox though. I can try with that.
Just like I do too, but like
you also
were saying
have something
like,
else.
That's okay.
I have something else to make fire. Oh
No,
wait.
Savra has something else to make fire.
Oh,
Yeah, I have. Yeah, I know I have firebolt,
that seems a little.
but
over the
like
top.
that is like a little bit, violent for starting a goddamn bonfire.
Burn the whole place.
You notice,
But I have a tinderbox, and I don't have any more torches though. So
I actually did tell Sabra that I forgot how to make fire.
yeah, and that's how I responded. Was like, oh, that's okay. I'll just try to make it fire with my tinderbox.
all right.
Well, actually, first, probably should see if there's like any wood to gather, like any just dry.
You guys,
scarce wood.
it's part of ration kits. They come with little bits of fire stuff.
Okay, well then I'll use my tinderbox to light us a fire.
Also, if there are pine trees around, dry pine needles burn very
Very
effectively.
quickly, they're very good kindling for starting a fire.
Well, I'll try to get some of those too, I guess.
All right, I'll say it takes probably about half an hour, 45 minutes for you guys to all start setting up a camp, an actual fire. And it's actually getting really cold.
Naturally so, or just like
It's
a very cold evening?
starting to get to the point where you notice how cold it is. And as
And
the
this is where we die.
and as the fire builds and you keep it going, you actually start seeing your breath when you're not facing the fire.
I just realized this is where my racial trait comes into play for the
Am
very
I-
first time.
Marks,
Am I warmer?
you can tell it's cold, Marks, but you're not affected by it. You are used to the cold, very much so, but you can tell it's actually getting pretty cold.
What about me
Ziara,
and me?
Your Ziara and Meeps, your fur is not insulated fur. It's just fur.
Just fur?
Yes,
We're not cold weather
you are
animals.
not
We don't
cold
got
weather
that,
animals.
We don't got that dense undercoat.
Mhm.
Your fur is like your fur is not keeping you warm. Meanwhile, Marks has his titty out, and
It's like, how?
he's like, it's like, hey, I'm used
He's
to
ready
this.
to cut diamonds.
You notice? Do you notice his breath?
Don't make me laugh.
God damn it!
Start a fire on them. Sabra, use his nipples.
My chest-
Use his nipple.
my chest
You
hurts.
notice that Marx's breath is not as apparent as your guys'. It's probably because his body is extremely used to regulating its temperature in extreme cold. But it is actually now that the sun is gone, you notice it is unnaturally cold. Like, for how warm it was when the sun was up and how warm the sun was, it's kind of weird.
I'm not sure about the rest of you, but I have a winter blanket in my equipment
Can I take it?
from my starting stuff.
I mean, I just have a regular bedroll.
You see Eldeth pull out a winter cloak from her bag, and then she comes up to you and asks if you want her to scout. Now that we're on the surface, she's extremely confident in her scouting abilities. That is what she is. She is a scout. That is what she would do for her hometown, is like scout ahead, so she can be back within an hour and probably know where we are.
That
By
sounds
all
like a
means,
good idea.
please.
Yeah, okay.
I bring out my winter blanket as well.
She throws the hood up, and she crouches, and she runs off into the unknown.
Are we getting a full rest out of this?
Yes, this is going to be a long rest unless something
Okay,
happens.
a long rest.
I offer
would
the
like
winter
to-
blanket to anyone in the party who wants it.
I would like to get
I'll take it.
Ziara's attention.
Meeps is trying to get your attention, Ziara.
Ziara,
Do-
Ziara,
do-
Ziara, Ziara.
I just like the slowest turn towards me.
Yes. Okay, cool.
What?
As she's saying Ziara, 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 and she just slowly turns her head towards you.
Alright, I'm gonna put down the dry pine cone and the green pine cone in front of her, and I'm gonna say, what... Drew...
What druidy thing can you do with this?
What do your druid eyes see?
exactly!
I just
You're
stare
Druid,
at them
what do you
for a
know
while.
about this?
I just stare at them for a while. Meeps, those are pine cones.
Yeah, yes, but they came from the same tree?
Roll a nature check, Zara.
Yeah.
Hey.
Got a 19.
Something she's good at.
Those pine cones are a good 8 months apart in maturation. In growth.
Okay, I tell her that.
You're kind of weirded out about that, Ziara. She says they came from the same tree, yet they are 8 months of distance of growth. That's not how
Can
plants
I-
work.
Link it to the weather being weird as well. If there is a link. Am I thinking about this?
Insight.
I am not listening in on this, so
You're not quite sure.
I just know it's weird.
It's weird. The weather's weird. The pine cones are weird.
Meeps is going to go rifling through her stuff and pull out the only card that still had a picture on it.
It's blank.
The only card that had a picture on it is now blank.
The only card I had left.
Yeah.
Mhm.
But you said it had a picture on it, and Bear said it was blank.
Yes, blank now. It was the only one of my cards that hadn't been used.
What did you do?
I didn't do anything. The card did it.
What kind of card was it?
Something about seasons getting flipped around.
well, that's weird. That was out of character because I'm not listening on this.
Yeah, Savra is concentrating on the fact that she has grass touching her skin.
Tiefling. My tiefling is like a fucking. What was it? Sphinx cat. There you go. Not like.
Oh yeah, she's bundled up underneath the blanket.
But also that's like very very fine
Fuzz.
fuzz.
Peach fuzz. That's what
Cute.
I imagine most tieflings to be. If they have human feet, skin. If they have anything other than human feet, fuzz.
Cute.
That's what I always imagined, at least.
I'm going to start taking apart the dry pine cone.
No, it's completely open. It's
Those are the
already
seeds.
it has already bloomed. The seeds are gone. We're talking end of the season dried pine cone.
Toss it.
I mean, those are the 2 that you grabbed. I mean, there's more pine cones at other trees.
Can we tell which one is more recent, if that makes sense? And then base it on what season we're in?
You'd have to go to a tree and investigate.
Okay. Oh, well, is it night? Or is it...
It is
Yeah,
nighttime,
it's nighttime. Yes.
But it was a minute away. Oh wait, yeah, it's cold. Let's not go into the cold. Unless I grab Ruben's blanket.
I think I gave it
It's
away.
currently occupied.
That's not a problem.
You're just gonna snatch the blanket away
Just
from
a-
Sabra.
You know when people can take a table and has like a cloth on it and they can pull it out from underneath everything and don't drop a thing.
I mean, you probably could do that with this, but
I don't want to.
I was gonna be like, would you really want to do that to Sabra?
I don't want to freeze either.
Well, I think it's big enough for 2 people to share.
Okay.
Mark's is also kind of a reservoir of like insulation, so
He doesn't eat. We don't. Well, do we know? Aside from him not breathing as much.
Wait, what?
Yeah,
You
actually,
can't see his
you
breath.
can your guys' breath when you're not breathing towards the fire is visible. Like it's a cold end of fall, beginning of winter night, where it's a cloud. His is much less. Like it's a very calm spring morning kind of breath.
So we know he's
His body,
warmer.
from what you can tell, his body isn't reacting to the cold the way you guys are.
Okay. I go to Marks and ask him, do you want to look at a tree with me?
sure. Let's see if out pain. Why did I sit up? I set up myself. This is out of character. by
In
the way.
character.
It's so in character.
This is very in character, but it's also
Acting.
out of character.
Acting.
Sure, yeah, we could. Yeah, I can help. I have no problem with that.
Can we see the tree that Meeps went or was at?
Oh yes, it's the closest.
Okay.
It's the closest one. There were about 2 or 3 pine trees. One real big one, 2 kind of smaller ones.
Okay, I want to go
about
there with Marks.
50 foot tall is the big one. About 30 foot, 25 foot are the other 2. And you journey your way up. And yeah, there are pine trees. There's pine needles all over the ground. Some pine cones here and there, and in the trees.
Can I? Because like question I had earlier, can I tell by the tree? The way the tree
Nature
works?
check. You take a few minutes to check it out. And you go through the 3 trees that are here. You look at the ground, you look at the trees themselves, and you actually come back to Mark's. You like make a whole circle around everything, checking everything out, and you are extremely confused because from the way the trees are, it's all 4 seasons at once.
Okay.
There's evidence of summer foliage, winter foliage, spring foliage, and fall foliage. There's evidence of all 4 on the same tree and on the ground around them.
Weird.
Bugsby. Weird.
Weird.
Oh, weird.
No. Okay, I want to go back to the group, and I'm just like, man, seasons are fucked. We leave for a little bit, and then
I mean, because like, what season was it when Savra left on her assignment?
It was the beginning of spring when you guys all got captured. It was the rainy seasons, essentially.
So it should be summer, essentially.
It should be just starting in summer.
What do I gotta roll to recognize that that's fucking weird, other than it being obvious?
I just told you, Savra. It's fucking weird.
I mean, like, can I like do anything to like think on that or something? Is what I'm getting at. Jeez.
What do you mean?
I don't know. Like, is like this magical, or is this the effect of a creature?
Insight.
Like, yay! Now I get to insight. A thing that I am relatively good at. I say before I roll a 1. I have not rolled yet. And guess what I rolled? A 1.
You're not quite sure. You're too busy concentrating on the fact that you're cold and bundled up in a very nice blanket with a fire.
I am very, but so I'm pretty content. You mean?
You are content.
Yeah, okay.
Where are you going?
I like how I called my natural 1.
Yeah.
But you know what? I'm okay. I like having my natural 1 this early and not during something else that might come
Potentially
up later
kill
today.
you.
Shh.
What is he looking at?
Well, I reckon we should probably try to stay up until Eldeth gets back.
Alright.
I mean, we don't want to just like go to sleep with her wandering around out there.
No.
Why not?
Because it's rude.
Yeah.
Because it's rude.
I doubt there's like anything in our rations that like actually could suffice as like making something decent to eat, right?
There's no wildlife around, but you guys have rations and stuff that you could cook.
All those. I mean, like, I would like to attempt to try cooking if I could.
Yay!
Actually, I mean, yeah, like fucking, why not? I would. Yeah.
Then
Do I
didn't we have
something?
like spicy as fuck spices?
I
Or
do
hot as fuck
I do
spices?
have. Yeah, I do have a pound of fire lichen.
Yeah, well that will get us hot on the inside.
Yeah, probably. So I mean,
Yeah, it'll probably
should I-
have the same effect as alcohol, to where it makes you feel warmer.
Yay! I mean-
Whereas with alcohol, you actually are losing body heat. Whereas with something spicy, the capsaicin is just giving your nerves the feeling of fire.
I would like to try to cook and also use some of the fire lichen.
In this situation, survival check, please. No proficiency.
Well, I mean, I don't have proficiency in it, so
No, yeah.
And cooking?
I rolled a 2, so I got 4.
Can I help her cook? Can I just help? Like I just stuff in there.
Yes,
that's
you
me
can.
help.
You can help. Give advantage, Susie.
So I'm going to
Help
roll
within
a second
quotation
time.
marks.
What
Just
if-
roll one more time.
Well, you helped out a little bit, Buxby. I rolled a 9 total.
Yay!
It's not a burnt, charred mess anymore.
Yay! Look, I haven't done this in a while, okay?
And
I haven't had anyone to cook for.
it looks edible. It's
I'm probably not picky.
definitely not the most pretty, but it does look better than just a plain old ration.
Oh, there's just a plain old rat.
Mushrooms.
I thought you said plain old rat. I'm like, what?
I know.
Well, that's
I was
good.
Like,
I
I was
mean,
like,
that would look pretty delicious for you, Ziara, honestly.
I was gonna say, that's not
Yeah,
rude.
it looks better than a plain old ration, that's for sure.
so how much fire lichen do I still have left over if I have if I had a pound of it?
Oh,
Less than a pound.
Slightly less than a pound of.
9/10 of a pound.
Oh.
Okay.
You didn't use much. You would have used a lot more with that 4, but
You said she didn't use much, but how much did I use?
she slapped your hand every once in a while when you tried to
Aw.
reach for more. You helped.
It wa-
You helped in a good
Yeah,
way.
it's the same way, like a parent who is like when a kid is trying to get at the cinnamon, it's like no.
Or when someone who doesn't appreciate garlic is cooking, and someone who does appreciate garlic reaches for the garlic. It's like you need more garlic.
Who doesn't like garlic?
Beard, is that
It's
like
not that I don't like it. It's that way too much.
I like way more garlic than she does.
I was about to be like, Beard, that sounds like a true to life scenario.
She doesn't like it as much as I do. I want to be doused in garlic.
Same.
But yeah, it looks fairly edible. It looks like a fairly decent ration.
And for the sake of this for this situation, it's going to be from my stash, so I'm taking out 6 rations.
You should tell people
Savra
the
has
news already.
Savra has cooked everyone food.
A worthy attempt at it, anyway.
A worthy attempt. It looks better than a regular ration.
And it's going to be warm.
Give it a shot.
It's actually about this time that Eldeth comes back as you're, finishing food and handing it out.
Perfect. I made 6, which means there's 1 for her.
Which is more than a lot of people can say.
And if she's coming back, I'm gonna hail her over to give her food.
She thanks it, and she looks pretty cold. She's kind of stomping her feet and shivering just a tiny bit. Cheeks are a little flushed, a little red in the cheeks and the nose. And she eats the warm food with you.
I'm gonna ask her if she was able to learn anything about where we're at.
I was able to learn where we are, yes. But it's really fucking cold. And I don't know why.
Seasons are fucked up.
Yeah, it should be summer. But it feels like it's the dead of winter right now.
Yeah. I don't know what's going on with that.
I think it's because of a card that I had.
You had a card?
Yeah. No, from the dealer.
I wasn't paying attention to that part of the conversation.
Yeah, Savra was not paying attention to that.
Oh.
Oh. So you had a card that changed the seasons? Or...
Yeah.
Why did you
but
activate
I
it?
don't know if it was supposed to work like this. What did you see when you looked at the trees, Yara?
Everything. All 4 seasons.
Yeah, that's not how it was supposed to work. I don't think.
What did the card say?
It was just supposed to change the seasons.
Well,
Not make them all happen at the same time.
when did you use it?
I didn't use it, it went off automatically.
Oh. Oh. That's weird.
Kinda like
think.
Ziara's nightmare card.
Ziara,
Don't compare that.
Ziara shivers uncontrollably for a second, just like, ugh.
Do we notice that, or
Oh,
is
yeah.
I don't know how I feel about comparing a card that predicts death
I am going to
of
look
a
at her. And,
loved
and-
one.
No, the idea is that it had an effect that you didn't make happen, and now it's empty. And
Out
I
of-
didn't make this happen, but now it's empty, and now I
Do we
don't
know?
have any
But
control
wait, do
over
the
it.
rest of us know that her card is now blank?
Oh,
The
I
nightmare
don't.
card.
I don't know. I don't believe she has shown you.
My
That's
card?
why, like, going to have Savra ask, like, about the cards, like, what about that card? Because, like,
Wait, mine
There
or
had
is
been-
Meeps?
yours.
Oh.
Because Savra doesn't know the status of that card,
Oh, right.
but remembers that, like, it was associated to your friends dying, and a friend of yours who was going to die didn't die.
well,
so
Mark
she-
fucking died.
No, he did
It
not.
got better.
Yeah, that's what I'll
Exactly.
say. Like, Mark's died, but better.
I got
But still
better.
count it.
I'm okay.
Still count it.
Still asking about that, just like, what? Do you still have that card?
Yeah.
Is it still bad?
I'll show it to her.
It's a blank card.
Hey, let out a little sigh of relief because I can only assume that means it's done. It's business.
And Mark is kind of a zombie now.
Oh no.
Well,
Speaking of Mark's not being dead, what the hell happened?
That's a good question.
What do you mean?
Savra's asking like, what happened? We saw him like.
Essentially
take-
die.
We saw him take a death blow, get bathed in golden light, and then he was just fucking stomping around like he entered power overwhelming.
Rage of the Gods mode.
Super Saiyan.
So yeah, inquiring about that.
It's like,
Um,
what the fuck did you do?
Well, Marx pulls out his totem. It's like, I'm not really sure how to explain it, but I guess I don't know. I think it had something to do with Val. I can't really give you guys a straight answer because I really didn't know. I really don't know. I really don't know exactly, what to say. What went on. Honestly, I thought I was gonna, I honestly thought that was it right then and there.
Well, he did die.
Well, I'm
I
glad
mean,
that
yeah.
it wasn't the case.
Gotta say, me too.
I almost,
And
for a split second, out of character, I wanted to say, like, I'm glad you died because now I have no more nightmares.
You don't know that. You don't know that. You have not slept
Oh,
yet.
that's true. That's.
But yeah, I couldn't give you guys a straight answer because I'm still trying to figure that out myself. But at the same time, I guess I shouldn't question it.
I think that's a good way to look at it. You're still here, and that's the best outcome we could have hoped for.
Thank you, and I'm sorry that I dragged you guys into my own affairs with all
not
that.
at all. It was in fact a treat to watch you beat the shit out of that bastard. Hi, baby. Come here.
Meeps says, talking to herself.
I call Fluke over. Is Fluke cold?
He's curled up on your neck.
Okay. Can I ask him if he's cold?
A little.
I hope the food is to everyone's standards. I haven't done this in a while.
It's pretty
It's
good.
delicious.
Yeah, it's a lot better than a regular ration. I mean, you've had better food, of course, because it is just a ration with some flavoring on it. But it is pretty good.
It's good. It's like it's like bread with cheese versus it's like bread with cheese and salt versus just bread.
I'll take it.
Or bread with cheese versus a grilled cheese sandwich.
Oh.
Well-
You know, I just imagine Marks wouldn't know what a grilled cheese sandwich is, but like but like if he had one, I imagine like this would be the expression. Where's okay, there it is. This would be the expression he has if he ever had one.
Well, we should probably try getting some sleep.
And when it becomes day again, we should see about finding a place that's more suitable for
What?
shelter.
What
I
do you
agree.
mean? Like I just stroked the grass.
I offer to stand watch for the first half of the night.
Ruben can take second half.
Can I borrow the blanket?
Eldith volunteers as well.
What was that, Buxby?
Are you using that blanket?
Yeah.
I'll just lay. I lay on the foot end, just a little bit. Give me a little bit.
She could share the blanket with you, but like she's staying watch at first. But
I'll just like you. I just imagine like you pull it around you like a robe and walk around because you're on watch, and I'm on the end of it. So while you walk around, I'm sliding over the floor.
yeah. Do we need to make perception, Beard, or is it just
Yeah, go ahead and give me perception rolls for those that are keeping watch.
yeah? Ooh, I got a dirty 20.
That's a nice change.
Yeah. And so, meanwhile, fucking Ruben over here, nat 20s, no big deal.
NBD. The night goes by fairly quickly. It's pretty cold. You have to stand pretty close to the fire to stay warm. Close to your companions.
Keeping it
And,
fed throughout the night.
The folks that are keeping watch keep it fed, keep it going. You have to venture out and get some more kindling every now and then. There's not much to choose from considering this is a plains, but you have enough on your personages and rations and things that you can keep it going. And morning comes, the sun starts to rise, and you all start waking up. You can feel the air temperature going up as the sun shows itself.
Is it like returning to normal?
It is no longer dropping. It is, as soon as the sun peaks over the horizon, you can feel the sun warmth. So
Well, that's a nice change.
it's counteracting the cold of the air. Because you know how you can stand in the sun on a winter day, the sun is really warm, but the air is cold?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's kind of what it is.
Oh, it feels so nice though. The sun! The sun!
Yes, you can feel the sun, and you can see it. And it's you all kind of
I
stop
want to cry.
for a second as you all watch the sun slowly come into view. You all just kind of like stop what you're doing and just stare as the sky gets, really warm and red and orange, and you start seeing the blue as you feel the sun on your skin and your faces, and you just bask in it. It's the first sunrise you have seen in about 3 or 4 months now.
Beautiful. And I'm not making a joke out of that. That is literally what she is saying. Maybe to herself, but yeah.
Sprite that fucking picture is amazing.
It's true though. It's like, you ever had a grilled cheese? I've never had one in my life. It's like
Transcendence.
It's like, yep, I remember my first Krabby Patty.
And then it all goes to your thighs. And then,
And then you
blow
blow
up.
What the fuck?
One of the first episodes of
SpongeBob.
SpongeBob.
No, like I posted something in Saturday Draw, like what would like Marx's expression if he had a grilled cheese for the first time.
Oh yeah, I saw the girl with the
The-
expression.
She's like, I don't know what to do with myself. I've tasted Nirvana.
Pretty much. But yeah, the sun is slowly rising, and you guys are essentially cleaning up camp.
Where are we going?
The closest town, I would assume.
With that, Eldeth actually goes, "Oh, that's right," and she pulls out a map from her backpack.
Do we all get to have a shared map now?
And you all have the. She has a map on her personage.
I need to actually look up the map again in our
And
chat.
yeah, I was about to say, if you guys want to pull up the map, she points out where she found you guys are.
Yeah.
I will pin that, because I don't think I've pinned the map before. I have not, so there we go.
It's in RP.
Yep. Yeppo.
Ah,
Uh-huh.
perfect.
So, looking at that map, she points to the large hill in the dead center of the High Moor. Oragoth is an underground city. You guys don't know that thing exists, so ignore that. And she says, "We're here. Took some figuring out to find out where we are, but that's where we are." And then she drags her finger north and west, all the way almost to the spine of the world, to a city by the name of... Where is it? What the fuck? Where'd it go? It's gone! Oh, there it is. It's in a forest on the coast, named Gauntlgrim, in Neverwinter Wood. And she says, "I'm headed home.
I was gonna say that does not seem like the nearest village.
I'm going home.
Oh.
Understandable.
I have to report. I am 3 months late for a report. I need to make sure my family knows I'm not dead. I have things to take care of at home as soon as possible." She then puts her finger back on where you guys are and goes north past Southwood and points... on your guys' map, it's not listed. But there's a little she points at a fork in the road and says,
We
"There's
talked about that place.
there's a small
before."
town there that it's small, but it's reputable,
We
and
talked about it.
you guys can probably get horses to wherever you're going when you get there.
Wait,
That's-
where is this gonna be?
Straight, almost straight north.
We talked about that place before.
You have. Wait, you
Straight
have?
north.
Yeah, Ruben talked about it.
I
Okay.
think to your character, but not to the others.
Okay.
No one knows except me.
So, if you look at the map, Susie, go to Go to Southwood. You see the little peninsula of trees at the north tip of Southwood there?
Uh-huh.
You see how there's the little triangle of circles on that grassland there?
Yeah.
She points to there and says there's a small town there that's not on major maps, but it's still a decent-sized city/town.
Okay.
Y- you recognize what she's pointing at.
Does Ruben respond, by the way?
I do?
Yes, Savra, you do recognize where she's pointing.
Could you maybe whisper me why I recognize that? Because I have no idea. Also, because like, from what I'm reading on the map that we have, that's not a road. That's a river.
Wait, where?
Like, directly all around Southwood, those are rivers.
Oh, well,
Oh, yep.
there's roads along the river. Like,
Okay.
that's rivers.
I mean, that would make sense.
Yeah,
That would make sense.
there are roads around rivers. Like, they're not going to be streets like thoroughfare roads like there are listed on between the major cities, but there are roads between towns. They're a little more dirty and unkempt, but there are roads along rivers. And she's like, that is the closest city that you will probably be able to find passage to wherever you guys are going.
So hold on, I'm gonna do some measuring here.
And I want you guys to know that I thank you from the bottom of my soul and from my being for getting me out of that hell.
Thank you for
And-
sticking with us.
I will never forget that kindness.
You're always our friend, so it's no big problem.
So that town, I don't know if I can make this assumption based off of the map or what I would have to roll to do so.
Ignore the key. The key is fucking wrong.
It's not though, Beard.
Okay. In this world, it is wrong.
Okay.
Normally, yes, that would be like 500 fucking miles or two.
No, it'd be 200 miles. Like less than 200.
It's not 200 miles. It's about a day's walk.
Okay, because I was thinking that earlier
Yeah.
and making calculations. It's like, wait, that can't be right.
It is.
Okay.
It'll take you about 18 hours of walking to get there.
Okay.
She says she's
Well,
gonna.
that makes everything like so much closer then.
Yeah, it's. I didn't realize the scale, and the scale's bullshit.
That's good.
For the purposes of our little adventure, the scale is about 1/10 the size, or
Okay.
some other
That's
variation.
that's just a lot of towns really close to each other then.
Yeah, that's like exactly what I'm saying. Is like that makes everything so much closer, and at that point they cease to be towns. They become like, I guess, just kind of like districts almost.
But you can always just truncate travel time.
Yes,
Yeah.
that's what I'm essentially saying. Is that travel time is not. There's some distance between the cities and towns, yes, but at the same time,
We're not gonna take 3 sessions.
this is fantasy game. This is a fantasy game.
Well, I mean, yeah, that's why we just like expedite travel.
Yeah. So, the distance may be right, but the amount of time your characters are going to be traveling in game is going to be skewed.
That's
fine.
That's fine.
Yeah.
I'm just saying that like I don't think that like the scale should actually be
By scale,
modified that much.
that's what I meant by scale, not by actual real world distance. But like your characters will not be traveling the correct amount of distance to get to where they're going. Anyways, and she says that's the closest town. I'm going to Daggerford and then to get a horse, and I'm getting back to town as soon as I can, if I can't find someone to teleport me there.
I'm inclined to say that we should maybe all just travel to Daggerford together. I mean, it's a little bit ways farther, but
Also, there is something you guys have not done yet, and I will remind you of that.
Huh?
I have no idea what you're talking about.
There is a certain satchel that you guys have not actually gone through.
What?
What?
It's been 3 weeks, so I don't blame you. But Serges's satchel is in your possession,
Oh.
and you never went through it.
Well, that's not ours to go through. That's of certain someone's to go through. Sprite?
Oh. Wait. Oh. Wait, a satchel.
No.
It's hold on, where is it?
I didn't even know we had it.
Oh,
neither did I.
shit.
Forgive
I kind
me
of remember
for
it.
forgive
Yes,
me for completely
it's
forgetting.
okay. It's okay. It has been 3 weeks, but the only thing left of Serges when he dissolved was a leather satchel.
Oh.
It's the thing that he had around his personage, basically his possessions, essentially.
Oh, we can go through that.
And it's basically in Marx's possession. Because,
Oh, I didn't know that. I never had that in my inventory. I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. It's because we ended, and I didn't really touch upon it other than a single line. But let me know if and when you want to go through it.
Heal yourself.
I guess. Well, is Elda still there, or?
Yeah. You basically have it. Like, you haven't gone through it. You picked it up, and yeah, you just have it.
Okay. Let's see. Well, let's see. I'm trying to think. Marks wouldn't exactly go through it at the moment until, his course of action and everyone else's is like, he just has that disposition. There's a time and a place for everything.
Yeah, like that's why I figured you probably would have gone through it overnight. Because you guys had some time finally.
Yeah, I just didn't know about that. I mean, I guess I can do that right now. I can have him look through it right now. Is there anything I have to roll, or?
No, hold on.
Okay.
I'm trying to find where in the heck is the item. Oh, I didn't scroll up enough. So inside the satchel are 3 things. I don't know if I told you what was in it or not. I don't know if you guys added the money already. But there was a small leather pouch that has 500 platinum in it.
Holy shit!
Oh my god. No,
Um,
I don't believe you told us that.
No, we
I-
did not get that because I still only have 10 platinum.
There is a small leather satchel with 500 platinum in it.
So Marks is sharing that 100%.
So everyone has 100 platinum.
Hell yeah!
Holy good golly damn, I'm rich, bitch.
It's like I just imagine Ziara just starts like crying. It's just like,
So everyone has 100 platinum. There is a necklace that is magical when you touch it, or when you get close to touching it, you can tell it's magical. I might even be able to give you a picture. Hold on. Yes, I can even give you a picture. It's actually kind of like a choker, almost. And that's what it looks like.
Ooh, that actually looks really pretty.
I really like that. I didn't realize it looked like that. I'm happy.
Beard. I wanted to make the worst reply/joke when you said that.
What?
Joker. I hardly know her.
It is
Weep womp.
weep womp. It is magical.
I'm cursed. It's because someone in my raid group, whenever a word ends with like that, he says it. I hardly know her, and like whenever a word up like that comes up, my brain instantly translates or goes to that, and I hate it.
In their voice.
Yeah.
When I have the chance, I would like to pull Ruben aside, if I may.
Hold on. And then also there was a scroll, a scroll of parchment in there with a wax seal that had been broken. And I'm assuming you went through this either in the. I'll say you're going through it in the morning after everyone's waking up and Eldeth is explaining things.
Yeah. It seems apropos. I mean, Marks wouldn't just like, oh hey, I got this, you know.
Oh yeah.
Well,
You took a night to sleep on it, and now that you're in a better place emotionally, you decided to go through it.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, it's a parchment rolled up into a scroll with a wax seal that someone had broken so that they could read the parchment. So it is essentially open if you wanted to open it.
Yeah, you know what?
Yeah, Sturgis is dead. Read his mail.
I have reason to believe that maybe it was not his mail.
Hey guys, I may have just won 100,000 platinum.
I just need to give them my social security and address.
The
What
Prince
social
of
security?
Waterdeep.
The Prince of Waterdeep needs my account information to give me money.
And apparently
What's
he's my uncle.
What's a social security number, guys?
You unfurl the scroll, and it is a language you do not understand, nor recognize. And it kind of gives you the heebie-jeebies to look at it.
Mark's kind of just like looks at it. He's like squinting. It's just like,
I don't know how
can't
to
read it. it's like what's that episode of Sonic Boom?
I
Like,
don't
let me
know
see
how
that.
to read.
it's like
Puts on
all right.
reading glasses.
It's like, oh wait, it's like, all right.
I
I don't know how to
fucking
read.
love that joke.
Well, I don't know what it is, so never mind.
Oh wait, I don't know how to read.
Can we see him?
He's
looking
going
at
through
his
stuff,
scroll?
yeah.
Ooh, what is it?
I have no idea. As far as I can tell, it may as well just be as useful as a napkin. Can you read this? Hands it to Meeps.
Probably
It is a
not.
language you do not understand, Meeps.
What about me?
What the
I probably
hell?
don't, but
You do not understand it either, Ziara.
Hey, you
as
know
you're,
who I
as you're
bet could figure out how to read
peeking
this?
over. Savra, have you pulled Ruben aside already, like, while this is all going on, or?
Yes, I would assume that, yes, I have. While they're all a little distracted, I would have pulled Ruben aside.
Okay. Go ahead.
Savra asks Ruben, do you want to go here, or do we want to go to Daggerfall? And she's like and she's talking about the place on the map that Eldeth suggested.
It would make sense to go to the closest town. I cannot go in there. That is not an option for me.
I think Go on.
But I can hide outside, wait for you guys.
I think the party would understand if we just told them that you can't go there. I mean, if Eldeth's traveling to Daggerford anyway, we can just make the argument that traveling together is still the safest bet. Plus, it will take us to a main road.
I think, yeah, like either. Gosh, I'm not sure. I know that town is gonna be bad for me. I'm not sure to what extent other towns might be. So, either way, I need to be cautious. Ruben pulls up his hood that he's had down since at some point in the Underdark.
Mhm.
I think it was when you guys got to Blingden Stone, he finally got comfortable.
Yeah, he's pulling his hood back up. Check with the party, the rest of and see what they think. If they just want to get to the closest town and get food or whatever, then we can go to the closest one. But I need to keep my
Lie low.
distance. Yeah.
Okay. That's all that you wanted to touch base with them on.
Meeps is
At this
waving.
point, when you finish your conversation, Meeps is waving at you, and you see the other three are gathered together.
Sarah, come try to read this creepy scroll.
All right. I go over there and can I read it just as I am?
Cannot tell what it says. It's a language that you do not recognize, and it kind of gives you the heebie-jeebies. Ruben, are you coming with?
Sorry, what? I
Are
blanked
you
out for a second.
are you coming with Savra to go back to the party?
Yeah.
Okay. Are you standing next to Savra?
Yes.
You can actually recognize the writing.
Okay.
Because
I don't have that spell anymore.
you're looking over her shoulder as she's looking at it with a puzzled expression, just like, eh? But you can make sense of it.
I want to read it before I tell anyone that I can read it. Just to get an idea if it's something.
It's something
Sensitive?
very important and sensitive
Okay.
to yourself.
I will just hand it
Myself?
back.
Yes.
I will hand it back. I will hand it back to Meeps
Oh.
and saying,
Uh,
"I'm sorry. I actually can't read this."
There was a signature on the bottom of that page that made your blood cool a little bit.
I can read it.
What?
We all look at him.
What language was it?
Deep,
Or
deep speech.
that is deep speech.
Yeah, I knew that.
Yeah, I knew that.
What does it say?
What?
And
Yeah, what
at
does
that
it say?
point, I guess I'll read it out loud to
You're gonna read it out
the
loud?
party.
Okay.
Yeah.
I can't find it, and I'm very upset with myself because I could have sworn I wrote out the letter. So give me a second. I have to
For a second, I thought
read
that
it
was the letter.
verbatim. No, I apologize. Out of character. I can't find the letter that I wrote.
Out of DM.
Out of DM. So I'm gonna have to do it verbatim from memory. So give me a second to fix any errors that I might say. It is addressed to Serges, and it's a letter that says, "Included is the last 500 platinum of my fortune. We are to use this to further the Master's plan and to amass our army and buy supplies. We will be able to use my city as a base of operations. The townsfolk are already complacent enough to be overrun. The ritual is almost complete. The experiment was successful months ago. When you arrive with your army, we shall begin the purging in the name of the Master." Signed, Regent Lafall.
And so so basically Ruben read that aloud.
His
Yes.
voice was shaking, and it took a second for him to say the name Lafall. And he looks visibly shaken.
Ruben?
Yeah, I'm good.
Mm,
I
So-
can't really believe that.
I'm going to say to Ruben, hold on to that letter. We're going to need that.
I add it to my bag or equipment, whatever. Unless Marks wants it back, so hold it.
Well,
It's his
Yep.
loot.
well, I can. You know what? I can let you hold on to it. It seems that you know more about it than I do.
At this point, Eldeth kind of chimes up and says, "It sounds like you guys might have business in town."
We do, but not there.
She kind of scratches her head. You sure?
Well,
It's time sensitive. We do, but not at this time.
what are you thinking?
Well, I don't know. It just seemed like you knew the guy. Then it
No,
sounds like.
I was asking Sabra.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay, sorry.
Do you think there's
I think actually, I don't know. Am I able to put this together, Beard, or what?
Give me an insight roll.
Okay. That's actually a pretty decent insight, I think. I would like to think.
It is a very decent insight, and as much as you hate yourself for coming to the realization, you kind of grit your teeth and go, a single letter, which could easily be forged, with no investigation and no follow-through, is not very good evidence. And you hate yourself for coming to this realization, because it's true. It's circumstantial at best.
Beard.
At
I know
best.
I know. However, you mean to tell me that she isn't confident that her people could decipher if it is a forgery or not?
Judging by the fact that you have been gone for 3 months, are in the company of a certain individual for 3 months,
Fuck.
and
God
you
damn it.
you
Fuck.
come up with this letter to a very specific individual with your superior officer, and you did not investigate it? You are seething with rage at the fact that you can
With acceptance.
Yes, rage at the acceptance of the fact.
Sabra's going to have to turn to Reuben and say, "It's like, we have to go there. After all, I'm sorry, but you don't have to go into the city if you want to keep your head down."
I mean, by the sound of this parchment, I'm not sure what state the town is in, but
That's what worries me also.
yeah.
But we need to confirm that this is legitimate.
I agree. Also, Buxby's getting coffee real quick.
Okay.
I'm going to turn to Eldeth and just wish her safe travels, and if she ever needs anything, I'm sure there's a way that Sabra can think of that she can contact her or something.
She says, if I need to contact you, there are mages in my home city that can send messages and sendings.
Okay.
So, if I need to get in contact with you or anything like that, I will be in Gauntlgrim. So if you also find a mage with sending or some other long-range communication, that is where I'll be. And I have no plans on leaving home for a very long time. I think I've had enough
I
adventuring.
Understood. That I completely understand.
It sounds like you guys have a little bit of a serious matter on your hands, so I'd also would like to give you the space that you are due.
Well, we hope you have a safe travel.
Thank you, and I wish you well on your journeys as well.
So,
Look
how
out
long
there.
did you say it would take us to travel there? 18 hours?
18 hours of nonstop hoofing it. In reality, it would take you a lot longer, but magic, and I have a specific thing.
I'm just assuming it's like we can kind of take our time to kind of plan things out as much as we can.
Yeah, you have plenty of time on your journey there to come up with ideas and things.
There's a thing I would like to do when we rest for the night.
Same here.
Well, you're waking up for the first
I know.
But at the end of this day, yeah, okay.
Yeah, at the end of this day, and so before we leave, I'm not that we will, but just in cases, I'm donning mage armor.
Just in cases.
That's
Just
adorable.
in cases.
Hey, hun, I have a question about a spell I have.
Yes, I have an answer.
The self part of disguise self means I can only use it on myself, huh?
What does the target say? Yes, the target says target self.
Bad. Oh.
Well, that's why we have disguise kits.
I don't know about you, but I don't have a disguise kit.
I do. I've been using it a lot.
Does her makeup every day to make her little I had a horrible fucking nightmare bags go away.
You should rub some of that on Ruben's face.
Eldith
Okay.
asks if there's anything else. I'm gonna take off now.
Yep, we
Alright.
understand, and again,
She
safe travels.
Goes around and shakes each one of your hands very heartily. Like she puts her full arm against your arm near the elbow, or as much as she can, and shakes it very.
Whoops. I didn't mean to do that. Please ignore that.
Yes, that does work. That it's touch, so it's not range self. And with that, she pulls her hood back up, squares her shoulders, and makes sure she's comfy, and fucking books it. She's not at a full sprint, but she's at a fast traveling pace. You get the feeling that she's going to be able to cover more ground than you guys because she's by herself.
Yep. Well, let's let us get on the road then.
Yeah, I guess if there's things to discuss, we can do it on the way.
Mm-hmm.
Hey,
again.
Ruben. If
Mhm.
you want to go into town, I can make you invisible for an hour.
That would certainly keep me safe.
Meanwhile,
what?
no one's asking about what the fuck Safra and Ruben were talking about.
Mark's.
You guys were busy talking about that letter and watching Marcus go through the bag.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, but we heard the part. Well, we know that he doesn't want to go into the town, right?
Yep.
That was being discussed. when we
You
came
basically missed the first half of that conversation. You only got that second half where she was like, "Yeah, we should go."
Is Mark gonna wear the choker?
You guys
I
don't know
mean-
what it does.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't think he really should wear it at the moment. Because it was on the person of
It was in a
Yeah.
bag. It wasn't. Excuse me. The reason it was in the bag is because that was last session's magical item.
Oh, okay.
It's a necklace of adaptation. Yeah. You guys, it is a necklace of adaptation. It's not a bad thing. That is.
Oh, okay.
I'll
Okay,
just
it's not cursed.
go ahead and link it so that you guys know what it is, because at one point in time someone's gonna figure out what it does, and since it's not actually super important, that is what it is.
Okay, now I have a question for basically everyone. Do we know, okay, in correlation to the map, Like, where are we? And where's like the town?
So
in
if
question?
you look at the map in the almost the dead center, there's that bright green little plains land there called the High Moor.
Uh-huh.
If you zoom in on there, there's a single lone hill near the Orogoth marker.
Oh, okay, I see that.
Orogoth is an underground town that you guys don't know exists. It's not on the map. Half of the cities aren't here because some of these are underground, and you have an overworld map.
Okay.
That is where you guys are. That little hill there. The town, if you follow your finger straight up the map past that little lake, past Southwood, you'll see a little triangle of grassland there between rivers and mountains. That is where the town is.
Now, I have a question.
Real quick, Shaw, did we ever discuss the name of the town, or did we just say the town?
I think I wrote it down somewhere because I know there is a name. I just don't know if I.
Oh, let me
Still
check.
have
Let me check my notes and I'll get back to you.
I don't remember either, and I briefly glanced through our DM history, and I couldn't see it, so I didn't want to say a town name.
And I don't have it in the general notes that everyone can look at.
Anyways, yes, Sprite.
Okay, now here is my question. In relation to where we are, what is closer? Is the town closer, or is Marx's
Is it Hornfall?
closer?
Is it Hornfall? Horval or something? The city name.
I think that might be it. Sprite, you are much further north. You
Further
are
north?
way further north.
Where would it be?
On the other side of the high forest.
Let's see.
Straight, just keep going straight north to the other side. You'll see the you'll see the little valley with nothing written in it. On the other side of the high forest.
Let's see.
I can confirm that it's Horval.
Horval. Thank you.
Okay,
Horval.
let's see.
That is the name of the town. Thank you.
Frozen Sea.
Yeah.
So let's see. The Nether Mountains.
Yes, it's somewhat. Your hometown is in the Nether Mountains.
Okay, I just learned to.
Yeah, so you're way far away. Most of you do not know where you are right now. The only ones that do are Savra and Ruben.
To be fair, I think
Wait,
most of the time
I
I don't know
do?
where I am.
You've traveled in this part of the world before. You don't know the exact location because you've never been to this field, but you're actually familiar with this kind of countryside, whereas your compatriots probably aren't.
Fair enough.
You're at least more knowledgeable than Meeps, kind of thing. Okay. So I will assume you guys are traveling now. You're basically going to go on whatever route you say. The easiest way to get there is to cut through the Southwood there and then follow the river.
Well, that is the quickest route, so if that's the route we want to take, I guess that's what we're doing.
I like trees.
Go ahead and give me survival checks and perception rolls then. This is for
I didn't even. God, I'm so.
making sure you're not getting attacked, making sure you know where you're going, not getting lost, all that kind of stuff. Because
I forgot to pull up my dice.
none of you really have a map
That's
with you.
copying me, Ruben.
I have poorly drawn maps. What are they poorly drawn maps of?
Your home.
Wouldn't I? Oh, I guess I wouldn't have any maps, even with.
Yeah, you didn't really plan on needing a map for what you were doing.
Okay, so
I guess
Okay.
not.
so the town is basically between like Unicorn Run and Southwood.
Yes, it's essentially between those and nestled next to that mountain there, in that little triangle.
Perception
okay.
it was, you said?
Yes, perception and survival.
Oh, my perception's actually a 12 because my passive is higher than 11.
Mm,
One higher, my passive is better.
Hey, sometimes one makes the difference.
It's true. It's so true, Beard.
Yep.
It's so true.
It
Oh,
is.
it's so
Survival.
true.
It is true.
Okay.
Weird, I've had a
one number is the difference between a critical 1 and a 2.
And one number is the difference between everyone murdering a boss before the boss fight can actually happen.
Yes. Yes.
Not
is
saying
a
that
thing.
happened with my evening Saturday group, but it did.
Hold on, let me roll for perception. Okay.
Okay.
Wait. Actually, no. That should be 8. Hold on. Sorry about
No,
that. Because that's not a survival check.
Oh, okay.
That's a perception check, so yeah.
So
it's 18 indeed.
you guys start on your journey. Go ahead.
Somewhere along the way, I think Ruben would speak up a little bit about his thoughts about the note, but take that when it's appropriate.
Well, go ahead now, and I'll summarize the journey when we get to it.
Okay. So he's been looking at the note over and over and says that it is curious that... So Ruben explains that he was a doctor in the town, and then he treated someone that was afflicted by this condition that we in the Underdark figured out was related to demons, to Demogorgon, and he was blamed for it and ran out of town. And it is now curious that this note from that person's father is in deep speech and heavily referencing a master. So something is very much messed up about that.
Something is amiss.
Everyone roll insight.
Ah, yes.
Bucks me.
Ah.
Yes. Too bad it's not with it. It's not with advantage.
I'm probably too distracted by the trees.
You haven't quite gotten to the trees yet,
But I see them.
but you see them. So yeah, you're like a tourist, like ooh ah.
Trees!
Skipping excitedly.
Reuben, Savra, and Meeps. The letter was addressed addressed to Sergis, and Sergis had 2 heads. And Sergis was also saying things about the Master.
I thought we were going to be done with demons.
Never done with demons.
I know.
So I'm thinking that either after the incident that occurred that made Ruben go on the run, either after that the regent was then afflicted by the same curse, or he might have been involved with demons before that, and might have been the reason the patient had that condition. And either way, it's not good.
I almost want to say that I think maybe that Regent has been involved the entire time, and the girl's death was not an accident.
What are you? Is that pure speculation, or are you?
I'm speculating, but I'm speculating that I think maybe she was intended to be a sacrifice, and in order to not give themselves away, they blamed you.
I mean, granted, I lived in that town for most of my life, I couldn't. And I mean, I never knew that family well, but never saw any signs of to be suspicions of them.
Well,
But
everyone has secrets.
nervously tugging collar. That was a joke. That's not canon.
That just may be the case is that maybe I'm sure they're Beard. God damn it! Hold on a second.
Yes.
I'm sending you something on Discord.
Okay.
And Ruben just says that either way, he would very much like some answers.
Yeah, I'd say pretty understandably if you got framed for murder.
It's okay if you did it though.
Yeah, this is a no judgment zone.
I was out of character. I would not like.
Oh, okay.
Or
It's like,
is it?
If it was in character, Marks would kind of just like pick up Ziara meeps. It's just like it's like not cool. That's not cool.
I've killed many things in self-defense, never while practicing medicine.
Oh, I thought this was going somewhere completely different. It's like I've killed many. This was different though.
I mean, we've been killing things since we met.
I'm just saying, if she was possessed by demons, I wouldn't have blamed you.
There is something crazy. I'm gonna propose once Susie is
Yes.
done sending stuff to Beard.
Uh-oh. He's giving up on me. He's coming to bother you, hun. He's gonna sit on your keyboard.
Nope, he's gonna sit on my mouse. Not allowed. You know that.
Where's our child?
Okay, so just had to confirm something. The last thing Salva was saying is that like everyone has secrets. There are some people I could potentially ask around to maybe confirm these speculations, but it's no guarantee.
Either way, getting more information would be good.
Speaking of Beard,
Mm-hmm.
they have a presence in what is this place called? Horval?
Horval. They have a
Horval?
presence pretty much everywhere, and the fact that they employed you guys, you're pretty sure they're gonna have a presence there.
Yeah, but I guess I'm leaning.
Beforehand, they probably knew of certain things there, unless they had a vested interest in the city.
Mm-hmm. Well, I'm guessing that like maybe someone Savra may not know directly, but ties there. Maybe they would have the best bet considering they're in this city.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Probably. That's a decent.
That's my
assumption.
logic behind. That's my assumption as a player.
Yeah, that's a decent assumption.
So that's basically Savra is going to share that with the group. It's like my organization probably has has a presence there. I'm sure there's someone I can ask who can maybe confirm. I'm a little worried though, because if they have a presence in this city that might have some demonic worship or chokehold on, I guess. I'm worried that maybe that those in the organization may also be affected. But we won't know unless I ask. So
And is she divulging this to all of us, right?
Yes, this is like while we're like moving,
Yeah,
or
this
when
is
we're
during your travels, like during your
Oh.
18-hour, your day travel. This is you guys talking. If that.
Then,
Oh, go ahead. No, go ahead.
then I have a suggestion, and this is a bit selfish of me to ask you all, my friends. With
Was that in
everything,
character?
yes, this is in character. Sorry, chest still hurts. um, with all that's happened, now that Surges is dead, but something else has cropped up, I kind of feel that I should report this to the higher ups of my village and the council. If we have their backing, I think whatever we may be dealing with would be and potentially affecting more. I think they would be the best ones to know. We'd be able to have their power to stand behind it, because knowing what affected after knowing what affected and gave Surge's strength, they wouldn't. My kin wouldn't want this to befall anyone else. And if we just go into a place that we might be overwhelmed with whatever this thing is, I think it would benefit us if we had a bit of backup potentially.
Do you have a way to contact them?
Not
Out of character, I might, but I can't yet because I would have to change spells.
Well,
I forgot what the name was.
I can't exactly contact them by any other means. However, I do have a connection with the village, but it's more of just a spiritual connection. It's sort of like my life is linked up
Oh
to
shit, never mind.
it's almost like my life is linked up to the land there. That's actually how we're able to tell if anyone in the village, if anyone born from Mao actually dies, because once the spiritual connection is severed from there, either they have passed on, or they've severed it themselves from removing themselves from the village. I don't know how else I can properly explain it. Sorry about that. But it's more a suggestion than anything. Ruben, I know this leaves you very nervous, and I kind of I just feel if we're more prepared, and inform a higher power that will have some possible support that'll give us proper support. I feel it might be in our best benefit to relay this information. Again, I'm not going to act on this unless we're all in agreement.
So, what would you do then? Would we have to travel all the way there, or?
That would be the only way, but that's why I want to put this idea to you all.
And where was it located?
Let's see, Beard.
In the
This is
Nether,
out of game.
he says in the Nether Mountains.
Do I know where that is?
Do you see it on the map?
Oh, I see it.
Yeah, it's north of the High Forest.
Yeah.
Right on the edge of the High Forest on the north side.
Basically, if we follow the river that goes past the town that we're going to now,
Mm-hmm.
it splits up into two, and the one that goes straight up goes along the forest and then up into the Nether Mountains.
It would take a lot of bushwhacking because that's not really roads that are traveled. You kind of know where the Nether Mountains are, most of you from the civilized folk. Meeps does not know where the Nether Mountains are because she doesn't ever see maps of the world around her.
Civilized folks accept Meeps. That's
well, if you were in her homeland, she would be the only civilized folk because she's.
I know. It's just the the wording is
I
like
go
older.
wash my hands, come back, and what? I'm not civilized now.
Because you don't live in this land, you don't know where things are.
Yeah, I know.
Yes, Susie.
So based off of like what Marx has just said, Cybra is going to chime in. It's like my people also can help in this, and the whole purpose of us going there would just be for reconnaissance and just information gathering. I mean, of course there is the chance that we will face trouble, but it's not like we're going to be assaulting a keep or anything like that, or at least God, I hope not. If oh God, I have to suggest this because I can't. She would not do it otherwise. If we decide to avoid Horval and go to your home, Marx, to seek help, I am not going to be going with you. I have reports that I need to fulfill.
And
I need to take those and I have to do those as soon as possible.
Then that settles that. We're going to the other town. My place can wait.
It's not. My reports can't necessarily be done here. The only reason why I'm okay with stopping in Horval is that it's on the way. But I have to get to Silvery Moon as soon as possible. And this is a stop.
Okay.
But
then I am with you all.
I'm not saying that we can't do what you are suggesting. I'm just saying if we do that, I will temporarily be taking a leave to take care of personal business.
And, well, I don't think we should be split up with the severity of our situation.
That's fair.
Then Savra, whatever you suggest, I'm for.
I don't want to. I don't want to put my personal matters ahead of anyone else or the good of like the group. I'm just.
Your problems are our problems as well. We're friends after all.
It's true.
I only suggested this because maybe that we would have a bit of extra help, but if this is more time sensitive and this is more dire at the moment, then this is the very first thing we should do.
I don't.
I only what I offered is only a suggestion.
And I don't think your suggestion is wrong. I think we could absolutely use their help. I'm just saying that I do have some time sensitive obligations to meet. And
we'll take care of that first.
If there's anyone else who wants to chime in.
Maybe we can find somebody who can cast sending that can send a message to your elders.
Beard.
I never thought of that.
1 second.
Beard. Oh, okay.
Fuck.
Yeah, not gonna happen, unfortunately.
What?
Yes, Susie.
Private talkies.
Yes.
Beard. Is it possible that there are people in Savra's organization that know sending?
Oh, definitely. Oh, yes. There are mages in every major city that can do that. Like, they're
Okay.
basically a telephone. They're basically a telegraph network.
Okay, well, if that's the case, then Savra is going to agree with me. It's that like we could potentially use we could potentially see if my organization could do that. The only thing is that they are very secretive, and that means they would absolutely know that you guys know what you're not supposed to know. So this is a rock and hard place.
Maybe we can just find an independent.
We could, yes. But I also could do some reporting in the town as well with that with my own. So maybe it can work out that we could go to Marx's village first. We'll have to see how it plays out. If we keep our heads low, we should be fine. I think.
Very
That's
important.
a good question. That's a good question.
This will depend on how I will respond to Savra.
Oops, accidentally clicked on Hangouts.
Stop!
What was the stop to? Was that to Beard or was that to Bella?
Yes.
You're getting in my way.
I am very curious as to what Ziara is supposed to say or wants to say to my character now.
She'll probably say nothing. Cause of Beard.
Are you blaming the DM?
Banned.
Yeah.
And bad.
Beard, I figured, but it
Yeah, okay.
won't-
I wanted to point it out just in case.
Also out of character, like this, it won't really do anything. But with, like you said, Nether Mountains,
Yes, Nether Mountains.
would I have, like, even if I didn't know that's what they're called, I would have been able to see those, right? Technically?
Yeah, you can see those. Like, you can see the ranges from there. Like, they're mountains. Even with how far away they are, you can probably see their peaks at the horizon.
Like, it doesn't add anything, but
Yeah, you can essentially see them. Well, about 2 or 3 hours into this travel, maybe about 4, you can actually start seeing the Southwood. And a few of you get a little happier as you continue your talking and your conversing.
I want to touch the trees.
Any other roleplay, or are you guys done with that until you get to the town?
Well, do we have a stop? Are we resting first, or?
Well, that's what I mean. Like, if you're done with significant RP for now, I can continue narrating the travel until you come up with something you want to talk about.
Well, there isn't something I want to talk about. There's just something I want to do, but I wouldn't want to do it in the town.
Okay. Well, you're gonna have to long rest a little ways away, anyways. So.
Okay, so that's all. That's all I want to just be. That's all I want to know is like, are we resting in town or are we resting outside of town?
You'll basically be about 5 miles from town when you rest.
Okay, that's perfect.
You guys get to the river, and the forest on either side is extremely welcoming looking. And you notice that during the travels, it got really hot. Like, summer weather hot. You guys were starting to sweat without
My
the
beans
shade.
are sweating.
Yes, your peats are very much sweating.
My beans.
Little wet paw prints in the grass. And you guys actually have to start like fanning yourselves. You take off cloaks. It feels like a really hot summer's day. Like,
Which is normal.
middle of summer, which is about normal, yes, but paired with the night, that was weird. And when you get to Southwood, it actually you hear thunder in the distance, and within the hour that it takes you to cross the river and start journeying into Southwood, thick black clouds actually roll in real quickly, and it just starts downpouring. You are in the forest. You are mostly covered, so it's kind of nice to hear the water on the trees. And every
gonna
once
say,
in a
that
while,
sounds nice.
you'll find a place where the dense foliage is not dense enough, and you'll see like streams of rainwater coming in through. There's thunder. You can see flashes of lightning through the foliage every now and then, and it sounds like a mixture between a summer storm and a spring downpour. It lasts for about 3 hours, 4 hours before it stops, and you're at the edge of Southwood. You can see the river. What's up?
Quick RP thing. Ruben's just gonna often mention, like, wanna bet the weather and the demons are connected somehow.
Well, I do still wonder about the card from the dealer I had that would involve switching the seasons, but I didn't think that it was going to. My understanding wasn't that it was going to be happening constantly.
The seasons? Or
Yeah.
Hmm. Did the cards seem like... Did the cards seem to predict it, or seemingly be the
No,
cause of it,
caused
if that's discernible?
what was the
said-
wording?
Hold on, let me get the exact thing that I wrote down.
I was hoping that there would be a lot more rain to deal with,
Why?
because I have something for that.
Oh, well, yeah. You guys probably got wet. Yes. But you would have gotten. It would have been like swimming in the river if you hadn't been in the forest.
Yeah, when I was kind of hoping that that it would be a lot more rain, personally, just for the opportunity to do something. But I'll save it.
Okay.
Okay, so the card says the seasons in the current realm suddenly switch, summer to winter, spring to autumn. This is constant.
And that's all it says?
No, that's all that it was supposed to do. Did you break that? Okay. Sorry, Bruce.
I'm
Chip clip.
I'm fidgeting.
Even though he has fidget toys,
I
and
know.
he should do that instead of breaking up.
Hey,
the
continue
chip.
RP.
I'm gonna take the card out of my bag, and it's blank, right?
Mm-hmm.
Actually, Beard, I will say that I don't know if anyone actually, does it specifically say the size, or is it like up to? Okay, it is just a straight up 20-foot radius.
That's 40 foot. That's 40 feet diameter. That's
I-
pretty fucking big.
I know. I just don't want to deal with being wet and cold, especially if it means that like that winter coldness is going to come back. So I think I am going. During that whole rain, there's something that Sabra would have done.
What is that?
Using Heart of the Storm to make rain stop falling in a 20-foot radius centered upon her.
As the rain finally picked up when you first entered the forest, you noticed that Savra did something. You're not really sure what. It was a very strange incantation of a spell. But then, like in anime and action movies, when a hit is so powerful that rain hits like a sphere of force around it and like glides down the invisible sphere of force, that happens to the rain around her, within like a 40-foot diameter, like a big enough that you guys can comfortably walk separate from each other, but still like be next to each other and be dry.
Or shake
Huh.
myself dry. Because we were wearing a little bit anyway.
Basically, when
I'm
the rain
gonna
started
shake
picking
a
up.
little bit myself, and then also groom myself. Just the face part.
Little Meeps grooming.
Rub, rub, rub. Rub, rub, rub. Well, with that, you guys continue along the river. The river is a little bit swollen, you can tell, from the rain. You can tell it was pretty heavy rain. But thanks to both Savra and the trees, you were spared the worst of it. Yeah. What?
I was just going to say, just trying to keep us dry as much as possible, which would be entirely, except for maybe our feet, because that doesn't stop like mud ahead of us from being, muddy.
Oh, yeah, it's still muddy. Also must be looking call text. And you travel along the river. Good couple hours, and nothing really changes. It gets warm again, so it's really muggy and humid. But you get to a place where a huge section of the forest is leafless, like it's the dead of fall. The leaves are all brown and crispy. Well, they would be. They're soggy now, but they're brown. And
Well, they would be.
it literally looks like you're walking straight from summer, and then suddenly everything around you is fall. And that lasts for about another hour of walking before it goes back. And that kind of thing, that kind of scenery is constant. It's constantly playing tricks on your mind, and it's really hard to concentrate, honestly, because it's so weird to see this everywhere you look. Is this kind of evidence that all of the seasons are happening at once. And eventually you do make your way to the other side of the fork in the river. You can see the town in the distance, and it is the dead of night now. It'll probably take you about an hour or two to journey there tomorrow.
Then we should rest.
Then rest
I'll
we
take-
shall.
Take watch.
So a thing that I did want to do is, I don't know how
useful this will be, but I want to try.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna ask Ruben if I can see the letter.
Of course. I hand it over.
And I don't know how this will affect the usage of the spell,
Mm-hmm.
but I'm going to see if I can try scrying on Lapal or Lafal or whatever.
Okay.
Interesting.
What is the DC?
17.
Let's see here. You know of him. I actually have to pull up scrying. Give me a second.
Yeah, I have it in my spell.
scry.
I have it in my spells, by the way, with the whole information.
All right. Second hand, you have heard of the target. You have not met, but you haven't only just heard of him. I'd say it's going to be a -3. You do not have a You kind of have a possession.
See, that's why I was wondering. Is like,
Kind of have a
I don't-
possession. It's his family seal, his handwriting, and his paper. I'm
but
gonna
I don't know if it's a
say.
forgery.
I'm gonna
So it's up to
say
you.
if it is his article, it would be a -3. So he gets a 0 bonus. Because he gets a +3 against it and then a -3 against it. So yeah, I'd say it's an even save for him, and it's a wisdom save of 17, correct?
Yep.
Okay.
I'm gonna toss it back into the chat again, just for the sake of everyone else seeing the information on it.
You feel the spell come to completion, but then hit a wall, and it fails. So, unfortunately, it was unsuccessful.
Damn it. Did the wall feel like I was pushed out, or just that it didn't take?
It didn't take.
Okay, so
you,
that
you
means
hit the
he succeeded.
Yeah, you hit the it was resisted wall
Gotcha.
because you have
So at least
you
I
have
so,
experienced that.
Yeah, so I at least know that I wasn't blocked.
You were not cock blocked. No, he just resisted it.
Cool, just making sure. That's because that's important. Because
That's important information.
yeah. So, there's one thing I need to do, by the way.
I'm gonna beard myself.
Ugh,
Okay.
beard.
Yes.
I'm just gonna say, following this, because it never leaves her mind, and it'd be very hard to not
Oh,
think about it
Go
after.
ahead. Okay. Yeah, you cannot resist.
Sabra's-
All of the information that you've had to deal with the last 24 hours have kind of worn on you, and now you're getting a little antsy and a little worried, and you need to assuage that.
So before I do this, I'm going to hand the letter back to Ruben and mention it's like I wanted to see if I could see what was going on in like with this person directly, but unfortunately it didn't work. On the plus side, I wasn't blocked like when I tried looking in on someone else for Ziara, but and she's not trying to say that passive aggressively. She's just like admitting it's like I know I was not blocked, and that's actually kind of something that she didn't actually divulge that information. Now that I think about it, that like she just said that it didn't work.
Correct.
She's actually revealing that she was blocked last time.
She was forcibly ejected. from the scry.
Yeah, so at the very least, they don't know that I was trying.
Someone basically bitch slapped her spell.
Yeah. This time it was just resisted, and unfortunately, I can't try again for another day. But there's that. And after doing that, she has to do what she's been doing before. Is checking in on a certain somebody.
The spell takes.
I'm sure there's
Completes.
not very much new information.
And you see the same scene you've seen 5 other times, I believe now. And
4 or 5,
it's
yeah.
somewhere between 3 and 5. Only this time she is curled up in a ball and is rocking back and forth, sobbing. Her arms hugging her knees to her chest.
Or
with
her arm hugging her knees.
Her arm, yep. Well, both arms. It's she's just missing the hand portion of the other arm.
Oh, that's right. Okay,
yeah. And her head is buried into her knees, and she's just rocking and sobbing for 10 minutes when the spell ends.
During that time, I'm sure I can't really make it out, but is there any way for me to see if, like, she's being affected by, like, the same madness that we have encountered?
Insight.
Ooh, not bad. 6 plus that, yeah.
It's not familiar, but she seems to be afflicted with something, but you're not sure what. You haven't had the opportunity to actually, like, engage with her in conversation and to see her reacting to another person. You can't tell fully. You have experienced madness yourself. You have experienced other people mad. You know that something is afflicting her, but you don't know what. You don't have all of the pieces of the puzzle yet.
Would it be safe for Sabra to... could Sabra assume, though, that, like, this is not associated with this demon madness?
That is for Sabra to decide.
I don't think she can make that decision without absolute certainty.
You making coffee? Okay.
So she's just remaining a little... She's remaining worried, and maybe a little bit more so now.
Understandable.
But when she's finished, she puts the crystal ball away. And is probably a little bit dreary looking.
Drearier than she has been. Alright, anything else from the party for this night of resting?
Nope. Nothing.
Alright, well, you guys rest through the night. Who is taking watch?
Me.
I got a 6 this time.
Meeps says, she will...
Me as
I
well.
will.
Alright,
If you need-
Meeps and Ziara, go ahead and give me perception rolls.
Oh boy, that's a good duo.
Is it getting really cold again?
Yes, it is plummeting in temperature. In fact, you actually start seeing snowfall.
Oh God.
That's
I don't know if
It's
I don't know
very
if it will
it's
be-
very light. It's very light. It's not sticking. It's melting the moment it touches, but it's a very small dusting of snow that's falling.
before like the whole like night is done. Savra will, I think this would be a good thing to like help her get her mind off things, but she's going to offer to like make dinner again using the fire lichen as a additive, the extra warmth, I guess.
All right, go ahead and give me
Okay.
a what did I say? The
Survival.
survival, yes. Without proficiency.
Are we still in the forest?
You're out of the forest. What would you like to do while you're in the forest?
Get acorns.
Touch
Survival
trees.
roll.
Touch trees to feel better.
You touched every tree you came across.
Five.
Is that a skill?
You just
You don't know.
lovingly caressed the bark of every single tree that came within reach.
And I'm whispering to every tree as well.
I love you. Don't go
Slowly backing away.
anywhere. God, that coffee smells good.
5.
You are able to find one acorn.
I will stare at the acorn very lovingly.
My precious.
I look at it, it's like, did that fall down or did you take that off a poor tree?
She found it
Hey.
off
What?
the ground.
Okay, good.
Is what she says, because or unless you don't want to say it, you found it on the ground.
No, I was
I'm
just
gonna
joking.
say I found it on the ground.
I was just joking. Just imagine like her pulling it off a tree. That poor tree.
And then I'm going to look down at her and be like, when you lose a little bit of fur, when you shed it off, do you feel it? No.
No, but when someone pulls it off.
Yeah, just like a ow for a second. Settle down. Half tempted to have Neeps go over there and like pluck it
I
over the hair
I
out
was
of the
gonna
tail.
say like I almost want to pluck something out of you to see how you would react.
You can if you want.
So
Can I
what was your? Oh, go ahead.
I want to pluck a small bit of fur out of Meeps.
Both of you
Oh,
give
jeez.
me. Both of you give me a sleight of hand check.
Oh,
Give me
fuck.
that fur.
Yeah, I'm getting fucked. I rolled a 2.
Well, you don't have a plus 24 to your sleight of hand, so yeah. How?
Oh, I have a plus 13.
Unfortunately, you didn't roll a 13.
Use your inspiration.
Use your inspiration. What were you trying? What are you trying to do, Ziara?
I want to prove to her that it hurts.
What are you aiming for? Just anything you can grab a
Pain!
hold of, or you're aiming? You're aiming for pain. Okay. She lunges at you, just squints her eyes, holds up her hand, and you're like, "Hey." And then she lunges and goes to grab something. You try and beat her away, but she gets around your arm, grabs the upper part of your arm real quick, and yanks and pulls out like 5 or 6 hairs.
Ow!
And it hurt.
See?
1 point of
And now I'm
plucking
over it.
damage.
1 point of plucking. 1 point of piercing damage.
Meeps just kind of rubs her arm a little bit, and she's like, "Yeah," and now it's over. You satisfied? Told you I found
Barely.
it around anyway.
So, Savra, how was that cooking attempt?
So remember how I said that this would be good for to like take it off her, like to take her mind off of things.
Uh huh.
Boy.
You've nat won it. Oh no. It is a burned, charred mess.
Does it smell like burnt spicy food?
Oh, it's. You used 2/10 of your
Fire like a
fire
Fire
lichen, and it is. You also lost 6 rations.
I know.
They are not salvageable, not edible. They are just destroyed. You even dropped one of them into the fire and couldn't get it back.
I feel like the entire time that she was doing that, she was like her hands were shaking,
Yeah, a little.
and she was also trying very hard not to get frustrated, and also probably not cry about it.
Oh, there's nothing worse than when you're already upset about something and then something else goes wrong.
I know this from firsthand.
Same.
So Savra has failed at cooking.
Unfortunately.
So sad.
I want to eat it anyway because Sabra
Oh.
looks sad.
Give me a
And
give me a Constitution roll.
Oh.
You can't. You took a bite, grinned as you were chewing it while your tongue was going blah, blah, like trying to scrape it off on your teeth. You took another bite and you just like spat it out and just like.
I pet Sabra's shoulder. I'm like, that was the best burned food I've had. Yes. No!
Go ahead and roll a deception.
Please. Oh!
You believe the fact that of all of the burned food she has ever eaten, that is the best burned food she has ever eaten.
That gives smile. That makes blah 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 blah. That makes Savra smile a little bit,
Yay.
although she is still trying to withhold her failure.
There's such
You
a big
alright,
hole
Beard?
in this mouse.
Oh, he just saw a gif of something adorable.
The pony girl in fucking My Hero Academia is finally in the show.
Beard, hold on. That reminds me. Hold on, this is relevant. Someone actually sent me a clip
Hey.
yesterday.
I just saw it of her talking at the very beginning. It's like 20 seconds, according to Vlad Teacher.
Yeah, but is that a GIF or is that a video?
It's a full 20-second video. I just retweeted it.
Okay. It's probably the same one that I saw, and they're like, "Don't teacher think she doesn't understand."
I cannot wait to watch the last few episodes. I'm behind. Anyways, so yeah, the burned food actually does sound like she thought it was the best burned food that she'd have.
And Savra's going to say, "Thanks."
Yeah.
And because it's part of her flaws, she's going to try again because she cannot accept failure.
Okay.
Oh my god.
Or has trouble accepting failure.
Survival once more.
I swear to God, if I get another one.
Della has a mouse toy, and the outside is coming out.
Well, guess
Aw.
what, Beard? It's the same as last time. Not the 1, but it's also another 9.
Okay. Well, yeah. You
You give
reproduce.
her newfound confidence, and she tries again.
Yep. You use another 1/10 pound. And 6 more rations, and you are able to make a fairly decent meal once more.
The same meal as the previous night.
Mm-hmm.
Well, actually, I don't have to use 6. It was only 5 this time.
Oh,
Oh,
yes,
that's not
it was only 5, so you were 10,
Nice.
down 10 rations now.
Yep.
You can't hear me, but hi, Della.
I bought a new mouse for her, but she doesn't want it. Well, she played a little bit with it, but she found her old mouse back that I was hiding.
Mm-hmm.
And it doesn't look like a mouse anymore.
But
As
now
it should
everyone
be.
has been fed again with my fire light.
Yep,
and-
it does help assuage the cold. It does help.
Yay.
Also, Buxby, did you see what I whispered you in Roll20?
Oh, sorry. I need to walk back to my computer.
Oh, okay. Wait, is your headset wireless?
No, but it has a long enough cable.
No.
Oh, okay.
Well, there anything else anyone wants to do before we move on to the next day?
How many more days did Beard say we had until?
Oh, you are at the town, basically.
Yeah, we're like 5 miles out.
You can
Okay.
see the town. What
Am
little
I
bits of the
Is
town you
anyone-
can see.
when you whispered me that? Is anyone else awake that I can poke? Meeps?
Everyone is pretty much asleep because Meeps took first watch.
Does it look bad?
You can't tell because it's still nighttime, but it's definitely not normal.
Oh God, what does she fucking see?
I'm like, like out of character. I'm like debating with myself. Should I scream this so everyone wakes up, or wake one
It's
person up?
you see bits and points, not like a giant fucking mass. It's like there might be small minor ones around.
Okay. Oh, okay.
It doesn't look like the end of the world. It looks like something either just happened, might have happened, or something like that. You're not quite sure.
I'm so curious as to what the fuck you're talking about now.
I'm okay. Then I won't wake anyone up. I'm just looking at it. If it gets worse, I guess I'll wake someone up.
What am I doing?
You're sleeping because you took first watch.
Oh, I took first watch. I forgot we didn't watch this together.
So, Ziara's just watching something go down.
It's almost like well, that's happening, but it's not really my problem. I think.
Oh my God.
It doesn't look that bad, but it's not good. I'll tell them in the morning.
Oh my God.
Well, with that, you all sleep through the night, and wake up refreshed in the morning, albeit very cold.
Did the thing that you whispered me got worse, or was there
Nope.
more?
Didn't get
Okay.
worse.
I moved to Ruben. I'm like, because I know it's his town, right?
Correct. You know Reuben has involvement with this town, but you're not sure why or what.
Oh, okay.
Well,
I
he said
think-
the other day that he
Yeah,
Oh,
spent his whole life
okay.
there.
spoke on a
Yeah,
trip
I'm
and I
sorry.
spoke about my hometown.
I'm
That's
sorry,
why I
that's right.
knew the name of the town. But I moved to Ruben. I'm like, I look at him and I point at the town. It's like, is your town supposed to be kind of on fire here and there?
You all kind of like look at her and then look at the town, and now that it's daylight, you can actually tell that there are small fires. From where you're standing, since it's not really on a hill or anything, you can tell that there might be some minor fires in the town. There's some very small whiffs of smoke that kind of dissipate pretty quickly once it hits the air. They don't look to be big. You can't see much flame. If there is flame, it's like barely seeable in the daylight kind of thing. And yeah, it's a town that might have just been on fire or is just starting to be on fire. You're not quite sure.
I don't think we ever spoke about my hometown, Beard, and ironed out the details, but I'm assuming this is not normal.
This is not normal.
I like how you should have seen Shaw's expression slowly change as I said that.
What would it be an insight to tell if it's like building fires or?
Insight. No. It would be a survival check.
Oh, God damn it! I have no fucking idea. Apparently, survival is just something Sabra's not good at.
She's a city boy.
Not even.
City boy!
She's a fucking apartment girl.
Ruben, you can tell that that's not bonfires. Like that's buildings that might be on fire. Again, you don't think the whole town is ablaze. You think maybe some minor fire started from lightning strikes, maybe a campfire or a torch got out of control. You don't know. It's just small minor fires, but they are not like purposeful.
I relay that to the rest of the party.
Ciara, why didn't you wake us up when you know something was on fire?
It doesn't look that bad.
She's kind of right. It's true, but you shouldn't have said it. But it's
I've seen worse.
You've all kind of seen worse. It's not really an emergency, but it's probably something that definitely needs to be looked into, kind of thing.
Ruben didn't seem to care about the town anyway. I think.
The grass around you, far enough away from your party, is kind of frosted over, by the way, because it did get that cold with the rain.
Jeez.
So some of the leaves are a little crispy.
I want to run my hand on the crispy leaves.
They crunch in a frozen way, and then they're soggy.
They
Fun.
crunch.
Punch.
But now that the sun is rising, the heat is very quickly building.
Oh, that's terrible. It's just like the weather right now. It's so inconsistent.
I fucking know, right?
It's like, oh wow, it's so nice and cool outside the next day.
90
It's like,
degrees!
what is happening?
Global warming.
Global warming.
Global warning.
All because of Meeps.
Memes caused climate
Global
change.
warming.
So yes, you are now ready to start your day. You are within sight of the town.
Well, are we gonna go take a peek at that?
I think we probably should.
That might be a good idea.
I guess.
Ruben, you want to be invisible for an hour?
It'll probably take you about 2 hours to get there.
Can we
Ruben, you want
disguise
to be
him
invisible for an
first?
hour when we get there?
Can we disguise him first and then make him invisible for like if something goes wrong with the invisibility shit thing? Belle?
I mean,
I have a disguise kit. I can turn him into a tabaxi.
I think. I don't know if you could actually do that.
You could attempt.
Let me
can-
attempt.
You can always try.
Try turning him into
I
like
think this will end up the same in a very
like an elf
similar,
or something.
trying to impersonate a dwarf fashion.
Let me attempt. I
Turn him
know
into
what
a
I'm
half
doing.
elf, not a tabaxi. That's too hard.
What's wrong with tabaxis?
They're covered
Nothing.
in fur.
You. That's gonna take you a while.
You're gonna have to take out your own fur.
Or meepses.
No, I do not consent to this. You
I
try
don't
to
think
pluck
she
out
has-
more of my hair.
Ziara,
I have
I
a
love
disguise
your-
kit. Maybe
I
I,
love
have
your-
wigs in there.
I love your ambition, but I don't think Meeps has enough fur to
But
That's so
make it
weird.
tabaxi.
what is in a disguise kit anyway? Maybe I have like 10 wigs
It's
and
a
I turn them.
makeup kit
There's probably wigs in there.
with probably a wig, yes, but not soft pelt to put on someone's skin to make them look like they're
Doesn't-
a furred creature.
Doesn't matter. I must try.
Listen, just make him look like a half elf or something. Fine.
I say yes to Meeps, but I'll try to make him a tabaxi anyway.
There she goes.
You're gonna try and make him into a tabaxi.
I will attempt.
Now I have to figure out
Yeah.
what the fuck you have to roll.
I'm gonna go out on a limb here and say,
Intelligence. With proficiency.
Okay.
Roll a d20
Be
plus.
right back.
Roll a d20 plus your int plus your proficiency because you were proficient in disguise kits.
How do I fill that in?
click on your disguise kit. Do you have that in your proficiencies on your skill on your character sheet?
No.
Yes, it's under tools underneath your passive
Oh,
perception.
okay. Do I
So
click that?
Yep,
It
click
should
that.
say query, and if you click it and then select intelligence, it will roll it for you.
Oh, I didn't know that. Heck. Yeah.
You work for a minute, and you pull
What's the
away.
+3 +0 +4? Oh, intelligence modifier +0 plus proficiency. Got it. I'm smart.
Wait, what is the +0? Intelligence, proficiency, and what's the 0?
I don't know. It doesn't say.
Modifiers. It's just like additional
extra modifiers. Okay. And you kind of like back up and kind of put your hand on your chin, like the thinking emoji, and kind of nod to yourself, like, "Yeah, that looks pretty good. That looks pretty good." Everyone else looking, no, it does not. He is most definitely not a tabaxi.
But does he look like Ruben?
He looks like a human who has put on makeup to... Here, hold on.
I swear to God, if you're gonna do like animal face paint,
That's what I thought too.
it could be worse. He could have tried making a beard out of a tail.
This is literally what Ruben looks like. Only male.
Oh no.
I had a.
Let me see.
I had a.
So he's literally
Can
a
I-
human with face paint to make it look like he has Oh!
Oh my goodness!
No, you didn't roll a 5, so no, it does look good.
That's not a 5. That's a 1.
No, a 1 would just be like you draw like a little kitty mouth over his actual mouth and you called it.
No, you know what? You know what? That's a 10. In my opinion, that's a 10 because that's at least comical. That was just awful.
Ziara, I appreciate the effort. This is not gonna fool
You're
anyone.
welcome. Oh.
It's very well painted.
You can't tell that it's Ruben, that's for sure.
I was gonna say, it
But
doesn't
you-
look like Ruben though.
But Ruben definitely looks like a human male who looks like he has painted his face to make it look like an animal.
This is just gonna attract more suspicion.
I was just gonna say
But you'll
I
be
don't-
invisible.
that is gonna be even more suspicious if he comes out of invisibility and then, oh look, I happen to have a cat face.
Orion, why are you wedged in that corner like that?
Ryan just responds, "Why aren't you wedged in the corner like this?"
Ruben's gonna say that once we get closer, if Meeps can toss invisibility on him, then that'll be
Well,
good.
you need it now.
And he wipes off the face paint.
My creation.
My creation!
It was so well painted, it just didn't make him not look like a human.
But the point was that he would not look like Ruben.
As we stated, it would attract more attention than a hooded human.
Eh.
Details.
Druid logic.
There are hooded humans everywhere. People are not going to pay attention to that, but they're going to go, does that cloaked human have a tiger face?
I mean, unless it's too hot for hoods.
Meh. I feel underappreciated.
I give Zara a pat on the shoulder and be like, it was a good attempt. And I am being earnest. Because it was impressive makeup. It was.
Mm-hmm.
I will give her that. It was impressive makeup. But I believe it is also suspicious.
I'm out of character for a second. I wanted to say, like, yeah, I was like, I've been practicing on myself this whole time, and I just wipe my face clean, and I'm a human as well.
Ha, plot twist.
the whole time.
I would feel so betrayed.
I think I would just leave.
You would leave like Pooh left his body.
Oh my god.
Just astral project from your body, never to return.
Okay, so are we going?
Yep.
All right, so you are headed to the town.
By
Oh,
the way,
Mm-hmm.
I want to say that this was like when people were trying to read the note and they're like, Savra, can you read this?
Yes.
And Savra's like,
Oh bother. Fucking Pooh.
You know, I actually have a whole collection of Meep's reaction images that I never get to use.
You should. I mean, people have doodled them enough. And
they're
so
not-
have you.
They're not doodles though. They're just
Oh,
like
actual
GIFs.
pictures of.
They're like GIFs. and
Yeah,
stuff,
that's right. That's right.
And then I have like 3 fluke ones that are just different horsey GIFs.
You need to have have gifts of Caboose.
I do need Caboose GIFs.
All right, so you start journeying towards the town. As you get closer, signs of carnage actually appear.
Okay.
No, what's up?
I was gonna say, as we're like before we even start getting closer to the town, I'm gonna do what I usually do,
Which
was mage armor.
well, of course.
Okay.
Signs of previous fighting and or chaos and or carnage and or fires, whatever. Signs of something amiss are becoming more and more apparent as you get closer. The town does not have a wall. It's not a walled city. It's not a city. It's a town. It's pretty sizable, probably a couple thousand people. But it's not a city, so it doesn't need defenses. You notice that one building is completely razed to the ground. Some smoldering embers still left. It's where one of the plumes of smoke is coming from. But as you continue through the town, you actually, towards the town, you actually notice that there are shapes flitting around the town. Above it, inside it, but they are not human. Nor humanoid. And as you get closer, you notice there are various unknowable, just like weird shapes of fiend kind. They look like imps, winged creatures, maybe they look like kobolds a little bit, but they are not. And you see quite a few of them in town. You don't see any people. And from where you're standing, there is a group of little demonic things banging on a door in one of the streets. Unless you say otherwise, you continue towards the city until you're about 100 feet from the city. Or from the town.
Well, we're not gonna. This isn't gonna be a safe place for us. For any of us.
What happened?
Demon attack.
Think we were too late?
Hold on, the note that we got, what did it say? That citizens were complacent? Yeah. But we don't know how long ago that note was written. So whatever is going on, they clearly don't care about keeping it a secret anymore. If there's fucking demons roaming around.
Beard,
Mm-hmm.
Is there a way to tell how long ago something was written?
How
Unfortunately, no.
fresh is the ink?
Damn it.
You would need cartography supplies for that.
So like, is the town still like intact in some places?
Oh
or
yeah,
is it,
most
like...
of the town is intact. It's just every here and there you'll see fire licking at a building. Like maybe there's a fire that the rains perhaps didn't put out. The only building you see like destroyed is the one like right at the edge of town. Most of the 99% of the town is intact.
Does Ruben know what that building is, by the way? That
uh,
is destroyed. Like if it's any interesting. building
no,
at all.
it's unfortunately just a nondescript building.
Okay.
And it's not completely overrun. Like, you don't see, like, thousands upon thousands of little imp demons. You see maybe a couple dozen flying around town. You can tell they're giggling and cackling. And then there's about 3 or 4 that are kind of, like, crowded around a doorway in the street. Slamming on the door with their fists and laughing and cackling.
Can we hear like, from where we are? Can we hear like any like people from within that building like making a commotion?
Cannot tell. They're about 200 feet away from you. You can tell that they're giggling and cackling because all of them, all the imps in town that you can see, you can hear like giggling and cackling and general assholedness laughing, just drifting through the town. Revelry, essentially.
I sent you something on Roll20 Beard, by the way.
Oh, whoops, that's the wrong person. There we go.
Lots of little fiends everywhere. Don't know if I'm going to be considered welcome or a problem.
Tieflings are generally not considered as evil unless otherwise. They are seen as a civilized folk. It is very much past the main time periods where tieflings were evil just for being tieflings.
Yeah, but like people are still generally distrusting of tieflings, aren't they?
Not completely. You'll find the bad egg every now and then that just doesn't
Some
trust
people are
tieflings.
just fucking racist.
Yeah, some people are just fucking racist, but in general, in a situation like this, you could probably surmise that people aren't immediately going to think you're there to help the demons.
Yeah, got it. Okay. So Beard, yeah, as soon as we
Yeah, I'm typing a
can.
response.
as soon as we can, I would like to do what I could for investigation rolls, if I could.
Yeah, because I'm gonna move to voice for this one, Susie. You don't know who it is. You have no
Yeah.
idea. So you would actually have to like start thieves canting at people. You'd have to start obfuscating. You'd have to start talking and investigating. Like it would to find a needle in a haystack.
Yeah.
Even though you are familiar with said needles, paths of movement kind of thing, it would still take some interviewing.
Oh yeah.
In a non-demon infested town of just general people milling about, it would probably take you about a day But as the current situation is, you don't see anyone aside from the demons. So it might take a little bit more work to find it. But there's also the problem of the fact that there are imps and demons flying around town.
Well, probably should try dealing with some of these problems, shouldn't we?
It doesn't feel right. Just walking away if there's demons around here.
That's how I'm feeling. Honestly.
What should we do?
By this time, you guys have crept up to the nearest building and are basically looking down the street towards the group of 3 or 4 that are harassing this doorway.
Have we seen any normal people yet?
You have not seen any normal people yet.
Okay.
You can catch one of the demons.
Ooh, hey, yeah. What if we got one and, like, interrogated it?
Demons are not beasts, right?
Correct.
But I'm sure some of them might know how to speak Infernal!
Or deep speech.
Or deep speech. We can only try. But also, even if they didn't speak all that, Savra has a spell that she can.
Well, if we're gonna do this, then now really is the time. If we have a handful of demons at the edge of town.
Yeah. I feel like we should try doing this in a small group and not in the heart of town. If everyone's in agreement.
Do you want to
Let's
capture
hear it.
them or kill?
At least capture one of them. Because we can
Yes.
question them.
Okay.
It's at this point you notice that the ones that are beating on the door are getting happier as the door actually is starting to splinter.
Alright, I'm gonna...
There might be people in the building.
I know, and that's why I'm
Yeah,
just like, fuck it, Eldritch Blast one of them.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah, let's just kill these guys, see if the people inside are safe or whatever they're after that's inside, and interrogate one of them. The
I'm
demons.
also not kidding, by the way.
Okay, go ahead and make an attack roll with Eldritch Blast then.
I'm gonna be ready to rush in as well.
The first one's a 19, and the second is a dirty 20.
Eldritch Blast. Savra peeks around the corner and snaps her finger and points, and 2 Eldritch Blasts careen from her finger. Go the 100 feet to the 2 of the 4 that are there, impact them, and they just explode into dust and vapor.
Holy crap!
Whoa!
It just like a strange mixture of how you kill a heartless and someone being slammed in the chest with a cannonball.
So
Jesus
kind of
Christ.
like a juicy mist.
Kind of like a juicy mist.
March.
Sweet.
Ow, ow.
Can
as-
you like grab Savra's arm and like shake her excitedly?
As,
Like
as soon as that happened, the other 2 turn, point at you, and scream something in a language none of you understand.
Are
and
you
they
sure?
yes,
Ah!
I am sure. It is not infernal, nor is it deep speech. And then they run towards you, and 3 more descend from the sky.
What?
And to save you all the effort, you literally don't have to roll initiative. Basically, you all realize that as soon as you draw your weapons and do anything to them, they just vaporize.
But we want to keep one of them alive,
And
if we can.
you're going to try and keep one of them alive, yes.
Yep.
But basically, as soon as the combat starts, you all get into your combat stance. You all draw your weapons, get really serious, and get into it. you realize how easy it is.
Oh,
Like,
we're in a low-level zone,
It's
guys.
Shit, we should have been here before.
It's
the Drows
like-
fucked this up.
almost child's play. You just stand there as they're flying around you, just looking at them as you just sidestep. Like, what the fuck are you even aiming at?
Beer.
And
Can I use my claws that are shit?
yes.
Yes.
And it's just a very strange moment of realization that 4 months ago, you would be the people inside that building, cowering in fear, unable to defend yourselves against such an incursion. But from your experience and your travels together, you realize with your combat experience comes a strange prowess that you didn't have any context to see your progress. And with just like ease, you're able to just destroy these things as they come at you. Some of them don't really turn to mist, but some of them lie dead on the street, except for the one that you leave alive. But for the most part, it's kind of a strange realization of your own prowess.
Real talk, kind of got goosebumps there as you were describing that. It's like, man, we are powerful. The music suddenly got louder.
Oh, that's weird. I didn't do anything.
Oh, I accidentally bumped my.
Oh, the puck.
I think so, but it's not adjusting volume at all.
Oh, well, if you adjust the puck from the middle to the right, it doesn't do anything because that's the chat side. But if you do it from the middle to the left, it'll lower everything because that's the game side.
Okay, well, I had it on the chat side and it was normal, and it just everything suddenly just got louder.
Oh, that's weird. You might have bumped the dial on your ear. But yeah, you have...
I think I did, yep.
Yeah, you have the demon alive from Ziara's claws on the ground.
What?
What? Well, you left him alive on
God,
purpose.
still suck.
No,
Oh,
you left him alive on purpose.
You killed
Okay.
one.
I thought that what you were saying, like, oh, I know you're in a low-level zone. You guys are all powerful.
yeah, you
but the
are.
claws still suck.
I mean, your claws do still suck. But you were able to... You all had to kill, like, 1 or 2 each, because they kept coming. But after after about a dozen fell, they all just fucking booked it. No more started coming, and you heard panic noises as they all kind of, like, left. Us killing the demons, like, well, I guess that takes care of that. And there's one alive, unconscious on the ground.
Well, let's tie him up a bit.
Who's going to tie him up?
Me.
Not me.
Sleight of hand.
Heck yeah.
Not as fairly. You're fairly confident in that tie job. Now what?
Let's try to wake him up. Actually,
You are still technically on the edge of town.
that imp is tied up. I would like to go to the door that they were attacking and like splintering, and knock on it.
Yeah, if we can get
like
indoors.
a very gentle knock, like just
There is no response.
and be like, "It's safe. The imps are gone."
You hear shuffling.
Ruben, do you want to hide yourself?
I think there's bigger things at stake at the moment.
Just thought I'd ask.
Does he still have smudged makeup on his face? Because, like, if you just rub it, like, smear your face, that's like...
I mean,
You
we
have
have water
big
skins and
black
such.
smears across his
He
face.
had an hour and a half to clean it off. He cleaned it off on your journey here.
Oh, for a sec, I thought you said, like, it took him that long to get it off.
He had plenty of time to get
Holy
it off.
shit.
I don't know. I always have a hard time getting dark makeup off my face.
Yeah, but you heard shuffling, and that was it to your question. Your knocking and your pronouncement.
I will knock again and try to persuade whomever may be listening to, we mean you no harm, we just want to talk.
But just say it more aggressively.
Persuasion roll, please.
Me and my persuasion.
Works against me.
What the heck?
It's not natural 20. God, I wish. However, pretty damn near.
You hear very hushed yelling, like two people are arguing or more. You're not really sure. People are basically arguing at each other in whispers. And about 30 seconds go by of this until there's complete silence. And then you hear a very loud grinding. You hear the sound of wood on wood as something is drug across a wood floor. Then you hear it again. And then you hear it again. And then you hear splintering wood and the word shit. The door kind of falls open slightly because it seems one of its hinges is broken, and you see a human face, ragged, tired, dirty, looking at you from the door crack. He sees you and he recoils for a second, but then he notices that you're not a demon, and he kind of like looks around at your party, looks at the one tied up next to you, and he kind of like recoils again. Who are you?
Pause for a second.
Me starts laughing just like
I
that. She just thought of something fucking funny and then just started laughing.
We need a
Yep.
group name.
Oh
We
my
do.
god.
We do need a group name.
What
We're-
about Ziara and her squad?
I'm imagining this conversation is happening behind Sovereign. Sovereign's just like holding the bridge for nose.
That's why I said. That's why I was saying pause for a second, because I feel like Savra would be pretty good at like coming up with a quick answer. So I think she's just going to say, "Help." Like we're here to help.
Who's how did you know? What's going on?
We don't know what's going on. We just
We're
saw
just
that.
some adventurers.
You hear cackling coming from like another wave of cackling, and he like recoils and looks at the sky, and then opens the door. Get in quick before they come back.
Okay.
I'm gonna usher everyone in. Can I see any of like the ones that are cackling in the sky again?
No, you seem to be being given a wide berth.
Damn it!
I
I just wish I could see at least one of them in the sky.
you can see them, but they're more than your distance away.
Now, when you say more than my distance away,
You
are
can't-
they? Are you?
Your
Are they?
your longest range spell is 120 feet base, right?
Uh huh.
They are about 300 feet away.
Damn it!
Hmm.
Because you know that I can hit at 240 feet.
Yes, I do. But they are giving you a wide fucking berth.
You know what? I am.
You do notice at least one is kind of doing circles above you.
How long did you say, Beard? 300? I have a spell. No.
Oh,
No, never mind. I'm not gonna do it, but that 300 is nothing, Beard.
Hey, for
You-
normal
that is where you are wrong.
for normal spells, 300 is pretty goddamn obscene.
Yeah. I was.
The
I don't know.
The only thing that can get higher than that is take the fucking Eldritch Blast feat or Invocation as a warlock, and then get Spell Sniper for 600 feet. And even then, it's only Eldritch Blast.
I don't know if this is a thing that I can do, because I know I can't hit them, but could I, like, do some kind of, like, warning shot or something?
no, yeah, you can launch Eldritch Blast in the sky all day long.
Because I would like to do that, just like as people, I would like just like, excuse me, just to scare them.
You fire one at the dude that's been circling, and he books it higher. Like he was already out of. It was already out of range. It was like a beam that like fizzled out before him, and he like you could see him shake in the air as he almost destabilizes from the fright of it, and you see him go further into the air. The second.
Did the person see me do that?
Yeah, he's kind of like looking at you fearfully as you did that. Like as it just freaks him out because he wasn't expecting it, but also he's going through some shit right now.
Oh yeah, totally.
Do they have windows?
This house does not.
Okay.
Or this
I'm
building.
Like just usher people inside, and then
Get in, come on.
I would.
All right.
I don't know if this is something that I can do, but can I mend the door?
You can attempt.
I'm gonna attempt to mend the door.
Give me a Constitution save. You are able to mend the hinge and some of the
Oh,
splintering.
excuse me, 22, not 24. I'm bad at math, Beard.
It was basically seeing how much you could do it in as quick as time as possible. You were able to mend the door enough to be not on one hinge. It is slightly less splintered, and also you noticed that there was a giant wooden bar that, like a big block, like a 4x4, that was completely splintered in half on the floor. You repaired that once you put the two pieces together, and that's all you could do. He kind of like looks at you amazedly as you do this, and you notice there are 3 other people in the room. There's there's another male, much younger, and there's a female. They both look haggard and tired and worn out and dirty. Once everyone's in, he closes the door as soon as they're through the door jamb, picks up the now repaired bar, puts it on there, and you notice there is a bookshelf, a very large bookshelf, a cupboard, and a table that he then pushes in front of the door, in that order. And you can see furrows in the wood, as if he's done this multiple times. Once he does, he looks at you, and just looks at you all. Who are you?
That's a good question.
We are we are adventurers. We saw that your town was in trouble.
What? This has been going on for days. How are you only... What? And he's just like kind of holding his face a little bit, and the other 2 are kind of like make their way through the room, around the edge of the room. It's a very small... It's like a studio apartment almost kind of thing, or an apartment building. There's nothing here. You don't know what this room or this building was used for, but right now there's almost nothing in there except for some makeshift beds and a big pile of rations in a corner.
Oh, I was just gonna say I was gonna offer them if they needed it, but nah, never mind.
You get the feeling they bunkered down into here as quickly as possible, and
How much rations does it look like that they have?
they probably have a week's worth for all the 3 of them.
Oh, okay. Well, that's more than I have. So.
And he just like holds his face for a second and then looks back at you like, who sent you? How did word get out?
I don't believe word has gotten out. I wanted to ask how long has this been going on?
3 days.
I was just
What
looking
else?
back at the group.
What else can you tell us?
About what?
About all of this.
How did this happen?
I don't know. We just woke up one day, and demons and imps started flooding the town from the main built from I don't even remember his name at this point. And he just like holds his head in his hands for a second as he just like tries to get his composure.
What would I have to roll
Fall.
to like help him like get like himself controlled or whatever?
You would
Like what? I want to use my good.
you want to do an animal handling check, but on a human.
Yes, I want to perform my consultation abilities here.
Does- oh, I was gonna say like does greater restoration work, but because it says petrify, but
He's not
it's-
petrified and he's not
Yeah,
feared.
exactly.
He is mentally haggard.
He's
I would
distraught.
he is distraught. I would say persuasion. And at Ruben's word, and he's like that's his name. They seem to just like fly from his mansion in the middle of town, in the back of town, and we just don't know what happened. It happened so quickly, and people died. There were fires, and the rain, the light. Oh my god!
I say we go there.
No, don't go there. What are you doing?
Oh, we'll be fine. Probably.
This needs to stop.
I mean, I agree, but who are you?
pretty strong.
She's not wrong.
Strong people.
Susie, did you hear me about the persuasion? Well, what are you gonna say to him?
I'm just trying to like calm him down. Just be like, I don't know exactly what she's saying to him. Because I don't.
Hey, yo, buddy, it's okay. It's okay, buddy. We're here
Yeah,
to
it's
help.
like
help.
it's all right.
Alright.
It's like it's like
And
it's all right.
He just
like
he's just
take deep take deep breaths, slow, calm.
Are there any kids here? out of
the
character?
younger boy looks to be somewhere between 16 and 20.
I would say I almost want to suggest to like Ruben, like maybe you should give them some kind of like physical checkup if you are all willing. If you need, are any of you hurt?
No, none of us.
Like
no, none of us are hurt. We're just really fucking scared. We don't know what's going on. We were in the middle of our day, and chaos just exploded. We don't know what's going on.
If we were to find other people, could we bring them back here?
No, there's not enough room for it. You can tell that there's barely enough room for all you guys in here.
Alright.
And he's just like, they're probably all holed up in their own places. Their cellars, their attics, anywhere that they can hold up. The imps at the door, they've been there for a day trying to get in.
I'm going to ask him, just trying to like get his mind off of this and kind of I guess get to know this individual better and ask him like what did he do in the town? Like what was his job?
I was the blacksmith's apprentice. I don't know where he is. I don't know if he's still alive.
Do you know of another place that, if we were to escort you there, would be safer?
No, this is. He gestures to the pile of crap behind him. This is defensible. I've got food, and he points to the corner. I've got enough water and food to last us for a week. But at the first hint of being able to leave, we're leaving. I'm never coming back. I don't want to deal with this. I've got a family.
Maybe we can get them out of town real quick?
What
If
about
you would like, we could.
What about everyone else, though?
We'll help
Well-
them as much as we can, just as we've helped you.
It'll just have to be a slow evacuation process. Or we can just go straight to the heart of the matter.
If we're just gonna face more imps, then it's not gonna be a problem.
I mean,
Well, I'm sure there are bigger and badder things further.
I really hope there aren't. I mean, we've seen the imps, and that's about it. but every day, a new group seems to come from the mansion.
And
Guess we should go to.
you're certain that they're coming from the mansion.
We've seen them come from the front door and from the windows. They might be entering when we don't notice and then just leaving, but that's what the few people I was able to talk with before everyone just started holing up after the first day. No one's been able to get to the mansion.
This is an odd question, but do you have a merchant's guild in town?
I mean, I don't know. I think. I mean, there's always going to be merchants, but I don't know if the merchant guild itself has a branch here. I've never looked.
Would Ruben have knowledge about this?
History check.
Also check Saturday draws.
Oh, that's great.
Oh, that's adorable.
Oh my god.
Look at her little face.
You notice that this apprentice he's probably in his early 30s. Late 20s.
So this isn't like a family. This is just a bunch of people who happen to end up together.
No, the boy seems to have a resemblance to both him and the woman, who seems to be a little younger than the man, and the boy is somewhere between 16 and 20. So this could be a family. This could be his brother. This could be a son. You're not sure, but this might be the family he's referencing.
I just wanted to know if there was like any place in town that we could.
Ruben, you're not quite sure if the merchant guild itself has a branch here, but you can probably surmise that traveling merchants that would set up shop here every now and then, someone in town might have had connections with the merchants guild, but you don't quite remember fully.
Okay.
I think I'm just gonna ask at this point. It's like, where's the center of town?
Town Square it's got a big statue and fountain in it, but his mansion is further. It's closer to the mountain. It's like halfway between the back end of town and the fountain.
Well, I figure and this is to the group. I figure if we get into if we get to the town square first, then we can work from there. Also, I'm pretty sure. I imagine that like Marx is like hunched over.
Sorry.
Are they alarmed by how large he is?
I mean, he's only 6 foot what? 6'2", 6'8"?
He is 6'4".
He's not having to hunch over.
Okay.
Are they alarmed by me?
The boy is kind of like looking at you, just like, what in the hell?
Like, oh.
But the man and the woman are just so emotionally drained that they're
not even registering.
They just
giant
don't.
Mouths.
They register. It's just they don't care.
They don't give a fuck.
I guess at this point I'll just tell them it's like, if you're going to leave town, now would probably be the best time, but we're going to go in deeper and try to get to the root of this problem.
If you see the blacksmith, tell him I'll come back if he needs me. If this gets worse, he knows how to contact me if he needs to. If he wants to set up shop somewhere else, I will. I'll come back.
What's your name?
Durin.
Durin. All right. Durin, the blacksmith's apprentice. I'm gonna delete a whole bunch of people now because we do not need all this information about people in the under. Maybe. No,
save it just for posterity.
Yeah, Underdark people, and now I'm gonna have Overworld people.
God forbid we fucking go back into the Underdark.
I think if we do, it's gonna be on our terms to end this shit.
Exactly, right?
We still have the imp to interrogate, right?
Yes,
He's
but
still passed out, and they're like, every once in a while, all three of them will look at the thing and just kind of be like afraid of the fact that you have a fucking imp in here.
I want to have Fluke be invisible and then fly over to the kid and like tap him on the shoulder and then like fly around to the other side and then start waving at him after he turns uninvisible.
As people are talking, this happens, and the boy like looks over at the person that tapped because there was no one there. He's like, "What the fuck?" Feels another tap, and he looks over, and Fluke is there. Ah! Like he gets scared, and he like recoils and like takes a few steps back, which then causes the mom to look over. Ah!
That did not have the intended effect.
And then the man also stops his conversation. Ah! Like there's a whole collective.
I'm going to slow turn and look at Meeps and just be like, really?
Meeps is like, that's not what it was.
I know, just
Oops.
to practice a little more tact with people who are scared. Internally, I'm kind of like just laughing.
Fluke just innocently waving at this kid who just screams at him.
So I guess we're gonna try heading into town more? Yeah?
You're welcome to. But yes, yeah. Are they gone? Like, can I get out of town? Is it a clear path?
If it isn't, we can make it clear.
From the 100 feet from the edge of town where you guys were looking around the corner, when you were last out there, yeah, it was pretty clear because none of the demons were coming near you.
If you give it 10 or 20 minutes, I'm pretty sure we'll be causing enough ruckus to leave the way clear out here towards the edge.
Why don't we
cover
just...
your escape, basically.
Yeah, like, how about we just, like, you guys get out of the town, we will cover your escape.
Yeah, that works.
Do you have any warm clothing and travel supplies?
No. Do you know what's going on with that?
No, we don't, which is why I was going to suggest that you're going to want warm clothes and blankets.
Yeah. He's kind
Ruben's
of
gonna-
holding his head in his hand a little bit as he's agreeing with you.
Ruben's gonna whisper to Sabra with the crazy weather stuff that's going on. Might it be safer for them in here?
I think so. So I hate to suggest it, but I don't think you people should leave.
I mean, you're obviously more competent in this situation than I am, so I'll take whatever advice you can give me.
At least hang tight for a bit and keep an eye out the window, see if things seem to be getting better, because
I'm gonna hold up here. If things get better, just let us know, or have someone
will.
let us know. Yeah, because this building doesn't have windows.
okay, yeah.
Let's go. Let's do things. Let's be heroes.
Okay.
So
Out of character.
I-
Out of character.
No, yeah.
Can I use well, I don't really use it, but city secrets to make everything go faster?
You could probably do that. It's usually meant for a hustle and bustle kind of thing.
Yeah.
But that will be factored in, yes. As well as Ruben's knowledge of the lay of the city.
Ruben is going to suggest that we go straight for the Lethal estate.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, we can if you want.
basically you'll hit town square. It's going straight there. You won't have to make very many turns, and you'll pass through town square anyway.
Let's do it.
Yeah, these people need our help.
All right, Durin, pulls away all the furniture, and opens the door for you. You notice as soon as he opens the door, about 3 imps on the other side of the street make ready to jump in, see Savra there, scream, and they all fly away.
I would like to shoot at 2 of them if I can.
Go ahead and make an attack roll with disadvantage on both.
Damn it. Okay.
Because everyone just kind of froze for a half second, and then they flew away, and you had to react to them flying away.
The first one is a 12 to hit. And the second one is a 17 to hit.
One of them is dead. The other one, it hits the ground right under his feet as he flies away, and he screams louder. And then the other one that you didn't target, he fucks off as well. They all just fucking bolt.
Well, someone left quite the impression.
I'm feeling very confident.
I want to have my crossbows out because I want to participate.
No, yeah.
So next time I see one close by, I'm gonna shoot it.
You also have Firebolt, which has 120
No.
feet range.
I don't.
Yeah,
You don't
have it
we
anymore.
realized
No.
we did her in cantrip count wrong. Mage Hand
Oh.
is included in your cantrips known,
Oh.
which is kind of dumb.
sorry.
It's okay. I have it on reserve in case I ever decide to bring it back because I think I go up a cantrip
Mhm.
Soon.
eventually.
Yep.
Basically, I dropped it for message because message is more useful.
It is very useful.
Basically, as soon as you all leave the room, he boards it up again. But before so, he says thank you, and boards it up. And you hear the furniture being moved in front of the door once more.
I feel really drunk on power right now.
Same.
If Meeps was Lilac, she would have been gone already.
Yeah, you'd have
She
just
would've
went.
Oh my god!
Wow. All right. Well, we know what that character's like now.
Drunk on power.
Drunk on power.
Oh yeah.
All right. Let's head to that city center.
You start traveling, and you all kind of take your time and like stealthily, kind of like hug buildings, peek around corners. But you notice that it's like a very large sphere of influence. As soon as you are seen around a corner, you'll hear a screech, and they'll bolt around the corner.
Like, I almost wanted to say, Beard's like, sneak. Nah.
Well,
I wanna.
do caution.
We're just stomping through town like.
Yes,
Come
but
at me, bitch.
We practicing caution is like just second nature to us.
yeah,
at
it's
this
practicing caution. Caution is second nature from the Underdark, so you don't know what else is in the town. You're not trying to
Yeah.
be stealthy, but you're trying to be cautious. But
Mhm.
by the
Yeah.
time you reach the city square, you just have given up. You're just walking at this point. And Savra will send out an Eldritch Blast here and there. You'll throw some bolts here and there for warning shots, and you'll hear a shriek or two every time. But for the most part, you actually see like almost a sphere of influence of things to just avoid you.
That's gonna come and bite us in the ass in the future. I hope everyone knows
We're
that.
gonna get drunk on power, and then we're gonna feel real good about ourselves.
Yeah.
And you get to the city square, and it is barren. You can tell that there was some sort of market going on when it was abandoned. There are desecrated stalls and things. There's rotting fruit and vegetables, spoiled meat. You get the feeling this food has been out in the elements for days, so probably nothing is good.
Anything dried?
Not anymore. Not with the rain.
Any jewelry?
No.
Are there any like
This seems to be a
Important-looking buildings.
farmer's market. No, not really. Nothing that would stand out as a merchant's guild or any sort of guild, really.
Well, but like,
Um,
what about like a town
You s-
hall or?
You see what seems to be the centerfold, the centerpiece of the city, which Reuben recognizes. It seems to be some sort of almost some strange mixture between a hospital and a school, like a college building. And Reuben, if you will allow me, I will put words in your mouth real quick.
Go ahead.
Reuben basically says that this town's reputation is that of it is a doctorate town. Like the school is known nearby as one of the
Medical
forefronts of
school.
medical schools. Like this is a medical school. So people come here to learn medicine and then go back out into the world to their own places and disseminate that knowledge.
The Apothecaries College.
Pretty much, it's essentially an apothecary's college, and it seems pretty well intact. There's a couple broken windows. The doors are off the hinges, or at least one of the two double doors. But the building looks pretty abandoned. And that seems to be like the centerpiece of the town. And you continue through the town until you get to what is most definitely the owner of the town. This building is ostentatious. Money for the sake of money. Frills for the sake of displaying that he has money. Very much completely standard royalty kind of thing. He also, just from the looks of the building, you get the feeling this regent considers himself a king and wants people to think of him as a king and not as a regent. That cabot is really cute. And as you get closer, you notice all the windows are broken. There is no doorway, or there is no door. You don't know what happened to
damn
it. The door is gone. Both.
I was gonna say that I walked up and just slammed the door open.
both
I was
doors.
waiting for it.
Both doors are just fucking gone. They're not on the ground. They're not on their hinges. You don't know where they are. The building is 2 stories tall. It's fairly sizable, about 100 feet wide, and it seems empty. There's no light coming from inside the building. It's about noon now.
It's high noon, motherfucker.
Ruben's just gonna walk in, I think. He
Follow.
is very angry at this point.
There is destruction inside, but not like... It's like the imps had a field day breaking shit kind of thing. And you can tell that it was pretty fine in here. There's a strange smell that hits your nostrils when you walk in. You can't quite place it. Reuben, you kind of know the lay of the house. Give me a history roll.
Yeah. Aww.
With the 20 of advantage, because
Oh,
you've been
Nice.
here before. This situation is kind of burned into your memory because it's pretty traumatic. You kind of remember you pretty well remember the layout of the house. You know where each of the sons and daughters' rooms are, and then the room of the royal family. The bottom floor is all luxury. It's like servants' quarters, kitchen, entertainment room for entertaining guests, all that kind of stuff. And the second floor is where all the living spaces are. And the front entryway is just a long hallway, essentially going left and right. It's just filled with like memorabilia of the town and of the thing. And off to the right is the hallway that leads further into the house. Are you just booking it straight?
Pretty much just walking straight towards where I would suspect that.
Probably
hall.
either in his
Main room
in
is
his
the
study
hall.
or in his bedroom. His study is across the hallway from his bedroom, so they're both upstairs.
The study.
You walk by a couple doors on your way. You can see remnants of people dropping everything in the middle of their day, kind of thing. And you walk upstairs, and the smell is much more powerful. It is, and you all recognize it now. It is the smell of rotting flesh.
Ugh.
It is coming from your right. The bedroom to the girl is off to your right, off to your left, and behind you slightly at the top of the stairs. And the rest of the family members are various places in here. You can see the door to his study is closed, but you see the door to his main bedroom are open, and those are both off to your right down the hallway.
Whichever door comes first, I slam it open.
It is already open. It is the door to his bedroom. There are two doors into it. There's one closer, and then one further away, and then between the two on the opposite wall is the door to his study. You enter, and you stop immediately. The smell of rotten flesh causes you to stop in the middle of the door, and you actually have to cover your mouth. You see a grotesque, vile scene in front of you. Still glowing with a very strange orange-red light is some sort of demonic, abyssal, deep speech circle scrawled on the ground. Almost like it's made out of blood and glowing. There are corpses at 5 points to the circle, one of which is horrendously decayed and only has one head, and you recognize it. The other 4 is a grown woman, a young man, a younger female, and another person you don't recognize. They all have a horribly grown second head. They are long dead. You can tell that their entrails were spilled on the circle. And the oldest corpse is that of the girl. And in the center of the room, right next to this circle, is a mound of quivering flesh. There is a
This
face.
is not an appropriate song.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is not.
Sudden music
I'm
change.
sorry.
I was just like, everything up until this point, perfect, and then like that starts coming out. I was like,
No.
There we go. And it's very reminiscent to the mushroom creature that you've already seen. It is easily it could have at one point been a man, bloated beyond all belief and human reason, as if it was in water for years.
Ew.
ew.
It is still moving. It is alive. And its face is stretched and smeared, as if a painting was smeared by a wet hand.
Oh god.
And just noises come from its mouth, just. And as you look at it, you are repulsed and frightened. You see a second face somewhere on its bloated, pustulent corpse, and what little features you can discern, you can tell that that is the Regent Lafal.
Kill it.
Yeah, I have the full intentions of killing him.
You draw your blade and walk forward. It doesn't move to acknowledge your presence.
I don't care.
You make quick work. Blade straight through the face. Movement stops. The noises stop. And his entire body bubbles slightly as it begins melting. And just dissipates into goo on the floor.
I keep attacking. Just like starting off with like some precise strikes, and then just going.
Losing
You
yourself.
Getting- yeah.
you all notice as Ruben stopped in this doorway, you couldn't see past him for a good 10 seconds before he pulls out his rapier and just walks forward. You see the scene in front of you, and you all, your breath catches in your throat as he just lifts his rapier and just stabs it straight through the face of this creature. And as it starts bubbling and melting, he pulls it out and just starts flicking his wrist. Just scar. Just slice, scar. And after about the 10th, he's no longer using his wrist. He's using his whole arm. And his face is contorting into rage, pain, unknowing agony as his whole arm just starts flailing at this puddle of goo on the floor, and you can hear a guttural noise coming from his throat of agony, rage, and pain.
Marks tries to get his attention. Ruben,
Yeah,
come on,
like Ruben.
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 He's dead. It's dead. Whatever it is, it's dead. It's. Marks tries to quell him.
Ruben stops after a while.
You did it. Whatever it is, it's dead.
So at this point, I think Ruben's just gonna say that we need to make sure that there's no demons around here anymore.
Maybe
a
we
good
should check
idea.
for survivors and then just burn the house.
I think burning the house would be a bad idea.
What?
Why?
The fire can spread to the rest of the city.
That's true.
Not only that, but like people need to know what happened here.
If we're able to isolate this place, I mean, that would be a start.
Should be burying people.
Ruben's gonna walk and examine the other room, the study, I guess.
It is in shambles. But what little it's like go ahead and give me an investigate roll.
Is that money? Or loot?
Not everything you investigate is for money, Buxby.
What?
Going around the study, looking at various disheveled notes and pamphlets and just things, you can feel the very rapid descent into madness that came over this man. It started about a month before his daughter was afflicted. And from the notes, you can tell that his daughter was an experiment. Using that, as well as the note that he sent to Sergius, you can confirm that that was the experiment that he deemed successful. You're not sure what caused his madness, what reason there was behind it, but there it is. His descent into complete and utter madness to the point of sacrificing his entire family and everything he knows to bring about whatever chaos he was trying to bring.
And this was through various notes and journals, or
Notes, journals, scrawlings on parchment, letters received from others, letters sent to others that you could find and discern. As time went on, his scrawlings went from common very slowly to deep speech. It started with a word here and there, but eventually, for about the last month or so, it's been nothing but deep speech.
So on the way out of the room, Ruben's going to convey to Savra that there's enough evidence in there to explain what has occurred here.
I'm weird because I'm not sure exactly how it would technically be with like her organization and all that.
You can.
But would
Go ahead.
no go ahead.
I was gonna try and answer your question before you asked it, so go ahead and ask it.
My question was that would she be more inclined to gather the information or still leave it here as evidence? I don't know.
You are on your way to report to a superior. You would grab what evidence you can.
Okay.
That is solid, concrete, undeniable, unrefutable evidence.
And so Savra is going to suggest to Rubens, like, grab as much grab as much of his records as possible.
Go ahead and give me an investigation roll, Savra, with advantage.
Would it be rude to look for loot?
Probably not, and it'd be kind of expected of you, so.
I pretend I'm helping them, Ruben, but am I?
Well, they're looking at very specific papers. There's nothing of value in this room. There's
but you said,
nothing
like,
shiny.
When we entered the house, you said it was like, the whole
It's
look
like
at us.
a royal saying, "Hey, look at these worthless paintings that I paid a bunch of money for," kind of thing. Those are
Okay.
really fucking cute, Jelly. That was with advantage.
Yeah, I rolled
Okay.
a 14 and a 2, but I have a +2 to the investigation roll.
With your investigation paired with Ruben's, you actually are able to get a whole, leaflet, a pamphlet of everything that talks about Demogorgon, sacrifices, the experiment on his daughter, with his daughter, the success of it, the note to Sergius. It's probably about 50 pages worth of just various stuff, all through an entire time of one whole month before Ruben was in the picture, all the way up until his death, the regent's death.
I'm going to start putting that information into my bag of holding. And I don't assume that
Pamphlet
Ruben's
of
going to
evidence.
have. Yeah, I don't assume Ruben's going to have anything to say about it, but I mean, if he does, it's like Stravo would just tell him, it's like, this is needed to clear your name. Because, like, even if he is dead, there's still the mark on you. And unless they have evidence to, cancel it, you're still in danger.
Quick out of character thing.
Mhm.
Have we discussed this mark before?
Yes.
Yeah, like mark as in like the contract that requires you to be killed.
Yeah.
Okay.
Just because
Not
the,
like
the,
yeah,
just
not a
because
fiscal mark.
just because the person who put out the contract is dead doesn't mean the contract isn't still around.
Yeah, just wanted to make sure.
I
I
mean-
wasn't sure if that was she accidentally said some information that I didn't know of.
No. Yeah, this is all like information that she
The
you
hit-
and
The
Yeah,
hit that's out
way
on
back.
you.
yeah, the hit essentially.
Because the way hits work is you put the whole, it's a down payment. You put the whole thing down, and it's held for whoever completes the contract, as deemed by whoever owns the contract.
Sure. It's like GTA.
yeah.
Yeah. So basically, the money is already there, waiting for someone to collect.
So if we kill Ruben, we will get money.
Ziara.
Only if you could bring proof of his death to the organization that Savra works for, and have the organization trust that you actually work for said organization that you have never met or known of before.
Easy.
Do it in my sleep.
Yeah, easy.
Add to list of quests.
Is there anything
Kill
else?
Ruben / fake his death. Maybe? Question mark.
Big bucks.
I was about to say,
Yeah.
in all caps, loot with an underscore next to it. Any?
Have Ruben fake his own death, change his appearance, turn him his own contract, and get a bunch of money.
Oh,
Why does no one believe that maybe they might have there might be a reward for like also proving his innocence?
I mean, yes, but at the same time, I think the idea of Ruben changing his appearance and then turning in his own contract, being like, "Yeah, I killed this dude," and then getting money for his own death is
Y'all are glossing over the one thing that like destroys this entire plan. Is that none of you work for these people.
I could work for the people.
you think?
You think?
I don't want to work for anybody.
Can you like put in a good word for me?
I don't want.
Considering how Savra feels about the Zentarum, no, I don't think she'd put in a good word for you, nor would she want you to be a part of them. Not because, like, she's all like, it's like, no, they wouldn't accept you. It's like, no, you don't want to work for these people.
But the money.
I think the adventuring gig is working
Is
out
it-
fine.
Any-
Mark's kind of like, where's that gif of that golden retriever picking up that cat? That's Mark's right now to Ziara.
Are there any other signs of demon activity in the building?
There is the circle that is still scrolled on the floor in glowing blood runes.
Man, if only we could like take photos.
Right?
Can we just like
We should probably
destroy it a little bit?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like just
Yeah.
smudge a section of it out.
Smudge
I mean, we
it
have a
away.
whole bunch of parchment. We can get rid of that.
Move
I mean,
the
at this point now,
corpses.
like burning down the mansion is like totally fine.
Ah.
It takes about half an hour of work, but you eventually desecrate the circle enough for the magic users in your party to be confident in the fact that it is no longer functional.
I just imagine Savra doing like super pro good work on this, and then Ziara's just like spitting on the floor and then wiping it with her arm sleeve. It's like, yep, gone.
Blood, you probably don't want to do
Yeah, that would
Sure.
be bad.
She's kind of grungy, so.
that. Well, you also have to remember that when you clean yourself later, you're gonna have to taste that blood if you do that.
Ew.
Just for the sake of doing it. No, I was just saying, like, because you're like, until they're like fairly confident, I was like, I'm just gonna roll an Arcana check for that. I got a 13, so I don't know. After a while, it's like, yeah, that seems good.
There are still the 5 corpses on the floor.
Do they have loot?
Should we bury them outside or should we burn them?
I think Ruben would want to bury the girl, or at least get her out of the building.
Well,
At this
burning-
point, she's like the most decayed, isn't she? She's been dead for months.
Honestly,
Mhm.
she looks like she was dug up.
Oh.
Because she was already laid to rest. But she, honestly, it looks like she was probably dug up out of her grave.
Fucked up.
I don't. Even in that condition, I think Ruben would pick her up and at least move her out of that room, out of some.
No, yes.
Wouldn't she like fall apart?
Like,
No.
she deserves to be laid to rest once more.
It would take years of decay for your body to actually fall apart when you pick it up. Rigor mortis lasts for a while. Yeah. She's basically a husk, unfortunately.
I guess he could. I mean, it seems a bit weird even to me, but it's like just take her away from
No, it's
the
completely
Regent's
understandable.
corpse.
It's
Maybe just take her to her room and just put her there.
her room is by the stairs, and you enter, and it is how it was when she passed. And you basically you lay her on her bed, and
I leave.
a feeling of comfort finds its way into your heart as you see her body on her bed and know that this horrible thing is she wasn't here to experience it a second time, and now that it's over, perhaps she can find some rest.
Well,
I guess we step outside and just see if there seems to be any more demon activity.
You go outside and you notice that there are imps, like there are a couple congregated. As you can see the outside, you can see imps were a couple seemed to have been congregating, but they are unmoving on the ground. And the tied up one in your possession.
I was gonna say, is the tied up one also just like dead now?
He is no longer breathing.
Yay!
I find it hard to believe that they breathe at all.
Go ahead and give me an Arcana check. Savra. You're the only person that has enough magical experience to put this together.
Ooh. Got a decent roll. Decent.
The disruption of the summoning circle and the way they were dying, you feel that the summoning circle, which is what it was incorrectly made or incorrectly conceived, or something was wrong with it, and it was only a half summon. And basically by destroying it, it killed whatever it had brought into this world, as if it was some weird, strange, physical astral projection. And you get the feeling that these imps are both dead in this world and whatever they came from.
I relay that to the group.
Double dead.
So you're pretty sure whatever chaos was ensuing, you think perhaps it is more than likely over.
But the people mentioned that there were like larger things that were coming out of the mansion, right?
No, they didn't know if there were larger things that were going to come through. They didn't know what was going on.
Gotcha.
You get the feeling that if it would have been left for another couple days, bigger things might have started coming through.
I think it's wise if we did burn down the building now.
But with the circle broken, you're fairly confident in the fact that it's null and void. It's done.
Yeah.
I think whether or not the building, whatever should happen, the building should be up to the townspeople who live there.
That's fair. Yeah.
Adventurers that come in, save the day, and burn stuff.
Yeah.
That is.
I mean,
very
hey,
fair.
they don't know if we know what's best, but yeah, I agree.
I don't know. I just think that the idea of there's something nasty, like cauterizing a wound.
It's at this time you all notice that a door facing the mansion, basically as you were coming towards the mansion, the doorway was behind you on one of the buildings, has opened, and there is an elderly gentleman kind of like looking at you from about 100 feet away with a very flabbergasted expression.
I wave.
He disappears back into the room for a moment before coming back out, and he now has a hat on. It seems to covering his balding head, and it seems to be a hat of status.
Important hat.
And he
Important hat.
closes the door behind him, and he starts walking towards you tentatively, warily looking at all the demon corpses around.
We mean you no harm. We helped.
We come in peace. He gets up there and he goes to say something, and he stops and looks at Reuben. Reuben, that is the mayor of the town.
You know this man.
You know this man.
Whoa.
And he kind of stops, looks at you, looks around, looks back at you and your party, and he says, I am sorry.
We were just gonna reply with, me too. You should be safe now.
Thank you.
Out of character, Ruben should have said, I told you so.
I fucking told you.
No, Ruben is.
I know. He
Oh yeah. Fucking told you.
No, like Ruben is, of course, very upset whenever innocent people are hurt, and also I think part of him, even if it's somewhat illogical, feels like I should have realized this.
Or
Even though I don't think it would make sense for him to realize it. Never
He blames
dealt with
himself for
demonic
not
stuff and
knowing
such.
beforehand, kind of thing.
and
A little bit, just sort of like if I would have known more.
and I
Not,
cannot.
not really.
I-
It's my fault. Just
Mhm.
if I knew more.
Yeah.
Just 'cause then-
I was even gonna say it's like it could possibly just be like a feeling of guilt for like this is his hometown, so it's like maybe a feeling
Yeah.
of like I should have been here.
The mayor comes up to you and grabs your hand, Reuben, and shakes it, and says once more, I'm truly sorry. And you get the feeling he's referring to the fact that you were run out of town for a crime you did not commit, and is extremely apparent at this point, at least to this man, that you did not. And he looks at you all and says, thank you. We will try and rebuild. I don't know what the casualty toll will be like, but from the looks of things, and he looks around, hopefully it wasn't too bad. And he looks back at the mansion behind you and sighs and says, "We will probably burn it."
And Mewes is just going to, like, not exaggeratedly, just kind of like softly to herself, just kind of nodding, like, yeah, I thought that was a reasonable solution.
I just imagine just like her nodding, and then she just looks to like everyone else that said like, "Let's not."
She's
Well,
like, yeah, see?
Mostly it wasn't your decision to make, is what some of you were trying to get at.
It's a bad juju. Nobody needs to see this mess.
And like some of us were like, it's not your decision to make.
Mewes is like,
Others
nobody
were
wants to
like-
see this mess.
Others were like,
Fuck this mess.
I mean-
fuck this mess. And then, there was one of us who was like, it could be important for something later.
Ruben's
Which we
gonna
got the evidence. We got the evidence, so
Yeah.
now it's not.
We're good in that department.
I'm not sure what the party wants to do now, but Ruben's gonna ask the mayor if Ruben's old clinic is still up, and saying that there's something that he wants to pick up from his belongings, wherever they might be at the moment. If they're still around, or if they've burned
They
everything.
burn it down.
I mean,
like
who
doing
knows?
that.
They might be into burning
Yeah,
the
apparently.
buildings.
Your clinic should be there. We haven't touched it for legal reasons until you were caught, but it's still yours. You're welcome to return. You're welcome back in town whenever you wish.
Oh, we get to see his house.
I will
It's gonna make
return,
me
but
super sad.
for now, I'm just gonna grab something, and then I think we have more stuff to attend to.
Very well. I will make sure that everyone knows the truth behind these events. A man such as you does not deserve that kind of mark on his honor.
The mayor's just like awkwardly stammering. I love it.
At that point, he bows to all of you and shakes Ruben's hand once more. And
Ruben's
go ahead.
Ruben's gonna give him 100 platinum.
No!
Yes.
He looks at it, looks at you, and puts it back in your hand. No. Consider this payment for the wrongs we have done.
I can take it.
I'm going to jab my elbow into Ziara's.
No, it's like Mark's just like just takes Ziara's head and just shoves it into his boob. It's like shush.
Smothered by barbarian booby.
And with that,
Smothered by Big Bara Titty.
Exactly.
he takes his hat off and puts it on his chest and looks at the mansion for a moment. Sighs.
Barbarian.
Barbarian. And turns around and returns to the house, the building that he came from.
Okay, Ruben's gonna just relate to the party that he just wants to grab something before we do whatever we're gonna do next.
I want to see your house.
Well, you follow Ruben then as he takes you through the city. And as you go, you notice that you see people running messages centered from. They seem to be coming from the building that the mayor was in. And eventually, people are slowly starting to emerge and take stock of the havoc. You are given a berth. People see you and kind of like let you have the majority of the pathway, and just kind of stare at you as your group walks through the town before continuing on their own way. And by the time you reach Ruben's clinic, most of the town seems to be doing something.
Reach the clinic.
So what are you picking up at the clinic?
I think Ruben might. Well, he's definitely gonna pick up like a.
Get some warm clothes.
I'll get to that, but gosh, like I'm not sure exactly how we've established medicine and whatnot in this world, but a medical license or some sort of diploma that proves it's like he's a doctor, which is like something that he's very proud of, but couldn't take with him when he left.
Mm-hmm.
So that's the one thing, and I think yeah. Gosh, hold on. Okay. Ruben considers leaving his cloak and picking up one of his old coats, but I think he decides to leave that for whenever he actually goes back here and just practices medicine again. So considers it, but it just picks up the diploma stuff.
Maybe does he have like any extra like blankets or?
Can I get a sweater?
If
He doesn't have anything that's going to fit me, so I'm not even going to ask.
if Ziara
I'm just-
asks that legitimately, he'll look for a sweater.
Can I have a sweater? Please.
Investigation.
Is
Oh,
anybody
good.
good at sewing?
Marks raises his hands.
You got a heavy blanket someone could maybe make into a denser cloak for me?
You could probably easily mend a heavy cloak to be your size.
Okay, because I'm like 2.5 feet tall.
A halfling or a dwarf cloak would work.
Or child's.
Probably, honestly, a gnome is what you're looking for.
Yeah. I think gnomes are probably closest to her inside.
And then I think Ruben's done here, ready to do whatever.
You finish up in the clinic, and the mayor is actually. Wait. No, he's not. So you are outside of the clinic now. No,
I guess?
it's not the mayor. You see Durin coming down the street. And there is an older gentleman in tow with him who is now, who has a crutch and is favoring one leg. This man is balding. You see that he has shaved the rest of his head that was balding, and he's got a real big bushy beard. He almost looks like a dwarf, but human-sized. Dude's pretty fucking built. Durin comes up and he thanks you, and introduces you to his master, the blacksmith, and says that because of your help, we were able to get to him before his injury caused any serious damage. He had been trapped in his smithy.
I almost just want to be like, Ruben, give him a look over or some shit. Do your doctory thing.
You get the feeling that from his bindings that look pretty clean, that he's been seen to.
Damn
This,
it.
this is a town of doctors, essentially.
But Ruben is the doctor.
I was gonna say, like,
the
Our
doctor.
doctor.
what level is Ruben compared to the rest?
Yeah.
You don't know.
And Ruben won't say, probably.
Probably not, but still.
Ruben, are you the best doctor? Ruben probably just shrugs.
He's the best I know.
He's the only doctor I know.
Shh.
And with that, he parts ways with you. And you are now left to your own devices.
So what now? In character.
Do we have any reason to stick around?
It is Ruben's home. If anything, I think that's up to Ruben. If there's anything else that we can do here.
If we can, if
Was it
Ziara-
horses?
It is now nearing evening, by the way. It's probably about 5 o'clock now.
Weren't we set? Before we went here, wasn't there something said about like trying to look for horses or something?
Eldeth said that this was the nearest town that you could probably get horses and then have whatever travel to wherever you were really going be a lot easier. So that's why
Yeah.
she suggested this town.
Okay.
It was just very
Um,
convenient that this also was a town that Ruben knew very well.
I guess Ruben, if this is brother, Ruben could approach the mayor and ask if there's like 1 or 2 horses and a cart for just easier travel.
You're asking Durin or the mayor?
The mayor, I think.
Okay, it takes you probably about an hour to find him. He seems pretty busy, but he basically stops everything when he sees you coming up. He puts everything on hold.
Ruben
and
important.
He immediately, as soon as you get near him, he immediately says, "What can I do for you? How can I help?"
I hate to ask anything of you in this moment, but we have a long journey ahead of us, and we would very much appreciate if you have some horses or a cart to spare.
Easily. Consider it done. They'll be waiting for you when you leave.
Meep says, but perhaps make sure one of those horses is
Shetland pony.
a little small.
Well, the horses will be pulling the cart, I assume.
Yeah.
That we'll be riding.
Oh, okay. Say, Meeps can't ride a regular horse.
Maybe like one of those little
Halfling
ponies.
a gnomish horse.
Like a little pony.
Shetland pony, as someone said.
Mm-hmm.
He basically says yes, as soon as you're ready to leave town. Whenever you're ready to leave town, they will be provided. It is the least he can do.
And nods in response to that. And then I think Ruben's good. I don't know if Ziara wants to try to find her potential contact here.
Me?
No, Savra.
I think at this time, with how things are, Sabra would rather just get to her destination as soon as possible.
Before you leave, the mayor asks if you need room and board for the night.
Yes.
Sure.
He tells you what inn to go to, and says everything will be provided.
Couldn't we do a long rest while riding the cart? With
Technically,
the
yes.
people keeping watch?
Technically, yes.
So that we
Be
don't...
nice just to, you know,
Just to not waste any time and
If you guys want to
Just
get on the
keep
road
moving.
now, you are more than welcome to. But the
Ruben
mayor
suggests that, but it's fine either way.
the mayor is specifically saying, hey, if you wanted to stay in town, you're basically going to get a feast and an entire inn to yourselves.
I think we should stay.
Be nice to recoup.
It's because I mean it's going to be cold, and we don't want to strain the horses.
Yeah.
I mean we wouldn't want to. Because I was also going to say that like we will probably want to like get like blankets, maybe a tent or two.
Mayor says all that will be given to you
Sweet.
with the cart. That don't even consider it. It's already done.
Oh, okay. Let's celebrate good fortune with these people who are your townspeople, Ruben. I'm sure there's a lot of people here who would maybe like to
Make amends.
make amends with you.
I would think that the more important matter is to recover and rebuild at the moment before celebrating. But if people want to stay in town, we can do that. And
Well, I mean, not like
head out
celebrate,
tomorrow.
but I mean, just like this nightmare for them is over. Is what I was
Yeah.
getting at. Hopefully, it's over.
It is
Famous
at,
last words.
it is at this point that you all immediately freeze as a very loud voice enters each of your heads.
No
It
beard.
is- it is a it is a woman's voice. Savra and Ziara recognize it, and it is a very,
Everyone's voice.
I
Everyone's
had a-
head.
yes.
I had a fucking feeling as soon as you said like a voice enters heads. I'm like, is it who I think it is?
And the voice says the following message to each of you in your head. My name is Davra. The King of Gauntlgrim demands your presence for a summit. You are required to arrive immediately.
That's the place where.
Did anyone else hear that?
That's the
Or am I
place
going-
where. That's the place where. Eldeth was going, isn't it?
It is.
Oh, motherfucker!
Moose just kind of goes like, ah!
I probably look a little. Would I look a little happy because of her
Yes,
voice?
you are a little happy. Savra, you know what spell that is. You know you can reply.
How does
Uh,
Savara look, by the way? How does she
The
respond?
blood kind of drained from her face, and she went a little pale.
Because I imagine, like, for a split second, I'm happy, but then I look at Savara, and my feels will, like, I'll probably not show my happiness as much if she responds in a less happy way.
Wait, what is Ciara doing?
She got really happy by hearing the voice, but then saw you, and the blood was draining from your face. You got pale, and she's like, "Oh, now I feel bad for being happy."
How much can I respond? Is this sending?
This is technically sending. It's a more powerful version of sending because sending can't reach this far, and it can't reach multiple
It can't.
people.
Oh, okay.
It is a you don't know what's you know it's basically sending, so you can respond with about a paragraph, a sentence or two, just like her message was originally 2 sentences.
Gotcha. Savra will reply. I don't know how she addresses Davra
Ma'am,
exactly. Ma'am.
You would
Oh.
say ma'am.
Okay. Savra will reply with, like, her knight. This is Savra Miela, ma'am. We will be there as soon as possible. We will leave tonight.
You do not get a reply,
But I know she got it.
but you know she got it.
I'm going to turn to my group then and say, like, I guess we're leaving tonight.
What?
We have to go.
You
Oh,
heard.
what? We can't sleep?
A king.
You can sleep on the cart.
A king demanded your presence immediately, and you want
Meeps
to
has
go
a
to
problem
sleep.
with authority.
I know
you
she
know
does.
this.
I know she does. I know she does.
All my characters tend to have a problem.
I was just like waiting. Just like I was just waiting for like Meeps to kind of say it's like excuse the hell out of you. I'm a princess and I want to sleep.
She's not. She's not a princess.
I thought she
She's
was
a noble.
Oh, she's a noble. I mean, well, kind. Basically the same.
I mean, if she hadn't decided that traditions suck and bailed,
I mean,
she would have to answer to a king.
Yeah.
She's like, so
But
what?
she's-
A king is a guy. I don't give a shit.
I'm going to be right back. I need to pee.
Go, otherwise you're in trouble.
Yeah, okay, in character, Meeps is gonna just essentially, in a more polite way, say what I just said, which is that it's like, a king is just a person. He can wait, like, long enough for us to have a sleep in an inn. He won't call down, like, the wrath of God if we're not there, like...
I want to go.
I mean, if I get overruled, that's fine, I guess. It's just
I want to go.
some person. We don't have to, like,
What?
trip all over ourselves to do
Mhm.
whatever he wants. While we wait for Susie to come back, Meeps is gonna go talk to some villagers and ask if they have some, like, bread with nuts in it.
Okay.
You are able to find a bakery that has none too fresh bread with nuts in it.
Nut bread.
They
Alright,
haven't.
I'm back.
They haven't had normal life
I
for
know.
3 days.
I know. 3-day-old bread is okay. It's not too dry.
I mean, yeah, you know what?
They just ask if you want nuts instead.
Guess.
They just give you.
We can grind the nuts to make bread.
They just give you a pound of nuts.
That's not what I mean. I mean, like, bread with nuts in it.
That's
The-
a lot of
Bread without
nuts.
They give you a pound of various nuts.
Okay.
Small burlap sack.
Got some dry fruit, maybe?
Yes.
It's been a long time since I've had some.
So hey, Beard.
Yeah?
We have been summoned to this place.
Me.
Yes.
Like, I know that you're saying, like, travel is being a lot quicker, but, like, how the fuck did she get there in, like, a day?
Teleport.
I do not think she has teleport.
She
Found
did say
somebody-
she was
She
looking
said she
for
was gonna
someone
look
with
for
it.
someone with teleport.
Oh. I did
You
not
are-
I did not ever catch that she was looking for someone with teleport.
Oh no, yeah. She specifically said, "I'm going to
Daggerford.
Daggerford.
to either get horse and cart to get back home, or find someone that can teleport her home."
Got it. Okay.
You're assuming she got someone to teleport her.
Yeah, considering that, like, it took us, like, a day and then some to get here,
You
I
also
reckon she must have teleported.
get the feeling that she probably didn't stop walking.
I mean, still, that is a long way!
No,
Okay.
yeah. No, yeah.
Maybe she
Well-
hitched a ride to Daggerford and then got a teleport.
Well, let's head to Daggerford.
Look for
I
the
guess.
teleport man person.
So you guys are on your. Is there anything else you guys want to do in town before leaving?
Buxby's BRBing real quick,
Yes,
and I'm
I
gonna
saw.
fetch some water, so
I saw.
be right back.
So while they're doing that,
Um,
did you guys have anything?
I mean, they're hooking us up with blankets and and tents.
Yeah,
and a
he's-
cart.
I want to ask if they have a gnome-sized winter cloak.
Of course, they definitely give you one.
Is
Okay.
This is not in character, though. I guess it could be, but like, is the blacksmith like skilled enough to like do magical things?
After asking the apprentice, A, no, and B, he's too injured to work.
That's fair.
How much dried fruit did I get?
A pound. 2 rations worth, essentially. Same with the nuts. Essentially 1 ration's worth of nuts. Because if you eat a meal of just nuts, that's a fucking lot of nuts. That's a lot of nuts!
That's not a pound. She's small.
A pound is a lot.
It is.
It's about the weight of a MRE.
But she's really small.
So?
Okay.
Her metabolism is higher. She's a fucking mouse.
Yeah, I mean, you're right.
I would argue that like a pound of nuts would be like 4 rations.
I mean, that's like that's a pretty good sized bag of pistachios, is all I'm saying.
And I'm back.
You forget how light a pound actually is. Like if you go to Winco and put a pound of nuts into the weigh thing, that's not that much. That's like 2 apples. Maybe 3.
Really good sized apples.
Yeah.
Like the big old Honey Crisps we got right now. Anyway, okay, that's okay.
Is there anything you wanted to do in town, Ruben, before leaving?
No, Ruben is ready to go.
Did I hear Buxby in the background just like yelling?
Yeah, she's feeding the cat.
Ah. Little Della.
Does Della have problems with eating really fast?
She's gonna feed the cat chocolate!
It'll kill her! No!
No, I love how stressed Shaw sounded. Aww. I knew he was gonna love his cat.
Kitties are great.
They are, they're perfect. I want one
Both of
again.
my kitties are far away from me, but Zuki's cat is like right here. I can. Luna, scratching you.
Oh, I heard that.
If you scratch a place on her back, she will start licking anything nearby.
Aww.
She'll do the thing, and if you put anything near her, she'll start licking it instead.
Yeah, like she just licked my arm.
I am back.
Welcome back. Did you have anything you wanted to do in town?
No.
Alright.
Do they have teleporters? Do they have teleporters?
You are welcome to ask.
Mr. Mayor?
Mr. Mayor, do you have a teleporter?
Do you have a teleporter?
He actually thinks for a moment and says, I don't know if they survived. We haven't been able to check on them, but we can go check on our mages.
Yay!
Oh, cool. Oh, but we got this nice cart.
We could shove us through the teleporter.
I think teleport doesn't work like that.
Maybe.
What is that fucking face shot?
It doesn't take long, and a messenger gets back and says both mages are completely intact, and they basically hold up in their tower, their little
Mage tower.
little mage tower, and we're completely fine because they had magical defenses.
Cool.
Oh, I guess we don't need a cart then.
And if you
Can they teleport carts?
yes, if you wish, they could teleport you and the cart to outside the town.
I just imagine us shove, because I imagine teleport portals like in World of Warcraft, which are kind of tiny, and us just trying to shove a cart through it.
So if that is what you wish, the casting would take a few hours, because it would require it's a big cast, so the ritual takes a couple hours.
But it'd still be faster than traveling, right?
Correct. Very much
Let's
so.
do it.
Ugh!
What?
I was gonna take a picture of Luna, but it was in selfie mode, and I had to look at my own face.
Oh. Well,
In an unflattering angle.
you meet the wizards. They seem to be twins.
Twin wizards!
Twizzards.
Oh my god.
They seem
Oh, I
to
laughed
be
too hard.
2 gnome females. And they finish each other's sentences a lot, and
Cute.
start sentence like they. It's almost like they're giving the microphone to each other over and over. Like they'll one person will say one sentence and then the other one will continue, or that halfway through the sentence the other one will pick up, and then it'll switch.
God, that's annoying.
Yeah, it's basically
I was
like you're
gonna
having a
say-
conversation with one person with 2 heads. It's a
Beep
little
said
endearing.
cute, but I imagine it at first it's cute, but as if you have to have a full
Oh.
conversation with them, it's like, oh please.
They don't
Like,
do it like
stop.
every other second. It's a quirk you notice about them. Like it's not every single sentence. It's like maybe once every paragraph they'll do it. But it's a strange speaking quirk that they have essentially.
It's still annoying to Savra.
They basically draw with white chalk on the road a massive magic arcane circle, and you all park the cart on it, and they tell you not to get out of the cart. Please keep all limbs inside the cart at all times on your flight. And they start the ritual.
Peep's gonna pick up her tail and put it across her lap.
During this ritual, you actually get a crowd, and various townspeople, including the mayor, and every once in a while, someone will look at Reuben and either apologize or say thank you. And as the spells,
But never both.
and or both, like it's almost like it's a send off. Like a lot of the people from the town are paying their respects to Reuben, kind of thing.
Mm-hmm. Good.
And as well as you all, but they know Reuben, and they know.
Yeah, well, like Ruben's deserving of the
They're-
apologies.
They actually name him by name, but then it's like cat person, mouse thing, goat thing, and the big one.
the
Big
big
boy.
one.
The big one.
And the big Bara titty man.
The big boy.
As the spell comes to completion and you see the world around you fade, you actually see people wave goodbye.
I
We
wave back.
Wave back as well.
It is a very strange feeling having your whole being teleported with a cart and everything. It's like the whole thing gets lifted up and then slams back down without actually happening. It's just that's what your like inner ear kind of feels. And you appear, and it is you were told before you left that you would probably be about 50 miles from town. That's the closest they can get legally because of treaties and, no teleportations within town kind of thing. That you might want to wait for the morning to journey into town. But you are essentially about 50 miles northeast of town.
Well, it's gonna be another day of travel after this, so I guess we should set up camp. Unless that's a problem.
Whatever's best, I think.
I mean, we were told not to, go into town at this hour.
Well, they said you should. Going into town, even when you were summoned by King in the middle of the night, is probably not the best idea. You might as well just wait for the morning.
Yeah.
And traveling while it's dark,
And
it
freezing.
could work, but
and
it's
freezing
yeah.
cold.
I want to name the horses.
I like this idea.
We have 2 horses?
You have 2 horses pulling the carriage. Luna, you bow potato. That
'Cause I
s'mores
don't
belly.
I don't take great pictures of her because she wasn't around for so long. She was hiding
She's got
like a year.
a belly made of s'mores.
Weird.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh shit. I just read something specific about this, but
Tell me the. Oh, hold on. Okay, that's what. Let's see here. Oh yeah, you've never been there.
what? Ah,
Wait.
damn.
I want to one of them s'mores.
You're a little bit low on the mic, I think.
I want to name one of the horses s'mores.
S'mores?
S'mores.
Do they even look like a s'mores?
Yes. And you know, I don't mean like pattern. I mean like they look like s'more. They look like a s'mores with hooves sticking out of it.
Oh my god. Sprite. No. Your nonsense will not be tolerated this day.
Too bad. I hurt my titty. I'm making myself laugh and I'm paying for it already.
Anybody else want to name the other horse?
Chat says name the horses breakfast and dinner.
Breakfast and dinner.
It'll make it all the worse when we have to eat them in this cold,
Ow! 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 Ow!
dead night.
Oh, it hurts.
Yeah, we can always have Ziara transform into something to pull the cart later.
I need to stop laughing. It really hurts.
I'm not your little slave.
I'm gonna bruise
You
myself.
pulled our boat long ago.
Because I wanted to.
Okay, so if nobody else wants to name the other horse, the other horse's name is going to be Benedict.
Benedict and s'mores. I like it.
S'mores
Oh,
and Benedict.
Oh, my chest hurts so much.
I'm
Or I can
jotting
just name the horse
this down
Eggs,
in
I
my
mean.
notes. This is important.
This is important.
Okay, yeah,
course it's
actually, I'm
important.
going to do that too.
Same.
Well, the night you all set up camp. Basically, what you do is you are able to set the tent that they gave you two. They gave you one that's a normal tent, and they give you another that's actually designed to go on the cart. So kind of like a covered wagon, but not really designed to be traveled in. It's kind of basically making it into a camper for a night.
Mm-hmm.
There's enough room for 3 people in the tent, no, there's enough room for all of you in the cart.
It's a big fucking cart.
Well, there's
I
only
mean-
4 of you, or there's only 5 of you. That's gonna be about 7 feet by about 14 feet. Yeah, that's normal size.
I mean, I've been on some hay wagons before, and yeah, you
Mhm.
can fit about 6 people in there.
But I mean, for like sleeping?
Oh, not laying down. No, you're gonna be like sitting up, but you'll be bundled up together, warm in a tent, off the
pile.
ground.
Cut up pile.
That's
Everybody
fair.
sleeps on top of Mark.
I mean, yeah.
He's the
I-
he's the heater. He just sits in the middle of the cart and he radiates the heat.
I'm real small. I don't take up much space.
I fluff up Mark's titty as if it's a pillow.
Oh no, kneading with claws.
Ow, ow, ow. With a big smile on his face. Ow, ow, ow.
If it really didn't hurt to sit up as much as it does right now, I would totally draw that.
So you guys spend the night in the cart. It's pretty cold, but with the cart and the tent, it's actually pretty manageable.
It's manageable this time.
You have a decent night's sleep. You wake up the next day at sunrise as usual, which is a glorious feeling to be woken up by the sun.
It's a pretty nice feeling.
So I guess we're gonna go into town now, or head towards the town.
Yeah.
Unless anyone wants to do something for breakfast.
No.
I'd rather
We
do
should
breakfast
probably
in
take off some
town, honestly.
rations.
Or unless they sent us off with like food.
Wait, how are we doing on rations? Actually, I need to check.
The
And
last
jelly.
the last few times were
We're Savra feeding
Savra
everyone.
feeding everyone.
Jelly.
Oh, yeah.
When I first looked at your photo of Lunat, I didn't realize she was laying on the floor. I thought it was the wall. So this was really weird to me.
No,
It's because we
that's-
have wide walls and like a really dark floor, so my brain just was like, "Oh, that's the floor, or that's the wall, not the floor."
Our carpet's not really white. It may have been once. It's obvious this apartment complex has not changed this carpet in a long time. It's like beige. But she was also laying directly underneath of the lamp. Where'd you go, anyway? Oh, now you're down the hallway. Luna! Luna, come here.
Oh,
Yeah!
I am really looking forward to this.
So,
Same.
Pat,
Wait.
pat, pat your butt.
Oh, I hear.
Oh no, there's some things that are going to happen at
Oh,
some
wait, no,
point.
where you going?
Probably today.
Yep.
I hope.
so you all break down the tent, and start traveling towards town. And you assume with the speed of the horses, you assume it'll probably be about an hour or two before you get into town. But about 30 minutes from town, you see something strange.
Oh no.
Something you don't really feel is normal. From even this far away, about 2 miles, you can see there are 2 massive armies. One of which is on the front of the city. Kind of just like at attention at the city wall, because the city is a dwarven city. It is built into a mountain. There's a mountain there's a pass that goes up to the wall, like the foot of a mountain, and there's a giant, couple 100-foot tall gate. It's very much dwarven. And along one on the southern wall is just probably a couple hundred just dwarves. From this distance, you can tell they are in plate armor. They are poised for defense and or attack. You can see the sunlight glinting off of their armor. And about half a mile away from them, there is a massive encampment of similarly sized creatures. You can't really tell who or what they are because you're too far away to see, but you see the flags that are throughout this encampment are green and look almost like a rodent's paw print on it.
I immediately cast Disguise Self on myself.
When you all get close enough to where you can tell what the banner is, you all see Meeps suddenly gasp, and then she turns into a gnome.
Wait, is this your true form?
Hold on.
Man, we are just bringing together
excuse me.
everyone.
It is not green. It is red. I apologize. It is red with a rodent's paw print on it. And there's a circle around it, right?
Hold on, I'm gonna send you that.
You already did. I just didn't bring it up. Click. Click. Nope, that's the map. I don't want that. I want this.
I don't think I put it in there.
No, you didn't put it in there. Where's the map? Click.
Here you go.
Okay, it's not there.
These are the ones I had done.
Jump to present. Okay, yeah, it's a red flag that's pointed at the bottom with a octagonal circle around it with little points on each of the corners, and a black paw print in the middle of it. It looks like a rodent's paw print. And the moment you were able to discern what flags they were, Meeps immediately gasped and turned into a gnome.
Do we get to see what it looks like in like draw stuffs or something? Or
Yeah, I can crop it out.
Yeah, crop it and paste it.
Hold on. Sorry.
You're good. I'm being silly.
I drew them too close together.
Because I really I want to see what your flag design looks like.
I have a couple. Each house has its own.
And this army is massive, and it's got encampment supplies. Like, it's got large tents. This looks like this is like an actual standing army kind of thing. It's a couple hundred individuals. You would assume, probably about the same size as the defenders, because you would assume that the defenders would match any situation like this. And there's kind of like a tense air about as you get closer and you start coming towards town and you pass by the red-colored encampment. Jelly put it into Saturday draws, by the way.
Ooh, I like it.
Nice.
And there's a tense air about the encampment, as well as the defenders. No one really gives you a second look.
I'm going to type.
But hey, they're not giving us any looks, so taking it.
I'm gonna type in Saturday RP what I want my gnome to look like.
Okay. And
Like lilac. What, is that too much of a giveaway for her people?
No, that would just be weird for me.
Yeah. And you basically get to the gates of the city and you dismount, and there is a regal-looking dwarf standing there. He looks at you all, and looks down at the gnome, and then back up at you and says, "Who is the gnome?"
Shit, hold on, I gotta come up with a name. Please give me a minute. Let me type out the description first. Or I can just describe it, let's just do that. So she looks
Just call her
basic-
Peem. Peem.
Peem. Peem.
I am like eating my teeth because I don't want to convulse, but Jelly's laughing is just making it really hard right now.
That is such a convincing name.
Well,
They
you come up
would
with a better
never.
one.
They would never get the what code possibly could have used to come up with that.
I'm
Beam.
We may as well call her Screeb.
I want Meeps to try to make a voice for her gnome form.
I can't. I'm really trying not to laugh at it because like my chest just really hurts.
Okay.
Oh my fucking god.
Beard's
That's
watching.
like a thing that will get me.
Beard's watching his girlfriend just fucking die, and I'm just trying
I
not to.
believe she's fucking dead.
Okay, so Muse is gonna make herself look like a gnomish version of herself, kind of. So she's got like a similar, like her hair is kind of arranged in a similar way to the little
Ruffle.
ruff on her head.
A similar color as her fur.
Yeah, and so like dirty blonde. and she has brown eyes, and her clothes are kind of the same, so she's not wearing the same armor she was wearing when she left.
She
But
should
she got
probably
the same
hide
armor.
her emblem necklace thing.
Well,
Get into
with
it.
disguise.
She's going to turn her cloak to a blue cloak
Yeah. Hmm.
instead of green, and she's going to turn her pendant into just a single leaf, like an oak leaf instead of a clover leaf.
Okay.
As for her name,
Oh, we already got one.
no, I'm not going to call her Peem because then I'm going to
Speem.
laugh. at everything.
Speem.
I got.
It's
I-
so funny. It doesn't
I heard Peem.
I heard Peem also.
I first said Peem, and then I was like, no, Speem.
Oh,
Peem
Oh my
sounds
God.
better. I love Peem.
It's because in Dutch, their Pim is a name, and it sounds similar enough.
Okay, so there we go. That's what it's gonna be. Her name is going to be Toby Pym.
Aww.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
So he says, "Who is the gnome?" And you say, "My name is Toby Pym."
I'm gonna say my name is Toby Pym. I recently joined up with this traveling group.
He's gonna look at you, raise an eyebrow, and say, "You were not the one summoned." Where is your fifth member? And he looks at the rest of you.
Could we maybe step inside the town to discuss this?
You are not going anywhere until we find the fifth member of your party that was summoned by the king himself.
Hold on a second here.
Tell them she went back home.
Or no, not that. How far away are they from us?
He's about 10 feet in front of you. He's looking at. He met you at the gates. Because
Okay.
a whole cart and carriage isn't going to come into the city gates. It's going to be held off on the side at a.
Yeah. How many people are around? Is he just here by himself?
There are probably a couple dozen guards, considering there's a standing army out at their gates, and it's the gates to the main city.
But I mean, like with him, like right here. In
Oh
front
no,
of us.
there are 3 guards directly behind him.
How
Right.
close
She went back
are-
home.
How that won't work. How close?
Oh.
How close are the standing army folks?
The closest group of them is probably about 100 yards away on the left.
Can I just? I am so tempted to just send a message and say she's in disguise. But
You can if you want.
I
mean,
don't
couldn't
want to
we
blow
just
her
say
cover.
it? Couldn't we
She's
just say
sweating
it
nervously.
regularly? Who from the standing army is listening in on this conversation?
Meep.
If they
Okay,
see her?
Okay, the people with the red banner are half a mile away.
Okay.
Okay, so half a mile from the city gates, next to the grove of trees, is an encampment of this foreign army. Up against the wall of the city, half a mile, like right next to the city, half a mile away, is the home army. So there are dwarves fucking everywhere.
So your disguise was really only necessary for when we were passing through the area with the other army. I think it's safe for you to drop the disguise.
All right. I'm just gonna say like, I'm going to cringe, and I'm gonna drop this guy's self.
He raises an eyebrow as one of the guards suddenly flexes like he's expecting something, and then he immediately... You changed form, a spell went off in some way, shape, or form, and he tensed for a second out of reaction, and then he stopped. But the guy who's you're talking to, his hands are still behind his back, he's still standing straight, and he just raises an eyebrow at you. Quaint. Was that really necessary?
For me, it is. Yeah.
Perhaps. Come with me. And he spins on his heel and just starts walking. Doesn't even wait for an answer.
Follow.
Uh,
Follow.
Just going to pull the hood up. on her cloak.
One of the
And-
guards stays right next to him. The other two split and go right behind your group.
And I'm gonna pull my tail in also. It's gonna be like,
And we've left the cart and horses now, right?
Yes, there's a stable outside that all that
Yeah,
kind of stuff
good.
is yeah. And this commits war crimes. This group that's escorts you through this town, and you are given multiple looks by many different people. There are humans, elves, dwarves, half orcs, half elves, etc. It's a melting pot. It's a major fucking city.
uh-oh.
My eyes open for a certain person.
And
He's around.
this person, still with his hands held behind his back, one palm right against the other behind his back, he has not changed his pose, is just still leading. And it's about 15 minutes of walking before you get to two very, very specific red doors. And the emblem that everyone but Meeps recognize, and Marks. Meeps and Marks don't recognize this symbol, but Reuben, Ziara, and Savr do. It is basically the symbol of Gauntlgrim. Gauntlgrim's royal insignia is emblazoned on this door.
Neat.
He stops in front of the door, and one of the door's guards hands him a staff. He reaches out and grabs it. His other hand is still folded behind his back in the exact same position. You get the feeling this guy is no frills. I am doing my job. And the guard then opens the door, and you are led in. There is a conversation, quote-unquote conversation, more like an argument going on. And you all immediately see this room, so I'm going to have to pause the conversation. The first thing that your eyes see is that most of the room is segregated. There are 4 banners in the room. There's a king on a throne who has his arm, one of his elbows is leaning on the edge of his. He's at the edge of his seat. His elbow's at the edge of his armrest. He's got his hand into a fist, and he's got his cheek on his fist, and he looks fucking pissed. His other hand is on his knee. There are about 5 guards behind him in the most intimidating-looking dwarven armor you've ever seen. The 4 banners around. There is a banner that is... Oh, hold on. I actually forgot to pull this up. 1 second. One banner is the head of an elk with really regal horns, and it's green.
Pretty.
Ziari, you recognize it. Savr, you recognize. Everyone recognizes all of these except for Meeps and Marks. It is the emblem of the Emerald Enclave, and there's a group
Country
of
bumpkins.
no.
No, I mean Marks and Meeps.
Oh, country. Oh, yes. Country.
Country bumpkin.
The group that is with them is in very foliage-looking attire. None of them have their hoods up, but they have hoods on their cloaks. They're green and browns, very earthly
Beautiful.
individuals. The Emerald Enclave is a druidic style. Their group has taken upon themselves to preserve nature as best as possible, while still being diplomatic to other peoples and ensuring the well-being of nature.
Beard. As soon as you said the animal that's on the banner and mentioned green, I was like, this better be fucking druids.
Oh yeah, it's fucking druids. The red banner that is next to them is the banner of a crown. It just looks like a crown, and they are the Lords of the Alliance. Their armor is much more shiny, much more gilded and golden, a lot less function and more form. The armor is probably worthless in combat, and they are usually group of people that are prioritizing civilization and commerce and money and like well-being and things like that. And there is a third group that is a blue symbol that is a moon with a harp in it, like a crescent moon with a harp. That is the Harpers, who's
the Harpers.
all about the good of mankind, essentially. They are an older organization that has... They're very grassroots. They get beaten down and rebuilt a lot. They're pretty chaotic, but it's pretty autonomous. And it's basically a group of people who are like, you know what, I'm just going to be an upstanding dude and help people.
They're pretty cool usually.
And then there's a gray banner that looks like a sword with a point pointed down with a fist that's grabbing the sword blade. And this is the Order of the Gauntlet. These are basically paladins. This is like this is a group of people who are all about saving the common man from dangers. Like, they go out, they find monsters that are causing havoc, they save towns that are on the brink of destruction. They do what you did in Horval. Horval. They're the kinds of people that would go out to that. They are good people who are all about that kind of stuff. And there's a fifth banner. This banner...
I thought you said there was only 4.
I misspoke. I apologize. There are 5. And there's a group of people with each banner. The Harpers all have cloaks and leathers and stuff. They all look like they're their own person. None of them are really together. They're all just in the same area as each other. But you get the feeling they are each considering themselves as their own group. The Gauntlet only has 2 people standing underneath that banner. And the 5th and final banner is the one on the left side of the throne closest to it. It is a green banner with 2 points on the bottom of the flag with a clover emblazoned on it. And there is a figure screaming who is clad completely in silvered armor that looks both intimidating and functional. He has a shield on his back and he has a sword on his hip. He is missing a left ear, and he is currently engaged in yelling at the king directly. But out of all of this entire room, you take this whole room in an instant, because that's just what you do as you walk in, are 3 individuals besides the king. The one yelling, who's having an argument with the king.
A one-sided argument, it seems.
A one-sided argument. Underneath the Order of the Gauntlet flag, one of the only 2 people there, is a massive tiefling. She is towering. She is 8. She looks at least 2.5 meters tall. She's got red skin and purple scales all over her.
She's cute.
She's grinning as she's watching this conversation happen. But your eyes, all of your eyes, immediately shift to one person in the room who's just as tall as her. But this is the most intimidating person you have ever seen in your life. It is a dragonborn who is silver-scaled. He is 8 feet tall, at least 2.5 meters, 8 feet tall. But something is extremely strange about him. Despite the fact that he is a silver dragonborn, there is a black hole on his head, the back of his head, that... Have you ever seen Vanta Black?
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
The entire Vanta Black basketball.
It is the blackest black material known to man.
Yep.
Scientifically made.
Oh.
It is poisonous as well. Buxby, and anyone
Mm-hmm.
who wants a refresher. That is a basketball painted with Vanta black. That is not
That's
photoshopped.
so weird.
That is literally a spherical object that has been painted with this paint.
I both love and hate that.
This picture pisses me off, but I'm also amazed.
That black is on the back of this man's skull, on the top crown of his head, and there are 8 tendrils that snake down his face and down his neck, and you can see 4 tendrils snaking down what you can see of his right arm, and each tendril ends at the tip of his fingers. So these weird tendrils just don't fucking exist to your vision. It creeps the fuck out of you. And his left arm almost looks like it's completely mechanical. He is in armor that has some spikes on it, but he is sitting there, cross-armed, grinning, as he's looking directly at your party. It is a toothy grin. He is very much triangle barrel-shaped. He looks like he could probably rip anyone in this room apart with his hands.
He can rip me apart.
And the woman standing next to him, because your eyes were drawn to throughout this whole room with all this stuff to see, and then your eyes are drawn to this imposing figure, Savra and Ziara, you notice Davra, with her cloak and hood up, is standing right next to him.
Can I run at her?
You are currently flanked by guards.
Oh.
You have the 2 guards behind you and the 1 guard in front of you, and then the dude in front of you. And as the doors open and you're escorted into the room, that is the scene that you see in that instant the door opens.
Beard.
Yes.
I have a question.
Yes, what is your question before I continue with the RP?
Do I get, like, any sense about this large dragonborn with the tendrils on him?
You are scared as fuck of this man. All of you are. Like, again, Vanta Black is not a thing that you have ever experienced in your lives as a D&D character.
I know, I'm just, like, is there, like, any extra chill that Savra feels?
Something goes down your spine a little bit.
Here's another question for Savra that's out of character.
Huh.
Does she recognize the other person?
What are you talking about?
Possibly from
No.
some literature.
There's a face. Oh!
There's
yes.
some literature she's picked up in the past.
I said beard a whisper, by the way. That
You
just
do
says eyes emoji.
recognize that tiefling, Savra, but you are so preoccupied with this 8-foot tall dragonborn staring directly at you that the entire world doesn't exist to you.
I know, I figured, because I have a feeling I know who that... Well, Savra has a feeling she knows who that is, and she's terrified.
Your entire party, upon seeing this dragonborn, without him having a single weapon on him, you feel like he is the most dangerous individual in this room. That's the kind of feeling and essence and aura this person puts off.
Meeps is worried about the Dragonborn, but more worried
You are staring
about...
at nothing but the guy in silver armor.
You didn't mention what he looks like, aside from the fact that he's wearing silver armor.
He said he was missing an ear.
He's missing an ear. That's really vague.
Yeah, he's looking away from your group, yelling at the king. He's got a sword on his hip and a shield on his back.
Which means
Hold
we
on.
see his right side.
What am I missing? Am
Sweating beads. Cannonballs.
The entire party. Yeah, the group that's near this, the green emblem, they're all 2 to 2 feet tall. They're 2 to 2.5 feet tall. They're all rodents. All of them.
Oh boy. I'm so sorry.
And
Meeps.
there's about a dozen
I-
of them.
I drew Meeps' face. It's on Saturday.
I saw that. I saw her go, uh-oh.
I didn't see. I need to look. Click. Uh-oh.
Also, I posted something in personal work share.
I saw it.
She's so cute.
That is really cute.
And as the doors open and you take that whole scene in an instant, and you're still being escorted, the doors close behind you. And this rodent in armor is currently going on a tirade. Once more, we are met with nothing but excuses and obfuscations. Hun, please mute your microphone.
Okay.
Thank you. I can't handle the echo. For 4 days now, we have been forced to wait. And for what? Half-truths and placations. And we have had enough, and we'll repeat ourselves one final time. Return Hazel Cloverear to the people of Meadowland, or we'll be on your doorstep. And your group comes to a stop, and with a resounding thud, 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 the guy in front of you slams the staff down on the floor as it echoes throughout the whole chamber with the door closing. Silence immediately fills the entire space, painful in its weight, as every single eye in the room turns to your group. The room has the king on it, and all the other people that I've told you. And as everyone kind of just stands there, you all notice that the guy that is missing an ear looks very much like a spring hare, the rodent. And the shield on his back was emblazoned with a symbol that looked to be a round wooden shield with a straight line through the middle of the crest of it. That symbol is also emblazoned on his chest. You're muted. Oh, what? No, yeah. Excuse me. The round symbol is on his chest, but on his shield there was actually a wide triangle emblazoned on it.
All I heard from Jelly was just fucking, and that's like
Yeah.
from the
That's all I heard too, yeah.
And the spring hare is staring through your entire group and staring directly into Meeps's eyes with a look of absolute just amazement and just like jaw drop. And after just a few really uncomfortable moments of silence, the king stands from his throne and gestures to your group. My esteemed guests, please welcome the group of individuals that allowed the information in my missives to become known from our scout in the Underdark. At this, he motions to a dwarven female you recognize, who is at the foot of the dais that his throne sits on. You recognize Eldith, and she nods very solemnly. And Sir Pebblepaw, and he turns towards the individual in the armor, I do believe you will finally find your baseless, tactless, and extremely dangerous accusations to be completely unfounded, as this Hazel you ask for has appeared before us. And with that, he sits back down, and hold on, just a second. Unmute and say it.
Meeps's face is kind of shifting from worry to anger.
And as he sits back down, hold on, hun. I'm actually
What are you looking for?
picture of a certain character. Are pictures of characters on the document?
Only pictures of animals, not the actual drawings. Who are you looking for?
I need Tobias.
Okay, hold on. I'll get him for you.
Please put him into.
If you scroll up a little bit in Saturday draws, I think.
No, it's those are her parents and other people.
No, Tobias isn't Saturday Draws.
Oh, is he the one with the circlet?
No, he's the one with the blue scarf and the little ear notch. In Saturday Draws, not personal work.
Oh yeah, he's
Oh, there we go.
right
Yeah.
above the drawing of Ziara face painting.
Yes,
group.
Tobias, this person that you guys don't know, you suddenly hear a scream of the name Hazel, and running from that group through the entire area, which is it's probably 50 feet, it just runs straight for Meeps and just tackles Meeps.
Question:
Yes.
We weren't told that Meeps' name is Hazel, right? Because I
You were
do
not.
not. I have.
No.
Yeah, I did not write that down.
No,
No.
I think the only person who actually heard Meeps' name was Savra.
Yep. This person yells the name Hazel and careens through the room to tackle Meeps to the ground as soon as the king sits down.
The king or the messenger?
The king sat down back in his throne after introducing you, and the messenger has kind of like separated from you.
Oh, okay.
I
misunderstood who was speaking.
Yeah, the guards and him are now standing at the door, blocking the door. Meeps is now on the ground with this character on top of her. Tobias is crying.
I feel
Hold
almost
on, hun.
inclined to scoot towards somebody that I know,
Hold on, just
Hey?
but I'm not going to move.
I want to move.
What's going on?
The room is completely silent, looking at you.
All of us, or just them?
The whole room is looking at you.
Can I run a Duffer now?
You are
Do we
more
have-
than
do we
welcome
have-
to.
Does everybody have free pass to run at whoever they
You
want?
can do what you want, but the king is currently looking at you as if he's expecting something.
Tobias, let me talk to Thornwall for a second.
It takes a minute as Tobias picks himself up, and Ziara, are you going to Davra?
I want to.
Ziara, go ahead.
Um,
What are you doing? Like, describe it. Like, are you running at
Kinda-
her and tackling her, or are you just walking over there, or what?
walking. How do you describe it?
Power
I'm
walk.
excited, but I'm trying to contain it a little bit.
Power walk.
Yeah.
God, Ooh.
This is a mess.
You see,
No, there is something I kind of want to do, but I don't. Oh man, I would feel so bad doing it.
you see Ziara, as Meeps and this individual who you've heard now is named Tobias is standing up. Ziara just kind of like ignores the rest of you and just like beelines it straight for this cloaked woman, and she just hugs her and receives a hug in return. Savra, you are actually extremely flabbergasted at the scene.
I am.
The smile on Davra's face is something you have never seen before. It is a very specific happiness to it that you didn't know Davra was capable of.
I'm just going to continue standing where I'm at.
Okay. And you all kind of stop in your places as you hear a very loud throat clearing from the king.
I do want to go up once I'm wiggled away from Tobias and just being like, hey, Tobias, just like give me a second. I need to talk to Thornwall. And I'm going to get up. And I'm gonna walk over to Thornwall, and I'm going to scowl at him.
He's still like has his mouth open slightly as he's looking at you and the rest of your party.
I'm trying to make a decision. Hold on a second.
Just fucking slap him. I know you want
Yep,
to.
I'm gonna slap him.
Just no. Are you gonna slap him? Or are you gonna
No,
punch
no,
him in the
I'm
jaw?
gonna deck him.
Right in the jaw? Because that's the only place that's not armored right now.
I want to deck him in the snoot, but if I can't, then
Well,
jaw's
no,
fine.
like his whole low, like his
mouth.
helmet. His helmet is showing his face essentially. Like it's.
Okay, I'm gonna deck him in the snoot.
You all watch. Go ahead and make me an attack roll, please.
Oh god, if I miss, I'm going to use.
It's gonna be a D20 plus your strength, plus proficiency.
Oh, yep. I'm gonna use my.
No, what was it?
inspiration. 4.
Plus strength, which is.
Not good. Hold on.
You are connecting no matter what. What this is determining is.
I want to knock him on his ass.
Okay, well, if you want to use your inspiration for this,
Yeah,
then...
because my strength is 0.
Okay.
Okay.
Roll with advantage then.
Please, nat 20.
Yeah. I'll give her my inspiration until she nat 20s.
Falcon punch.
That's pretty good.
Wait, doesn't Shaw
I got-
have 2 inspiration points?
I got a 15.
Got a 15? With proficiency would be 19, right?
No, that would be dexterity.
No, proficiency, not dexterity. Proficiency.
I'm not proficient in stealth.
Everyone is proficient in their own unarmed strikes.
Oh. Yeah, that would be 19 with.
Meeps gets there. You see her whole body tremble for just a second, and suddenly her fist. What?
I say his name once. I just say, Thornwall, and then I punch him.
And she just Thornwall, and then suddenly her fist shoots out, slams right into the end of his nose, and he just goes flying backwards about 3 feet and just slams on his ass and just like slides another foot. And he just kind of like
1 point of bludgeoning damage.
sits there with his hand on his now bloodied nose, and just kind of like stares at you in silence.
I dust off my hands and then I like shake the collar of my cloak out.
Mark's kind of gives
your
it like
problem.
Mark's gives a small little clap. It's like, that was good. Put a little more shoulder in next time.
I just imagine him like looking around the room. It's like, yeah, look, people, that's pretty good.
That was nice, yeah.
Mark's would actively cheer.
You all hear the king clear his throat again, way more agitatedly.
Unfazed.
Looking up at him, he seems to be waiting for something. His head is back in his fist, on his fist, and he's drumming his other fingers on the arm of his chair in a really pissed off fashion.
Is he waiting for us to bow?
I have an army at my gates, and you come into my throne room, and you make a mockery of my presentations without reporting your findings or the situation you are in. I find this concerning.
We did kind of just get out of the Underdark and dealt with a lot of crap, so I don't know what you want us to report, really. That's what Mark says.
You'll have to excuse me, sir. I'm just a little annoyed at someone for being so incredibly rude.
He sits up and looks at you and says, "You're annoyed." And he looks down at the guy on the floor and says, "This man has an army at my door." And he puts up his fingers and they're like this. And I am this close to trouncing the standing that is at my gates. Tell me why I shouldn't. And he looks back down at the guy on the floor, who kind of brushes himself off, stands a little straighter, and looks at the king, and says, I apologize for my rude accusations that were baseless, but as circumstance showed, your people had a hand in... My people had a hand in nothing! As Thornwall goes silent. And the king looks visibly agitated. And... Go ahead.
Oh man, I'm like kind of just want to chime in and be like, by what evidence did you have that they were involved?
The king looks at you, but not with a look of shut up, but with a look of I'm interested. And Thornwall turns to you and says, my people were attacked by almost an army-sized band of dwarves with 2 heads wearing the insignia of this man. And he points at the king. And one of our royal daughters, and he points at Meeps, has been missing for, and then he counts 2 years, huh?
3 months.
2 years. Has been missing
2
for
years.
2 years. And all evidence showed either a kidnapping or an assassination.
Assassination.
Did she disappear around the time this attack happened?
No, the attack happened, and he thinks about it for a second, 2 months ago.
Okay, first of all, we
Matt.
were all captured by Drow.
And he
So shut up right there.
he goes to speak, and then you say that, and he just like closes his mouth, just like, what the fuck?
Mark just looks at her and smiles.
Second, and she's going to dig in her bag of holding and pull out the leaflet of information. And I feel like this is probably going to be a bad move, but she is going to walk towards the king of this place, and she's just going to hand it to him. She's like, you can look this over. There's a whole lot of information about demonic summonings that have been going on in the town of Horval.
You hear a very light clearing of the throat, and as you hand these papers to him, and you look over his shoulder, and the Dragonborn has a hand in front of his muzzle, and he folds his arms again and looks at the king and says, I do believe I need a copy of those, sir. If you would be so kind.
I was going to just follow that up with like, just like I didn't want to imply that I was just handing them to him that he could keep them, but yeah.
He's smiling, by the way.
Yeah, I figured. I'm not saying that to him. Just like I'm happy to have him like chime in.
No, yeah.
He can chime in all he wants.
The king just squints his eyes at him and says, for one, I dislike your organization, and I don't know why you have invited yourselves to my summit. But seeing as who you are and what you work for, I will allow it. Why do you need copies? And the Dragonborn just kind of like grins and says, well, for one, they need... excuse me. I have to think of all this dialogue on the spot because there's nothing I could plan for.
Personal records? Sara could chime in on that as well. I mean...
he kind of nods at that and says, well, for one of these individuals needs to have their name exonerated, and that is the evidence to such. And the king just kind of like sighs, like, fine. And he hands it to the guy. He takes the leaflet and hands it to the guy next to him, who just still standing there. You get the fact that he's like a servant or something, and just stands there with the papers in his hand.
I think at this time I will get out of his of in front of the king and actually walk over to this dragonborn.
As you get up there,
Putting my eyes down.
He just kind of puts one finger to his lips as a shh kind of motion as you walk towards him.
She's not saying anything
No,
after
yeah.
that, but
No, yeah.
she's just walking towards him and Davra and I guess Ziara, who's also
Hi.
over here.
Who is also still hugging Davra. Hi.
I'm glad Zira's having a good time.
Davra's not having a good time.
Meeps is not having a good time.
and
Also,
go ahead.
I don't think you ever describe what Dafra looks like because I want to draw her sometime.
She
Yeah.
is a pretty standard human female, probably about 5'8", blonde hair, kind of fair features, pretty typical of someone about 35, maybe 40. Pretty standard, honestly. She's not a real good looker, but she's not ugly. Like, it's... You get the feeling she purposely makes herself look as average as possible, on purpose. With both of your histories with the woman, she probably does that on purpose.
Mhm.
But she's if she wanted, she could be the looker. She's fairly fair boned and skinned, and she looks
Hey,
pretty nice.
Hey Beard, I have
Yeah.
a question for you.
Mhm.
This is just me being stupid, I guess. However, I am curious. What would I have to roll for Savra to like try to make it very like look that she is not visibly shaken?
Deception.
Okay, well, good thing she's good at that.
No,
Because-
it would be performance.
Oh, performance. Well,
it would be performance.
Okay. Well, because like given who these two people are, or who she knows who Davra is, and who she can only assume is someone who might have punched her in the face telepathically. I mean, she's pretty fucking terrified, and yeah. Don't know why I'm like justifying it. Either way,
Roll.
I did roll. It's not super great.
Let's see here. 15, 10. Everyone in the party minus Ruben can tell you are visibly shaken. You are trembling, and you are making an effort to not be looked at by either of these two individuals.
How
Yeah,
close
I am
is
like
she to
keeping
me?
my like I don't know where technically she was
Savra,
standing.
you would be about 5 feet, both to the side and slightly behind Davra, as a sign of you are my superior officer, because that's kind of how she's standing to this other individual.
I don't like this spot then.
Ziara, you're kind of between the two. The king continues and says, I have heard the reports from my scout, but we would very much like to know why there are demon lords causing havoc on the surface and the Underdark. What did you do?
What's he?
We
Who
didn't do anything.
survived?
Kind of looks at you both. Kind of sighs and just says, Fine. What do you have to report?
The Underdark sucked.
Yeah. It did. We got captured by Drow. There were demons and stuff everywhere, and we got out. There you go.
So you don't know where these demon lords came from?
I guess we did see some pretty crazy business go down in the fish town. What's the name of that place?
Slooblood up.
I kind of yeah. Ah, damn it.
No,
yeah,
what?
no.
She's just done.
Yeah, at this point, Stavra is just not talking anymore. She is
Staring at the floor. I don't exist. I don't want to be here anymore.
exactly. All of her all of her good speaking, help up to this point. Great. Right now, she is shut off.
Mm-hmm.
Can I, if she's close enough, can I reach out and grab her hand?
She's close enough. You're like only like a foot or two away from her.
Grab.
She squeezes back pretty hard.
I was just gonna say, like, she would absolutely like a not a death grip, but like gosh dang near.
Why would you?
To which Ziara would absolutely feel that her hand is trembling.
Yeah, she
okay.
is shaking.
I thought that's what I figured, but like when you said the death grip, I thought you were purposely trying to hurt her hand.
No. She's not trying to hurt Ziara. She's like grabbing hold
For safety.
Like right now, you are literally like Ziara is basically. Yeah, she is the
anchor right now.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, that's why I wanted to do that. But okay, good that you added to that because I was like, but I meant it well.
And the king kind of looks at you all and says, "Well, my scout has already filled me in on everything she has experienced, but there are quite a few gaps where she was not allowed, nor that she could go on. So if you would please inform us."
Alright, who wants to give them the whole rundown?
Savra, you actually do notice that the Dragonborn is looking at you. You can feel it on you.
I am still looking at the floor.
Out of character for a sec, I was gonna say like I'll explain it, but then if Ziara would tell the story, she would be the hero.
Well, isn't that her MO anyway?
I guess Meeps can try.
It's gonna be cut out, essentially.
Okay.
Okay.
Meeps will try.
What information are you not saying?
Some very specific information, hopefully.
Out of character, let's discuss that. What should I not say?
At this point, you guys did not rehearse that. I'm actually not gonna allow that.
Oh.
You have not rehearsed what you have decided to leave out, what you haven't. So you, as Meeps, need to tell me what you are not saying.
God,
I hate this and I like it.
You're basically gonna say You're basically gonna take like this is gonna be like a 2 or 3 hour report.
Alright, I'm going to leave out Savra's whole alliance, or her whole thing about where she came from.
What do you mean?
Like, Savra's, everything she's told us about working for the Zentarum and everything, that I'm not saying anything about.
Okay.
I mean, I guess it might be kind of obvious, but I'm not bringing anybody's personal shit into this.
Okay, so no one's personal stuff.
I will talk about...
Where are you starting the story?
Getting captured by Drow.
Okay.
We were... I'll say from my perspective, I was traveling, and I was captured by Drow, put in jail with other people.
Yeah.
We broke out, etc., etc.
Leaving out all personal information. Okay.
Yeah. That we were on the run from the Drow.
Just don't tell me what you're telling me. Tell me what you are not telling him.
I don't know. I'm not that good at this. This is the best way I can think to organize it. So
Okay.
so just give me a second. I'm just gonna hit some bullet point. Sorry, I'm trying. I'm not very good.
No, it's
at
okay.
this. I'm not the talking person, but the
It's
talking
okay.
person is occupied.
The talking person is disconnected.
Also, I just decked a dude in the face, so yeah, my thoughts are
was
all over the
cool.
place.
That was cool.
I'm really glad you did
Punk
that.
ass.
I said I'm really glad you did that.
Kind of a punk ass. About let's see, going to Gracklestug, that we helped the townspeople and they helped send us on our way. They were hard to deal with, I will say that much. But, you know, you do what you gotta. Better than drow. That we went to one of the other prisoners' towns, Sloobla.
Okay.
Meeps is never going to pronounce it right. And we saw something extremely terrifying, but we managed to escape.
Okay.
I think I'm doing this a little bit out of.
A little bit out of order, but it's fine.
Gauntle Grim, you guys got there, did the caves and tunnels.
No, not Gauntlgrim.
Or
That's where we are right
the
now.
other one.
Golstug, Whirlstone tunnels.
Gracklestug.
That we traveled around.
You guys went
Fought
into the
lots-
underground. Dragon Egg, Obelisk. What?
I'm not going to talk about the obelisk or the dragon egg. That seems irrelevant.
Okay,
I'm just going to say that
irrelevant.
we did some stuff
Neverlight.
for the people. We went to the place where there were mushrooms.
What are you
And-
not saying about Neverlight? Are you informing them of what you saw? Like,
I'm going to mention
influence-wise?
that part of it had something wrong, and that everyone who was not affected left. But there's something wrong in that place, just like at the Fish Town.
Okay, and then you guys
saw some
went
scary
to
shit there.
Blingdenstone. What are you not saying about Blingdenstone?
I'm not going to talk about our sentient gelatinous cube friend. I'm not going to mention him.
Okay.
I'm going to say that we did some stuff there. We saw some more weird stuff related to the slime god guy.
Yep. Jewy Blex.
Jewy Blex. We've seen evidence of stuff related to Demogorgon, Jewy Blex, and the Decay
Zugtamoy.
Lady.
Zuktmoy.
We also helped some people in Blingdenstone. I'm gonna leave out the gem jar bit, and the fact that I have his coin. I'm gonna leave out Zira's nightmares.
Okay. I have a feel for what you told him. This takes a while. And your compatriots kind of jump in every once in a while when you have to take a breather. But it takes about 2 or 3 hours for you to explain all this. The king seems to listen, and so does everyone else, and what you can assume are the leaders of each group. And after all of that, the king nods as you kind of step down, and you basically sit down and just don't talk for a while because now you're tired as fuck. And at that point, this dragonborn uncrosses his arms and takes a single step forward and bows towards the king and says, "That seems to be in line with all of the information we have been told already and thus far. But, sir, my request still remains." And the king kind of nods and pinches the bridge of his nose and says, "I realize the town has gone dark, but I cannot provide resources to investigate a holding that is not my own, nor that I have any trade ties with." And the Dragonborn nods and says, "Yes, but with the light of current events, I do believe it is in our best interest to investigate this matter." At least somewhat. And he kind of nods at each of the groups in turn. I'm sure everyone here would be in agreement that by itself it is not enough of an issue for me to come forward about. But with the threat of Demon Lord invasion of all things, that is now spilling to the surface world, and he motions towards Reuben and towards the papers that are in the attendant's hand and at Savra, as well as the evidence that is now on the surface. I do believe it is in everyone's best interest to investigate this matter. And the king kind of sighs as he rubs his face. Not wrong, though. And he says, fine. But I cannot devote resources to it. But you are free to use the tunnels to investigate it. All of you. And he kind of rubs his forehead again and says, do not involve my town or my people. And the Dragonborn nods and takes a single step back and folds his arms once more. And the king then looks at the other groups and says, what say you all? And he looks towards the foreigners. Thornwall kind of stands upright a little bit more and looks at Meeps.
I'm staring him like dead in the eyes, and I look super pissed.
And he says, as long as Hazel can come back with us, we are fine.
As soon as he's not looking at Meep, she's gonna stick out her tongue out.
He looks away for a second, and then he
Go!
he basically stops looking at you and goes back into relaxed, waiting to be talked to thing. And you all see Meeps like. You hear a chuckle come from Tobias, who has since gotten back into formation behind Thornwall.
Oh, okay.
But you hear Tobias laugh.
Can I scoot towards Tobias? Offer him my hand for a high five?
No, you're separated. You're on different sides. The king then looks towards the large tiefling, who just shrugs and says, whatever. The king just kind of rolls his eyes at that, and looks towards the druids of the Enclave, and they say, well, unfortunately, this is a matter we need to discuss. And then this person looks throughout your entire party with relevant parties. And the king then looks at the Lord's Alliance and the Harpers, and they each acquiesce the same way. It's like, we need to discuss this further. The king then looks at you and says, very well. It seems we are all in accordance with the fact that the matter of demon lords needs to be investigated further. There is a town in the Underdark, not far from here, maybe 3 or 4 days' journey, that has gone dark, completely silent, apparently, in the last few months. And he gestures towards Davra and the Dragonborn. These two have brought this to my attention, and unfortunately I'm obligated to, by certain standards, to meet their concern. You all will head, unless otherwise required, you all will be heading such an investigation with an army at your backs. Apparently, as he rolls his eyes again. Thornwall then kind of straightens up and takes a step forward. Sir? And then the king just glares at him with both eyes wide. And Thornwall kind of just like shrinks a little. And the king says, that is for you and companion, and he points at Meeps, to discuss among yourselves, not in my presence. I don't want to hear your voice for the rest of the day.
Or ever.
And Thornwell kind of lifts his finger up and opens his mouth to say something. The king's eyes go a little bit wider, and he just kind of like curls his hand back and closes his mouth and stands there.
I'm going to also scowl at him.
But for now, I need to drum up plans for apparently guarding myself against a demon invasion. And I'm sure these fine individuals, and he gestures towards the various groups, will be wanting to discuss things with your little group. And he gestures to you all. But for now, I've had enough of this business. Get out of my sight, all of you. And with that, you hear the staff slam on the ground 3 more times as the doors get thrown open. And each group seems to leave. You're unsure of what you guys should be doing, so you all kind of like separate yourselves and kind of stand near Ziara and Savra, who are already standing next to each other. So you're just like, I guess we're just gonna hang out by our friends. And the Order of the Gauntlet, the Lord's Alliance leaves, followed by the Enclave. The 2 people who are standing underneath the Order of the Gauntlet kind of like stay behind slightly. And as the Thornwall group leaves, he kind of like looks at Meeps, and he says, "You are required in camp as soon as possible." And he just keeps going. And Tobias waves as he passes by.
I'm gonna try to like grab Tobias.
Tobias just high fives you instead. Oh no. What, Susie?
Oh, just that one of my lies is not ever going to hold any weight.
Oh, by the way, I have about
yes,
15 more minutes.
Yeah,
but
we're almost done.
yeah, there's no real rush. It
I
can
did see.
overlap a little bit.
I did see.
Yeah, it can overlap.
And as everyone else is shuffled out, the king is gone. He's left. He was the first person to leave the room, and all of his entourage is gone. All that's left in the room is basically your group, the 2 people from the Order of the Gauntlet banner, and Davra and this Dragonborn, and a few couple guards who are just on post. And as these 2 people are leaving that were a part of the Order of the Gauntlet, they're talking in hushed voices. And you notice that the person with the 2.5 meter tall tiefling seems to be about a human-sized build, a very strange mixture of a human and a tabaxi.
Wow.
You've never really seen a half tabaxi before. It's kind of strange, but she's got the bipedal leg, or the digigrade legs, but she's got like a humanish face, but she's got the big ears from a tabaxi, and she's got a sword strapped to her side and a shield on her back, and she looks pissed. She's glaring at her companion, who's like 4 feet taller than her, and the big one's just kind of like shrugging, grinning, and like kind of like winking, and like kind of like yeah, come on, and as they're walking towards you, the smaller one just puts her hand on her face, rubs it, and just you hear her yell, "Fine, just don't tell me about it," and she just walks out. And this large tiefling comes up to your group, kind of does a little sup chin nod to the Dragonborn, who just kind of like chuckles slightly as he slightly looks away from this woman.
Oh, he read the magazine.
And yes, anyone who saw the magazine recognizes this as a very specific tiefling. She stands there and looks at your group and says, "We are the only 2 that the Order decided to send for this shit show. So I guess there's that. I guess we should talk about something. I don't know what. I guess terms." And she kind of shrugs. Sorry, Seraphine's got the better mouth for this. Anyways, you're hot, as she points at Savra. Just wanted to say that. But also, she gives the closest person to her, she just puts her hand out with a piece of paper on it. And just kind of like holds it there. It's all actually Savra that she's holding it out to.
Oh. I guess Savra takes it.
That is the inn we should be meeting at tonight. We need to discuss shit, I guess. And then she kind of points at you all and like, yeah, I guess we'll all meet there.
Does Savra still have the magazine?
You don't know.
You have no idea.
Okay, I assume she does. I just nudge her, ask her for an autograph.
It's already autographed.
Ask for another one.
Savra's not saying a thing.
Just eyes never going up, just holds paper, okay, whatever, just standing there, not saying anything.
Her fear is a lot more controlling at the moment.
I feel so bad because I assume it's also kind of slightly towards not just the dragon dude, but also Davra. That Savra is a little. I'm staying quiet.
Mm-hmm.
Could say that.
So I feel a bit bad that because it's probably awkward.
Oh, it's very awkward.
Oh my god! Do you
Ziara
have
is probably
any
like,
idea how awkward it is?
Ziara's for like, what's wrong with Savra?
Is she asking that to Davra?
Is she?
Or is she asking that to me?
Yes.
I would probably not ask it because it's such a big group.
Mostly her talking to herself. What is wrong with Savra?
Oh, okay. Thank God.
And she's just like, all right, yeah, that's the inn we're gonna be at. And then she kind of like points at you all, and gives a thumbs up. And then she looks at the Dragonborn and winks, and kind of does a little kissy face while she winks. And he's just like, he chuckles and looks away further. And then she just kind of turns and walks out. At that point, Davra and this Dragonborn turn to your group. And the Dragonborn says, I believe we need to find a more, and he looks around, amicable setting to discuss some matters. And he looks between Reuben and Ziara, or Reuben and Savra.
Yes, sir.
He nods, and he leaves. Come.
She follows.
I'm just
Head
looking
down.
like, what? What's
Of course, she has
on?
to let go of Ziara's hand, but she follows with her head down.
As he's leaving, you notice his arms unfold. He holds out his hand, snaps his fingers once, and a maul almost the size of him appears in his hand. And he slaps it on his back, and it attaches to his back. The maul was fucking massive. The head of it was probably the size of his chest, and he was holding it with one hand. It was flat on one end, and it's got a massive spike on the other, so it's like a giant war pick. And he just snapped his hands, it appeared, and he just strapped it to his back.
So is Shaw following also? Or is Reuben following?
I got the impression that he only wanted to talk to you, but otherwise I'll follow.
Well,
No,
he
he
said
looks at
we have
you.
matter. Like,
Okay.
yeah, he said
Yeah,
that he had
I'm
things
following.
to discuss with the two of us.
And Davra kind of ushers the rest of you to follow as well, including Marks, Beeps, and Ziara.
Alright.
She does not say anything. She just kind of motions for you all to follow him. And that is where we will go ahead and pause for the day.
Fuck.
Well, damn.
Why can't we just have a
I'm
nice peaceful time when we come.
Why don't you
I'm
just like
having
hold me up by
I'm
my
having a
ankles?
nice, peaceful time. I'm good.
I
I'm
wanted
just
to
happy
go
to be here.
get drunk and have a nice time.
I'm having a good time.
I don't want to have to deal with fucking political shit. That's why Meeps left.
We've been dealing with political shit ever since we got down here.
I don't know what anyone's problem is.
Like, I don't know. It's like what everyone's talking about. I'm having a great time.
I'm happy.
The best
at
part
least-
of Meeps' day was getting to deck Thornwall in the nose.
uh,
The best part of Marsavra's day was zapping imps.
that was
That was
yesterday.
I know.
There was nothing good about
AKA,
it.
there was nothing good about today. So, how did everyone like the NPCs?
I think I had a lot of fun with that. That was pretty funny.
I
It
was
was really good too.
surprised and glad to see Tobias.
I was glad to see more druids, even though we didn't interact with them.
They were just here.
They
It's
were
like
there, but it was
acknowledging
okay.
Do you? I guess that's out of character knowledge. I was just gonna ask, do you know other druids?
I don't know.
I
Or do I?
am completely taken aback, like my character, with how the relationship between Ziara and Davra is. That's for certain. I don't know what to think.
I wonder why.
What do you mean?
I don't know.
Wonder why indeed.
I guess you'll have to wait until next session to find out.
Yeah.
I don't know if I will.
What,
And
be
also,
able to
I-
wait or find out?
Find out.
Yes.
Also, I get to dread for an entire week what's going to happen next.
I'm
Mhm.
excited.
I thought the next bit of RP was going to be this week, but I guess not. So you'll have to wait a whole nother week, Susie.
Good things come to those
Thanks,
who
Beard.
wait.
I hate it.
Thanks, Beard. I hate it.
Well, I can tell you one thing. At least some of my dread and grievances can be washed out by tonight.
I can't wait for Meeps to go tear down Thornwall's bullshit and be like, dude, how the fuck you gonna leave home and interact with a bunch of other civilizations and be so goddamn rude about it?
Think about who he is and where he's coming
I
from.
I know. It's just like, yeah, that's
Okay, actually,
definitely a way to interact with other civilizations.
actually, there was one part in Savra's Day that was really good, which was we were captured by Drow, so shut up about that.
That was the best line in the entirety. I absolutely adored that.
Because he was about to respond too, but then you said, so shut up.
I'm just glad that he actually did shut up.
Mhm. He had the king tell him to shut up or he's gonna pay for it, so he was just like, yeah, okay, maybe I should shut up.
I can only hope that my superiors found some sort of joy out of her boldness for that brief moment.
Well, the Dragonborn never stopped smiling.
I think that's. I don't know what to make of that. I attribute that to the fact that this rookie, this fucking green as grass field person was technically successful. So I don't think he's happy about anything with her in particular other than that, like, oh, cool, she didn't fail.
What was everyone's favorite part? Stream 2.
This
What Susie just like said. I
Oh,
gotta
okay.
say That's me.
Like this whole this whole summit thing was like the best part,
Yeah,
in my opinion.
Go ahead.
I was just gonna say, though, I also really liked the stuff that was going on in Ruben's town.
Oh yeah, that was fun.
It was
And
good.
and Ruben's
His name was Clancy.
retribution.
Yeah, that
That was
got me
nice.
a little. That got me a little. Not gonna lie.
Yeah, that was really cool.
Uh,
Ruben got a happy ending when it came to that.
who was your guys' favorite NPC today?
I
I
like
got
the
a
dragon
hug back
boy.
from Davra.
I got a hug back from Dabra.
My face is in my hands. That's where I'm starting this. So go on, Jelly.
I thought it was kind of fun to see Elida.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was good.
I also like Thornwall, even though he's an asshole.
I liked all of the characters. I have a soft spot for who at this point I can absolutely confirm is Jasper.
Jaspar.
I like him. I like him a lot. I want to draw him.
I heard Buxby say something or saw something in chat
What?
about did you react?
I wanted him to smash me. That's what I said. I don't like. I think you described him as like he could just destroy any of us, pretty much. Like
Like he
Type
could rip us
not to
apart. That's
something
what it
like
was.
that.
Yeah.
So
Jesus.
Buxby's just like, let me smash.
And he's
please."
like, he can do that.
Ask him. You never know.
Okay.
Well, now you're giving me ideas, Beard.
Jesus.
let me smash.
Hey,
Jesus.
listen. She is great at persuasion.
Wait, are
you're
you about to help her get laid?
welcome
No.
to try.
No, I'm not gonna help Ziara get laid.
But
She's like, but let me smash.
Ziara can smash on her own terms.
I'm gonna tell on Davra. What you're doing.
Oh my goodness.
Considering
Jesus.
what her relationship with Ziara must be like, I don't know if Davra would want you to smash.
I just imagine Davra scolding Ziara like he would scold a cat. It's like, no, bad Ziara. A spray bottle.
Where's that video of that guy, that cat going for the little fish and the guy like batting at the little paws? It's like, that's what I imagine right now.
I imagine the kid getting sprayed by his dad with the water bottle. He's just like, what the
Oh, yeah,
fuck?
Yeah.
From Modern Family?
Modern Family,
Yeah.
that's the name. I couldn't remember the name.
Also, it's
Yeah.
pretty rad that we are essentially 1,000 gold richer.
Yeah.
Wait,
Oh,
not
yeah.
1,000.
500.
No,
No,
you are
10,000.
10,000 gold richer.
Oh Jesus.
Yeah, because you all got 100
Christ.
platinum.
Oh,
you never
okay,
need
yeah.
money ever again.
Oh,
No,
that's
That's
right, yeah,
not
We
true.
will need money.
You
We will
always,
always need money.
more.
yeah. You're welcome. By the way,
Is everyone's money updated, by the way?
Yes.
116 platinum. Yep.
Yes.
Marks, can you update your platinum on Roll20?
Oh, that's right.
That's the first thing I did when I heard money.
Of course. Okay. I like how Ziara is the last one on the list, so I get to be look at all of the baseline for everyone, and then I get to look at Spider's George.
Where is?
Wait a
outlier.
second. Wait a second, Buxby. Is that in the wrong? Is that in the wrong slot?
What?
I didn't update any of my money
Uh,
here.
Did I? No, it's in the right one. It was 100 platinum, right?
Oh, you haven't updated your front page. Okay, that's why.
Oh yeah, sorry. I keep putting it under
No, it's okay. I see it.
treasure.
Okay.
All
Okay.
right.
I was just wanted to see what everyone's baseline was.
I need more.
Because I have a very specific thing in mind. Well, with that, there won't be a little surprise item this week because A, no combat, and B, you will see why next week.
Thought so.
With that, I think the day is over. So I'm going to thank everyone for coming to the stream. I think we got
That
up
was
to
a lot of fun.
11 viewers at one point.
Wow.
We
Hell yeah.
held it steady at about 8 for most of the day. So thank you very
That's-
much for coming, guys. I'm going to go ahead and turn off the stream here. And hopefully we can see you next week. Have a good one.
Bye.
Bye.